This update is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Commanders football tonight against the Chicago Bears from Northwest Stadium at 8:15. Burgundy and Gold pregame begins at 6:30 on the Fan. Also tonight, joined in progress, the Bills and the Falcons at 8:15 p.m. Yesterday, the Broncos defeated the Jets 13-11. Denver with 9 sacks of Justin Fields. The Colts down the Cardinals 31-27. Jacoby Brissett with 320 yards and 2 touchdowns. Chargers beat the Dolphins 29-27. Patriots over the Saints 25-19. Drake May with 3 touchdown passes. Steelers defeat the Browns 23-9. Aaron Rodgers 235 and 2 scores. Panthers over the Cowboys 30-27. Seahawks beat the Jaguars 20-12. Rams roll the Ravens 17-3. Raiders beat the Titans 20-10. Packers over the Bengals 27-18. Buccaneers over the 49ers 30-19. And the Chiefs beat the Lions 30-17. Capitals have won 2 in a row, beating the Rangers 1-0 on a goal from Anthony Beauvillier.
Out now to the right point. A shot attempt here from Declan Chisholm. Missing the net, and now Beauvillier scores on a pass from Ovechkin through the left circle.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Toronto beat the Wizards 113-112. Last second alley-oop by Alex Sars-Bro. ALCS Game 1, Seattle beat Toronto 3-1. Cal Raleigh with a homer. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and we got an announcement, B. Good morning.
What's up, brother?
You're already blacked out. You're ready for the blackout, man.
Yeah, you know, I decided I'll start up and then switch over to the Commander's gear later on, too.
You'll be shocked to know I completely forgot about it.
Yeah, you got a blue suit on.
I have a pink shirt on right now and a blue suit for tonight.
He has a blue suit with silver tie
Not correct.
and stuff.
Green tie.
He always dresses like he's a Cowboy fan.
Such BS. I wore burgundy in L.A. You didn't say I was Ron Burgundy.
I didn't
dude.
see you.
You did. We stood together on the sideline for like 20 minutes.
I wasn't paying attention.
You work so many jobs, you can't go home and change. Like, it's over. Like,
I'm going straight.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
over. Yeah, it's over.
It's a big day.
So
Yeah.
it is a big day. If you're listening to the program right now, you hear the junks. We got bullet points, fellas.
It's a combined announcement.
It is.
This deserves a drum roll, too. This is the long tipping, too. Like 20 seconds worth.
I feel like you guys should announce the top part of this.
I think we're supposed to announce the top. So
Okay.
here's the deal. 106.7 The
This
Fan.
was really playing out.
Like
Our
most radio.
partners over at Monumental Sports have reached a multi-year renewal and expansion of our play-by-play and radio show simulcast agreements. So the Junkies,
Very good.
we've been
There
on
you
the
go,
Monumental
boys.
Sports Network for several years
How long
now.
have you guys been on there now?
That's a good question.
Don't know.
Several.
No.
My answer is several.
Multiple years.
Multiple.
That's a great way to put it.
Multiple.
Yeah.
We're going
Dougie
to
said
continue.
Now, he says 4.
Four-ish.
We're
We'll
going
go
to
with
continue
four-ish.
to air on the Monumental Sports Network, and you guys have been part of this. The Junkies are soon going to be available live and on demand on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page.
Ah,
It's going
very
to be a
good.
combo.
And again,
Yeah,
that's
the,
youtube.com/1067 The Fan.
Buckle up for the chat on the YouTube
I
page.
will not look at the chat.
It is banana land.
I'll let Ben monitor the chat.
If it's anything like the Reddit
Well,
page, I don't want anything to do with it.
I can guarantee you they're going to, Ben will be a target.
Yeah.
Little red right there.
Once they get out there, they're going to find out somebody to just start throwing darts at.
No, but
Oh,
look,
yeah.
Mike Marr's been doing videos for our YouTube page for the last couple of years, and it's really grown. If you haven't subscribed or liked the page, it's 106.7 The Fans page, and then there are subsets, whether it's B. Mitch and Finley or the Junkies. So now, baton pass to you.
Brian, hit it.
You can do it.
Okay.
That's almost like the Today Show bit.
So, in addition to the junks now, so 106.7 The Fan and Monumental have this big deal, Caps game, Wiz games, Mystics games, and now Junks are on from 6 to 10, and B. Mitch and Finley will be televised on the Monumental Sports Network
Look at that.
from
Wow.
10 to 2.
Can they get this head and those ears on the same screen?
Get that wide angle ready.
You gotta have a big screen.
Let's
man.
go.
So we'll be on TV 10 to 2 on Monumental starting November 1st. We're also going
Can't
to
dig in your
continue.
nose no more, dog.
I know, man.
So does that mean that you're going to be coming in
Yes.
here to
When
the
they're
studio?
here.
Yeah, it's gonna
Because
be
you
a
don't have
cluster.
cameras in that studio.
No, prison cell is not equipped.
Unless
It's a line
Monumental,
change.
unless Monumental's going to install cameras.
I
in.
have a feeling we're coming in here.
I
'Cause
think it's gonna be a
whatever
line
this
change.
costs. I don't think they're paying for it.
I don't think that's
What
happening.
if you half the price? Half the studio.
Might
Yeah.
be a third.
You act like you're here when they start
Yeah, I
their
mean, honestly,
show.
do you care? It's
No, I don't.
9:56. We're out of here. I mean,
Just, one Tuesday a month I care.
we could do it from the hallway.
What do you have on
I'm
one
kidding, of
Tuesday?
course
a
not.
The
month?
one when
We
he,
have to do some hit with.
We got to do with Derek Forrest.
Oh,
It's-
okay.
you got that.
You know what? I might just do it here while you're on the air.
It's encouraged. Russell takes up the entire area in
Yeah,
there
yeah,
when
Chris-
he has to do TV.
He does his out in the hallway.
Right.
But he does it like this, you know what I'm saying?
We'll figure it out.
So Caps games will continue to air on 106.7 The Fan. The Fan becomes the new flagship station for the Washington Wizards. Select games airing on Team 980 and Bloomberg 99.1. And we will continue to air on audio. Presentation of Monumental Sports Network's broadcast of the Mystics on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, and 1580 The Bet. Quick survey.
A lot of partners.
How many among us had heard of 1580 The Bet until 30 seconds ago?
First time, brother.
I thought it was BetMGM, to be honest with you.
Hey,
It's
always
changed.
rebranding. It's all good.
No, but look, the big deal is Junkies. We're happy. We've had this relationship with Monumental for years. They've aired our simulcast. That continues. And starting November 1st, we're on YouTube. You guys have been on YouTube. Now you're adding
Yeah,
the
man.
Monumental Sports. So that's pretty cool.
I think in the content game, man, you just got to be where people are. However,
Right.
leave it up to the salespeople to monetize that, but you want to be where the
Here's
eyes
the question.
are. And I think there's
Where is JP? not?
Monetized. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I know. B's always thinking about the
Where
monetization.
is JP not? He's here. He's on Monumental. He's on Channel 4. He's
a superstar. He's everywhere.
Nobody's getting
What
more
was the old show back in the day?
FaceTime. No one's getting more FaceTime than JP Finley.
Yeah.
I'm
How
definitely
many
not
jobs
in
you
the
have,
winner's
JP?
circle on the golf
14
course.
teams.
We're working, man. We're busy. Dude, I'm basically homeless right now, so I need all the work I can get.
You're not homeless,
I live in a construction site.
but it's a home.
They're upgrading the castle a little
No,
bit.
dude, we had my 6-year-old clogged the toilet. We had water damage. Took out 3 floors of my from the upstairs to the
Tragic.
basement.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
But it's in the house.
I mean,
See, if he was homeless, he'd have been in a damn
that is true.
park some damn
I
way.
mean, living in the garage downstairs.
Oh,
So
man.
tonight, you're going to go over to the stadium after the show,
Yeah.
and then you'll obviously be there for the game. Locker
He'll
room.
get home
and
about
stuff.
3:30.
What time will you get home tonight for a Monday night game? 2?
Yeah. Maybe
Wow.
3.
Maybe 3. Wow.
So the game, 8:15. Say it's over by 11:30, 11:45.
Right.
Hour of post game.
You crank out something with Mitch tonight?
Yeah. Monumental with Mitch Tischler.
They're not gonna hit the night, really. Ain't nobody gonna be up
You'll
watching.
do it on the drive
You'll
home
do
or
it
something,
tonight.
won't you?
Nah, we'll do it there.
You do it in a
Because they
room
want
closet.
video.
Ain't nobody watching that.
This guy's everywhere, dude.
I mean, you do an hour of post game tonight. People be
No,
watching
we don't do an hour. We do about 35 minutes.
tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean that's the same.
But we carry the
You'll be
press
leaving there at
conference.
what? 1
We
o'clock?
carry Jaden. We carry Dan Quinn. Whoever else may have a big game. People want to see that
Bill,
stuff.
Yeah.
you're going to carry Bill after tonight's game.
You'd like Bill to carry the team tonight.
Hell yeah.
Well, hopefully that's the case.
I think
you guys-
Bill's putting up numbers
Are you
tonight.
guys confident?
I am.
You are.
I'm confident because they can't stop the run, and I think
Right.
we run the ball effectively. We're
Right.
number 1 in the league right now.
Right.
So I think if you can run the ball, then all of a sudden you allow everything else to happen. Now you got to be able to stop their run.
Right.
That's the main thing.
Beal yell at me for this take because I'm looking ahead. I am confident for tonight and quite nervous for Dallas next week.
Because
We don't
Dallas
have-
is
we
passing
We
all
can't
race.
worry
Just
about
really
Dallas.
close.
All we worried about is this tonight.
Yeah,
know.
we've got tonight.
Hell,
Who needs
I
tomorrow?
guess you're worried about Kansas City too.
Yep. You worry about them all.
I'll be worried about that one.
I worry about the future.
If you're
opponents,
worried
too.
about all the receivers that Washington's played that are killing Lattimore, whoever you want to say, they kill Lattimore all the time. What do you think George
Well,
Pickens
he's
is going
not
to
very
do?
good. That's
Okay,
the
well, what do you
reason
think
why.
Lattimore
George
was good
Pickens
in
is going to
LA.
do?
Okay, he had a one off.
That's what I told them.
Herbert didn't have a ton of time, but he was good in L.A.
Yeah, you got to get to.
Well, I think CD
you got
might
to
be
get to
back,
that.
too.
And if CD's back, oh,
If
But
he's
tonight's
back-
the focus.
Yeah, that's all we're
Adunze's
focused
a
on.
hell of a player. Adunze, I think, has 5 touchdowns in 4 games.
Yeah.
He's
got
been
5.
really good.
He's become the alpha in that room.
He can get his
without a
touchdown.
doubt.
Don't let nobody else get any.
The
But
key
to
to
what
me
B.
tonight-
Mitch said, last year Swift went off for almost 130 yards against him. So shut that down first.
Well, if
and
that
foremost.
happens, that's a catastrophe.
when they
well,
have
they have a lot of different players now.
in their
defensively.
wins, Washington's D line has controlled the game, and so that to me is the focus tonight because Caleb, for whatever you think of Caleb, he's been really good against the blitz. So you got to be able to generate the pressure with your front 4, maybe 5. Rather
So
than
Ken Law
having-
and Orange.
We'll know
Armstrong
right
need to step
away
up.
whether or
Payne.
not we're getting pressure. We'll
Yeah.
know what right away. You'll know within 2 series.
similar to LA. I mean, literally in their 3 wins, it's been.
But they didn't get any pressure in the first 2 series in L.A.
Yeah.
They didn't get
Yeah.
into the second quarter.
Well, that was shocking. I was shocked by the turnaround,
Well, I
to
know
be
who
honest
doesn't
with you.
get pressured. The Bears defensive line. They have 5 sacks. So they have a hard time getting to the quarterback. So hopefully that's the case with Jaden tonight.
What you're alluding to is in the 3, what is it?
3
In
wins.
the 3 wins, we've given up 13.5 points per game. In the 2 losses, we've given up 30.
It's a big difference, dude.
Yeah, it's like all or nothing.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
all or
that
nothing.
that is really significant. I hadn't
They've been
thought-
like this. It's time to keep that thing stable now.
Well, and I was talking to Von Miller last week, I guess, and he said he brought up the roller coaster.
Yeah.
One thing I've always been impressed by with the Dan Quinn staff is whatever the message is from coaching,
The players do it too.
everybody
Yeah.
reflects it. And Von Miller brought up, we've been on this roller coaster, we got to get off. And then the next day, I talked to Kinlaw, and he's like, we got to get off this damn roller coaster.
Yeah.
So like they
like
are
the rolling hills on the bike ride, and then now you're to the flat lane.
or
Let's
at
go.
Piedmont Golf Club, or wherever
I
it
know,
is.
I gotta get over there.
Well, and especially with the way Philadelphia's playing now, I don't know what the hell's going on with them. They got all kinds of issues.
Well, you know,
Now,
when
before-
you try to cover up all of the internal issues, eventually it comes out anyway.
Yeah.
And you can tell. Look at the people's body language and their facial expressions.
Right.
They got some issues
They
going
got
on
issues.
with that team.
And they
And
were
a lot of people, I think, got a problem with that damn offensive coordinator.
Yeah, it looks
You know,
like
your
it.
boy rolled his best friend in that can't coach.
Yeah.
If you
Well,
look
they
at
were winning. They were just finding ways to win
Right.
when they were 4-0. And I said, just look, they're not playing well, but they're still winning. Now they're not playing well and losing. So now if Washington wins tonight, they're 4-2. It'll be a big step forward.
tied for the division lead if they win
Yeah.
tonight.
Correct.
They got-
Philly's been outgained in every game they've played.
I know.
Even though they're through the 4-0
They're
start.
disgusting offensively.
And they have a Saquon Barkley problem compared to what he did last
Sure.
year. I mean, he's
Well, the people are stopping that this year. They're not letting him run.
Correct.
And then again, when you look at last year, and I think Zangaro said it, we always talk about the running back that has over 300 something carries.
Mm-hmm.
That next year they don't play the same.
Right.
How about the offensive lineman that were blocking for him?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because right now Mulata looks like he's average. He got his ass whipped.
They got
against
some
the Giants.
injuries
They beat him like a drum.
because
against the Giants.
Dickerson's hurt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they got issues.
They do. What about your Niners? You watch yesterday?
I watched it. Watched every play.
Do you think
Mac
go-
Jones is just your typical in the pocket, can't bounce outside. If you give him time, he'll kill you. But if you get after him, he can't move. So
I'd like
and he's
to
playing hurt.
Warner's foot going the wrong way.
That was-
I'd
that
like
was-
to
that
unwatch
was
that if
awful.
I could, but
it's
I can't.
crazy the injuries Sam
That
Fran-
team is just snake
I
bitten.
know.
Yeah,
It's
I think the
insane.
league's kind of snake bitten, to be honest
Like,
with you.
everybody on the
They
team
better
is
start letting
injured?
people
With the
practice.
injuries?
They better practice a little harder during the all season.
Like the guy
get
that
used
has
to
the
this.
rap for being the most injured there is Christian McCaffrey, and he's the guy that's staying upright
Right.
while everybody else is just going
He
by the
got a
wayside.
lot of games left.
I know,
You
there's
Christian
plenty
knows
of
how
time
to know.
left.
Make, you know,
Yeah.
It just
You don't know
takes
how to make a year.
It just takes one play.
yeah.
Takes one.
You think the
play.
Bucks are the best team in the NFC now? Detroit lost last night.
I mean,
Right
they
now in
suffered
this
personnel
moment-
losses too. Like Mike Evans is
They got
out.
the best
and
record. I
Gruber
wouldn't
goes
necessarily
out.
say they're the
Godwin
best
hasn't
team.
played.
Yeah.
Who would you say is the best team in the NFC right now?
Before last night, I think most people would have said Detroit.
Right.
But then
They
you
would
watch
have
Kansas
said
City
Detroit
dominate.
because people look at straight records, but when you start looking at the way people are playing, Seattle's not playing bad football at all.
No.
Seattle might start creeping up there right now.
Seattle's good on the road. They're bad.
Let's see
They've
what
won
Washington
like 9
does.
in a row.
Let's see what
Yeah.
Washington does tonight, and then they may start getting into that category.
Best record in
Well-
the NFC is Tampa, right? At 5-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's find out how good they are because they're playing at Detroit next week.
Yeah. Bish, you'll appreciate. I had a heater of a gambling weekend.
Really?
I had the Chiefs last night. I had the Seahawks.
I keep
good.
telling you about the Chiefs. Everybody want to down the Chiefs. I say, listen, don't look at their record. That team is good.
Wait till the end
I
of
had
the
the
year.
Terps who covered and
I
just.
mean, because you look at them the week before, they look like garbage, and they come out last night, you go, oh, hell.
yeah.
They basically handled Detroit.
Dude, did you watch last night? Chris Jones has a neutral zone problem. That dude is in the neutral zone
Always.
on every
But
snap.
he never gets called.
Never gets
Well,
called for
if
it.
I'm not going to get called for it, why should I quit it?
He's so much bigger than everyone that
Yeah.
you can't help but notice. He's in the neutral zone on every snap.
The tush push, they're in the neutral zone. Nobody calls it. Why shouldn't the defense player be able to do it? You got to find ways to cheat.
Right.
Legally.
Job the system.
Well, how
if you
about the
can.
play where Montgomery threw the touchdown pass to Goff and they don't throw a flag, and then after the score, they all get together and go, "Wait a minute, that was a flag." They throw it. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
That was
You
crazy.
got to throw a flag during the play.
But was
It was the correct call.
Somebody said it right away, like he never said
it.
It was the referee
always
guy
drop
in
the
the
flag later.
Oh, I know they can.
Yeah.
I just think it's incompetence. They got to be able to do it.
What's
during
up
the
with
play.
the Rob Lowe look the NFL had?
That's the second Rob Lowe reference today.
I don't get it.
You know,
Because Rob Lowe doesn't wear a
He's
logo
not
hat.
on
He wears
social media.
NFL.
He doesn't
I
understand
didn't-
it.
I didn't
Rob
know that.
Lowe famously, I think it was a Super Bowl. They were like showing the celebrities in the stands, and
Right.
they showed Rob Lowe just with the NFL hat.
I don't know. This was given to me. I kind of like it, so I just wore it.
It's kind of silly. Do you know who collects
Most of the things we wear are given to us.
Well, take a look at. I mean, take a look at his jacket.
Well, I'm there. It's a business. This is a
I get
business
it.
relationship.
I know.
I guess now that, especially on TV, we'll have to wear more gear.
Yes, absolutely.
Because I usually roll in here real bummish.
So
Not wearing gear.
you watch we're all dressed to the nines.
I
over
wear
here.
gear. if they're paying me.
Yeah, B always looks nice. B always looks like he
College
can go
and
to
Co,
like
baby.
a
College and Co.
luncheon
Talk about
Yeah.
or golf course. That's your vibe.
Hey, college and Co.
Do you ever dress like trashy around the house or anything, or just you always pretty much got your outfit together?
I'm normally golf or something.
But like around the house, if you're just chilling,
When
you
I
ever
get in
just
the
look
house
like
and
a
I-
pig.
Shorts
I
and a
walk in
t-shirt.
the house what I have on, and then when I wake up, I'm getting out the house. I don't like sitting around the house.
Dude, we went on a
If I
golf
sit
trip.
around the house, you know what? She's gonna ask me to do something. So I can be out the house.
We went on a golf trip during COVID, right? We went down to Pinehurst, and
When I had to choke you out.
yeah, that happened. But I want to say we had like a 10 a.m. tea time or something, and I wake up to like take a leak at 7 a.m. Brian has already showered, ironing his clothes, and like has cologne on, and I'm like, what is going on here? That's just how he's wired.
He's ready to attack the day.
What if I run into Salma Hayek walking to the golf course? I'm gonna smell like ass.
You always smell good. Brian always smells good. Yeah, always smells.
And
good.
how many times have you run into Selma Hayek on the golf course? He's still waiting.
I run into people that look like her. They may not be her, but they look like her.
Still waiting.
So the other thing with the Monumental, do you like are the breaks that much more concrete? Like, do you really have to go? to
The
break?
end of our show
we
is
don't
but
care.
basically the same.
Oh,
Just at the end.
He's asking that for a reason. He's never seen a break he wants to go past.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he drives past breaks like
He'll
you
figure
know,
it out.
Yeah,
conversation.
don't worry
like
about
people
it.
drive past a pit stop in a damn race.
Dude, I know you guys talked about it. How about Franklin, Penn State, 50 mil to buy
I
him out?
didn't, bro. Listen, to me.
Greatest gig ever.
American
Give
dream.
me $50 million to go.
Yeah, $5 million to go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
At this
yeah.
point, $5 million, 100%.
But like when you up that point, you do 50s and 70s. I'll take that.
100%.
I mean, come on, let's be real now. That I know some inside stuff. There's some idiots up there at Penn State. They better start spending their money and start working with the whole NIL thing, or they're not going to.
Oh, are they not keeping up with everybody else and all that too?
They
That's
don't.
another
They,
one?
they don't like who may be in charge. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I just don't
Inside
think.
scoop. B-match.
I don't think the players are as good as people think. That's all.
I don't
The
think that
quarterback
kid
was garbage.
I
Drew
never
Aller?
thought was that good. I hate
I didn't
to
think he
hear
was good
that.
last
Drew Aller
year.
right now at 57.
I bet you the red shirt Grunkenmeyer. Wait till you see him play. He can run. He'll be a lot
His name
better than
Drunkenmeyer or Grunkenmeyer?
Grunk.
Grunkenmeyer?
Yeah.
Oh boy,
Hell of a name.
It's not Gronk. It's Grunk.
Grunkenmeyer.
Just call him Grunk.
So he's a grouchy drunk.
Sounds like
That's
me. All right, we got to go here. Junks will stay on Monumental. B. Mitchell Finley now on Monumental starting November 1st. Caps, Wiz, Mystics, all relationships here with 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 1580 The Bet, Bloomberg 99.1. The Monumental 106.7 The Fan partnership continues.
Welcome
Hey,
to the
congratulations,
family.
boys.
Thanks,
Welcome.
fellas.
Welcome.
Thanks very much.
Congrats.
Your empire continues
Yep.
to grow.
You're
All right.
expanding.
B. Mitchell Finley continues. Junks get the hell out of here. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm going with the junks.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Tonight, it's the Washington Commanders against the Chicago Bears from Northwest Stadium. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury on the advancement of Luke McCaffrey.
It was a lot to ask him to play inside and outside last year, and I think he's settled in now, and we have full confidence wherever we put him, he's going to go make a play, and I know Jaden does too, so that's been cool to see that connection kind of grow.
Pre-game show here on The Fan at 6:30 with Burgundy and Gold. Capitals have won 2 in a row after a 1-0 win over the Rangers, sweeping the New York teams. Anthony Beauvillier with a goal, and Charlie Lindgren 35 saves for his 10th shutout. Toronto beat the Wizards 113-112, but the Wizards finished on an 18-1 run to make it interesting. This October only, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. B and I are trying to get used to a whole lot of new stuff in here. If you missed the first segment of the show, we were on with the Junks. The Junks are going to continue their partnership with Monumental Sports Network. The Junks are on TV. I'm sure you watched them on Monumental. And starting November 1st, me and B are going to be on as well. Should be very cool. Good amount of lead time for us to figure it out. The logistics of some of this are going to get interesting.
Yeah. I see what they're going to do on a Wednesday.
Yo, like our standard Wednesday, Thursday from Ashburn will be interesting. But
I may be in here Wednesday. Be there Thursday. Yeah, I have stuff to do sometimes.
You got stuff, B.
Yeah,
You're a busy man.
Yeah, try to be.
But so we're going to launch this television simulcast on Monumental Sports Network, right?
Yeah.
2 weeks into this arrangement, we're going to Spain.
Yeah. But I think from what I've heard, like I try to pay attention to little things. It's supposed to be some type of deal they can give us when we have a computer somewhere, and you can launch that. Long as you got, I guess, Wi-Fi, you should be good.
Yeah.
You know?
I've talked to Frank a few different times. Frank Crisafulli, a lot of folks that people know. He has said, like, kind of our standard. Jeff, what do you got working here?
Try to get your ears into one segment, one thing.
Do you want me to just move?
No, just talk. Just talk.
This is gonna be interesting. I think we're gonna have like a kit we travel with.
Yeah. Wait. Who you gonna carry that?
I mean, I'm thrilled about that. Well, are you gonna carry it?
It probably should work. Like you already carry something,
Right.
and you don't like carrying that.
Well, I wonder, will we have to carry the Comrex and this other thing?
Probably so.
It'd be great if the one thing could be both things. You know what I'm saying?
It's possible. Like there are so many things you can do straight from a computer. You know, like the StreamYard and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
You can do it straight from a computer to where that should be. I don't know, but they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
That's why we sit on this side
Right.
and we talk. We don't need to figure all that other stuff out there. That's for all the smart people.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Very good point. So interesting weekend, right? Like we had the weekend off, Brian. We don't get many weekends off.
It was fun. I had a fun weekend too.
You went down to JMU. How
I
was
went down
that?
to JMU. My team was playing well early. They were not good late. I sat there and I watched every third down we ran our quarterback. I'm like, he didn't throw a pass basically on third down. I think the coaching got us later in the game. But JMU, their atmosphere for a college football game is sweet down there, bro.
Yeah.
You know, they really come for it. And I like how it's right there on the, just like Maryland, right on campus.
Right.
Where students have no damn excuse about coming to a game. Because all you got to do is roll out your building, boom, fall into the stadium. And my buddy Devin Joyce, so I did his podcast last week.
We've had him on the show before.
Yeah, Devin and I played in New York in New York together. But just getting down there and talking to, because he was like, what they do, they talk to someone from the team they're playing, like from that area, to find out how your fans are and this, that, and the other. And I was like, look, man, our fans like to have fun. So the lady was listening to it, and when I walked over to their alumni area, they had DJ, they had booze. It was a lot of Raging Cajun fans over there. She invited them over.
They had booze.
She invited them over, and they walked right in. All these guys had flown down with the athletic director. So, they got the right people to hang out with.
The JMU football program Ascension is really, really cool. So I went to Maryland, obviously. But when I was in college, I had a ton of friends that went to JMU. And we'd go down there regularly. Like, we'd road trip to JMU, I'd say like once a semester, probably. Yeah. And now, granted, that was 25 years ago. But nobody went to football games. It was not a thing. And how they turned that around, obviously, if you consider they had Kurt Signetti for a while, who's now turned around Indiana and might be getting this Penn State job.
Bruh, he might want to stay in Indiana. Be honest with you.
Yeah.
He may want to stay there. Look how they're rolling, man. And they got this NIL thing down pat.
They've done it right, man.
So you stay there, but give me $50 million to leave. I'll take it.
Totally.
The man, his record is 140 something. No, 140, 160, and 45. I understand they're having a struggle right now, but maybe some of the players that you believed in are not the right guys.
Yeah. I never thought that quarterback was that good. Aller. And I'm not trying to. I hate it now because he's hurt. He's a young man, obviously.
It's part of football, man.
Yeah, certainly. I went to the Terps game and had a blast.
They balled.
So they didn't.
Till late.
It's 2 in a row. Now, granted, you're playing good teams. Those are Washington and Nebraska. I don't think they're ranked, but those are good football teams.
Mm-hmm. You got to learn how to close it out.
You got to win one of the two. You can't. Now, the Washington game, they just kind of choked away. They were up 20-0 in the deep into the third quarter and lost. The Nebraska game that I was at this weekend, it was, they built a lead. Then they had to fight their way back. They scored 2 touchdowns in the third quarter to take the lead. It was really impressive, and they just couldn't close it out. The young man, Malik Washington, is a stud of a quarterback. But I also realized this, we're going to the Commanders game tonight, right? We got to work. That place will be packed. They're going to have the blackout. The atmosphere should be incredible. Mm-hmm. But the price point for a Commanders game is pretty significant at this point. NFL games, period. Like, if you are trying to take your family to a football game, going to a Terps game, if you got 3 kids and you want to take your wife, right? You need 5 tickets.
Yeah.
Like, the price point to go to College Park, I think, is way more attainable for a lot of families.
Okay.
And we had an awesome time. My kids had a blast. They have a ton of good kids activities. Getting in and out was super easy. I thoroughly recommend just going to a Maryland game, even if you're not an alum like I am. It was fun to be there. I was in a suite. I was drinking neutrals. It was fun, man. And then yesterday, dude, so I also had a ton of kids sports this weekend.
All right.
Ainsley won 2 soccer games Saturday morning. Shelby lost a basketball game Saturday afternoon. This basketball game was electric, though. So in the second half, the girls are allowed to press.
All right.
They can run full court press. And Shelby's team is say 5 or 6 girls from her school, her good buddies. And they have these 2 younger girls. So her friends are all 4th grade, but it's a 3rd and 4th grade team. These 2 little girls, Emma and Camila, just moved here from Spain.
All right.
But they played ball in Spain.
Basketball.
Yes.
All right.
And, they're, 9-year-old girls. They're not big. They go hard to the rack, dude. It's so fun to watch, man. And, dude, they speak Spanish. And Coach Gio's a great coach. He speaks English. So there's definitely some, lost in translation moments that they'll come over to their dad. Their dad's this awesome dude. Did I show you the golf course? They lived in Madrid. He showed me this golf course for us to play. That's at a monastery. It looks
I'll
unbelievable.
be renting clubs if I do that.
Yeah, I'm not bringing the
Yeah,
sticks. to
I'm
Spain.
not going to the airport with no damn clubs.
But these little girls are electric to watch. So this team beat Shelby's team in the opener. It's not a high scoring affair. Fourth grade basketball. I think they beat them in the opener 16-0.
High scoring game right there.
Saturday,
16-0.
Saturday, the girls, the third quarter, they got hot. They had an 11-10 lead going into the fourth quarter. So just progress. You know what I mean? From whatever the first game was, probably 6 weeks ago. Ended up losing. The other team was good. The other team was big too. They had multiple girls girls on our team were guarding a girl that was a foot taller than them.
Wow.
So we didn't win the boards. Yesterday we had lacrosse. Lauren's like, "Can you take Shelby to lacrosse?" I was like, "Yeah, what time is it?" She's like, 12-2. And I was like,
The game started when, babe?
Kind of when football starts. She's like, "Just sit in the stands and watch on your phone." I was like, "Lacrosse, here we come."
Like you always do.
Dude, I was sitting by it was great. The last half hours of scrimmage, I watched. Shelby scored a goal. All good. Just sitting there watching Red Zone on my phone. College football, I fear for White Brian. Did you watch any of the Auburn game?
Of course not.
Auburn got
I
hosed.
wouldn't watch that garbage.
Auburn got hosed
How?
dude. So right before halftime, their quarterback to me scored a touchdown, but the ball comes loose. Georgia knocks it out after like a 45-minute review. They said fumble Georgia's ball. They called it a touchdown on the field, and then they reversed it.
Must have been clear evidence that they reversed it.
The most egregious call to me, Kirby Smart runs down the field calling timeout. They give him the timeout. They had 1 second left on the play clock. It was going to be a delay. They give him the timeout. They stop the action. Then Kirby tells the ref, "No, I was just clapping. I wasn't calling for timeout." The ref bought it, even though the replay was clear as day. So then they just get a fresh play clock, and they don't have to burn the timeout. And at that point, in the second half,
But once you stop that clock right there, you what you gonna do at that point? Put 1 second back on the clock?
right, Brian, how hosed did you feel by the Georgia Bulldogs?
It's terrible. It's the second time in 3 weeks the refs have hosed Auburn out of a win.
Apparently, when Auburn played
But
Oklahoma,
they lost by 10. It wasn't just one touchdown they lost by.
It would have
So-
been 17-0 if that touchdown was
And
not
then
a
they
touchdown.
probably come back and beat you 20-17.
Well, your boy did bang Georgia second half, so
But
I ain't too mad at it.
my question is, did you all score another point?
No, the
right.
team also has a Hugh Freeze problem. They gave up after that call.
All right. So that's y'all fault.
Yeah, but it should have been a touchdown.
Bro, you gotta stop cheering for teams. The teams you cheer for, they just not good, dog.
Who's the best team in your life right now, White Brian? The Giants?
Believe it or not, the New York Giants.
Damn.
And they 2-4?
Yeah. You know what's remarkable? For all the talk and consternation about Jaden being too skinny and this physical toll it's going to take on him, are people in New York saying that about Dart?
No, see, that's what I'm saying. I mentioned this
'Cause
to
that
you.
dude-
I mentioned this to you on Friday after watching that game where he was leading with his head. He was doing all kind of craziness. And I sat and listened to those damn announcers say, well, he's just playing with a lot of excitement. They got to let him play like that. It's amazing how the same two people who talks about Jaden and other quarterbacks can sit there and act like it's okay when Jackson Dart does it. All I say is this. I don't care if you Josh Allen, a bigger dude, Ben Roethlisberger. If you're leading with your head, you're not going to be around very long. Point blank.
I mean, the fact that he was already in the blue medical tent and Daboll ran
They
in
about
there
to get
and
fined big time with that one.
I mean, you got
did it come out yet?
It'll
Because I know
probably-
that they say he's getting fined for that.
Fines usually come tomorrow,
Yeah.
I think.
And I think, Scatterboo might get fined too.
Yeah. You're not allowed to go in there, dude.
They just walk in and we're going to do our own thing. I guess, when you deal with Mara thinks he owns the damn league.
You know he's sick, right?
Nah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Giants announced it. All right, so it appears Brian and I are moving studios. It appears we're out of the prison cell and we're here in the Junkies' spacious penthouse. John Leahy is the DMV MVP of real estate.
Yeah.
You think John could turn the prison cell for a decent price? Because that's a tough sell.
Well, I just upgraded for a decent price.
Work with John. He can sell anything, even the prison cell studio.
Just like Aretha Stelling was thrilled to receive an offer which was $20,000 over the asking price for their Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but he ended up earning exactly what he wanted. Who says there are no guarantees in life? So check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on the website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. And if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Let's be real. Sometimes the reason you got to move is stress, right? Maybe you lost your job. There's a lot of craziness in the federal government job market right now, which affects the D.C. area. Maybe, unfortunately, you got a divorce. There's a death in the family. Maybe it's good news. Maybe you got a new job in Miami, and you got to sell your house fast to go move to South Beach. Whatever it is, moving is stressful, and John Leahy and the Fine Living Group have the right strategies, the right options to take care of things fast for the most money and the least amount of stress. You can't go into this process with amateurs.
Yeah.
John and his team are
Need the
experts.
pros, baby.
That's why I would call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or it's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. Just to understand. Shout out to Tina.
Make your clothes react, huh?
Boy, me too.
You mean they fall off?
Opposites attract. Tina Turner got some legs, Landfill. Remember that video? She's dancing on the bar, B? Woo! Mm-hmm. Good football weekend, mostly in the books. Obviously, you and I are not the schedule makers, Brian.
Nope.
There are 2 NFL games tonight.
Yeah.
The Monday night doubleheader, Bills, Falcons, Bears, Commanders. I'm fired up for this Commanders game. Real opportunity for Washington to make a statement about who they are in the NFC.
Totally. And it's time for them to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may voice one complaint, though.
What's that?
Bills, Falcons starts at 7:15. Bears, Commanders, 8:15.
Yeah.
Why couldn't we be the damn 7:15?
Jay, you still not going to get on to 2?
Be an hour earlier.
Still, it's 2. It's after. And then you got to be back. So don't worry about it. You're going to be suffering anyway.
Okay. Tomorrow's going to be long, but whatever. We'll grind. Who do you think had the best win yesterday?
Kansas City.
They look pretty good, man.
Because, the thing about Kansas City, people are starting to talk, but who was the person we used the rankings last week? Where they still had them in the top 5, top 6. He sees a little something.
Yeah.
You watch them, they lose games, but they right there.
Dude, Mahomes was excellent last night.
Bro. When you got him, makes the world a difference.
22 of 30 for 257 and 3 touchdowns. Ran for another score. Yep. He was excellent last night. And Goff was pretty good, 23 of 29. The big difference to me was Detroit couldn't really get their run game going with full throttle. Maybe they got it into third gear, but never all the way way they can operate. I think you got to credit the KC defense.
Yeah. And that's one thing about this kid, 32.
Bolton
can play, but man. God, I forgot.
Chanel, the other linebacker?
No, not the linebacker. The D coordinator.
Spagnuolo.
Spags knows how to blitz even on rundowns to where he affects you. If you watch most D coordinators, they only blitz on 3rd and long. Spags blitzed on 3rd and short. He blitzed on 2nd down when you know you're going to run the ball. You just got to disrupt people and make them have to do things a lot quicker. And in most times when people do stuff that they don't ordinarily do, they make mistakes. And he puts them in those difficult situations offensively by going after them.
One thing I'm kind of surprised by, so KC scores, I think, on their first drive of the game, and Butker misses the extra point. And I think it was Tirico pointed out, he's missed an extra point in every game. Kind of surprised Andy puts up with it. The miss was bad, too.
Well, from him kicking the ball out of bounds the last game,
right,
which gave him the ball in the 40,
to
this, and he missed extra point in that game as well. He used to be automatic, but then he got caught up in all this other little stuff, and things come in. They come at you in different ways. But I'll ask this question: if Andy gets rid of him, who he gonna get this better?
Right.
I think sometimes you get in those situations where you got to deal with the BS of a person because the person you go get probably will not be better than that person.
A lot of good teams had good wins yesterday. Mm-hmm. Tampa beating the Bucks. Tampa beating the Niners. I thought was a good win. Mm-hmm. Baker was really good in that game. Used his legs also. Mac Jones threw for 350 but had 2 picks. McCaffrey couldn't really get going on the ground. Honestly, the biggest takeaway I have from the Niners specifically yesterday, I don't know what the money difference was with Kendrick Bourne. He visited the Niners, then he visited here, then eventually signed with the Niners.
Uh-huh.
Damn, Washington could use Kendrick Bourne. He looks good. And with the receiver injuries they've dealt with Noah now missing his 4th game, Terry now missing his second. No, Terry's missing his third
game.
Yeah.
Since they ruled him out for this one, yeah.
I mean, Bourne in that game, quick, long, good hands. Maybe he just wanted to be in San Fran.
Could be.
It's entirely possible it wasn't a money thing. He just wanted to be in Cali. But damn, they could have used him.
Yeah. I mean, I tell people this all the time, oh, man, our team not trying. The player has a decision on where the hell he goes. And it doesn't make a difference about money sometimes. If I want to be closer to where I just want to be, or family, or whatever, I make that decision. But you can't just blame the team because players do have a decision.
I think I want to go through the injuries because there's a number of players that aren't going to go tonight that will make an impact. We have a packed show. We also have a Jeff Walker hype song coming in about an hour. Excited for that. Matt Spiegel will join us at noon. At 1 o'clock, Adam Rank, NFL Network, noted Bears fan, has a Bears podcast.
Commanders hater.
A lot of Commanders fans don't love Adam. I have a friendship with Adam. I like Adam. He's very much a pot stirrer, provocative type dude. That's going to be fun to talk to Adam at 1 o'clock. There's so much action for tonight's game with Caleb coming home, Caleb and Jaden, the 1 and 2, Ben Johnson coming here as a head coach.
After
shutting them, correct. A lot of injuries for Washington to deal with. Bears come in here with the worst run defense in town. Washington's got the best run offense.
That right there needs to be exploited.
Early and often.
Hell yeah.
All right, nobody go anywhere. We're getting into a Monday night preview. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Commanders versus Chicago Bears tonight at 8:15 from Northwest Stadium. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury on running back Bill Krosky-Merritt.
He has a knack for kind of finding it whenever he gets this opportunity, and he can make some plays that aren't there, that aren't blocked up as well as you would like, and so I think that's kind of allowed him to have some success early.
Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. How do you stop Caleb Williams?
You have to make sure you take one more step to him. You know, you can't just assume that you're going to get him down with any arm tackling. You have to get your body to him because he has a tremendous kick through where he can pull his legs out. Big guys fall off of him. So, not only do you have to cage him, but you have to make sure you're bringing extra bodies to him.
Our pregame show begins at 6:30. Burgundy and gold pregame right here on The Fan. Capitals have won 2 in a row, beating the Rangers 1-0 on a goal by Anthony Beauvillier. Toronto beat the Wizards 113-112, but an 18-1 run to finish for the Wizards, losing on an alley-oop at 0.8 seconds remaining from Alex Sarr's brother. Very impressive effort. ALCS Game 1 goes to Seattle, beating Toronto 3-1. Bryce Miller, 6 innings. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Is that Wolfmother Landfill? That's the loudest concert I've ever been to. I saw them at 930 Club in my younger days, in my 20s, when I used to go to 930 Club all the time. That band, Brian, unbelievably loud. Just unbelievably loud. All right. Let's get into what we know about tonight, okay? Terry McLaurin not going to play. I think there was some level of optimism, but then when he really didn't practice, it kind of eliminated the optimism. Noah Brown, 2 days limited practice, and then didn't practice Saturday. He's out tonight.
Okay.
Sam Cosmi was a full participant in practice all week, doubtful for tonight. I think with Sam,
I think one more week.
Yeah, I think he's back for Dallas, which is what I had thought. Chris Rodriguez, DNP all week, questionable tonight. Deebo Samuel was DNP, then limited, then DNP, questionable for tonight. Bates and Jaden are on the list, but they're fine.
Yeah.
Let's start with Deebo. I think he's playing.
Yeah, that's playing.
I think this is kind of the Deebo experience. I think because he's such a big physical player, he gets banged up a little bit and then goes on game day.
He has a little Gary Clark in him. You have the questions throughout the week, but when it comes time to show, he shows.
Totally. They need Deebo tonight.
Hell yeah.
In a big way. What do you make of the C-Rod thing?
I don't know.
I saw him in the locker room. He was a DNP all week.
Yeah, but like you look at it, he finished that game up. But like the calf injuries, you got to be careful with that. You think about calf injury, Kevin Durant. Calf injury was the kid with the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah.
Boom, end up being a damn Achilles at the end. So you got to be careful with those things, man, because guys are always up on their toes, putting that pressure and that strain on that ligament there. So if you got to take a little time, because I think Bill and McNichols can get it done.
You'd like to see a lot of Bill tonight, frankly. The McLaurin injury, it just sucks. I don't think they can figure out exactly what it is. I don't think he can get all the way back to full speed. He's now missed 3 games. The Noah Brown injury, a lot of people are varying levels of upset or think this thing was mismanaged because Brown will now miss his 4th game. They didn't put him on IR. I can see both sides of this. Putting him on IR creates you a roster spot. They've had some crunches here, specifically at the receiver position.
For Noah?
Yeah.
If he don't play next week, they got to make a decision. They got to do something.
The Noah Brown situation, like I hear that you didn't put him on IR. Why not? Right? That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
They've now elevated Tay Martin twice from the practice squad. Eventually, you run out of practice squad elevations for a player. You just have to put him on the active. The issue with Noah is that like this injury may or may not date back to June.
Yeah.
And he basically didn't practice all of training camp. He's able to go the first 2 weeks, then he gets hurt. Now he's missed 4 in a row. I don't like the roster spot specifically to me is not what you kill them for because I don't know that it's not like in their mind anyway, there's not some other receiver they want to bring in that they're unable to because of Noah Brown's injury.
Yeah, gotcha.
Right? Like if there was somebody out there they wanted, I think they would just do it.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't done that. But I do with Noah, it's not like they've only been able to dress 45 guys because they're burning the roster spot with Noah. You know what I mean? Like they've had a full roster each week. But now you've got him coming off a short week when he was a DMP on Saturday, and you're traveling to Dallas.
Mm-hmm. You talking about Noah?
Yeah,
but he's not practicing.
Right, I'm
so
saying
it's no short week for him. He hadn't practiced the whole time, so it's all just same for him.
Do you think they've mishandled this Noah Brown situation?
No, I think they thought he was going to take a step, and they looked at it as like a 3-week injury, and it didn't make no sense to put him on it. But he hasn't got to that point. But I also feel like they may be saying we're gonna play people against Dallas. We should be able to win this game.
Maybe.
Yeah.
One guy that helps a lot tonight, specifically where you want to run the ball a ton, is John Bates. John Bates should be good to go. Senate was laying some people out in LA too. Having Jaden on the field obviously is just a massive difference too. I think the receiver position tonight, so it's going to be another game where it's Debo, Luke, Lane. Zach Ertz didn't have a catch in that Chargers game.
Yeah.
You'd like to get Zach more involved again, I think.
I think Zach can get back involved.
The Bears have their own collection of injuries. Grady Jarrett, veteran defensive lineman, is out. He's not going to play tonight. They have a bunch of guys questionable. Austin Booker's another D lineman, questionable for tonight. Travis Homer's kind of like a depth running back piece, questionable for tonight. The rookie tight end that Ryan Poles drafted ahead of Tyler Warren, even though Tyler Warren has been nothing but fantastic for the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
Colston Loveland, questionable for tonight. This one, I'm keeping an eye on, B. You know who's questionable tonight for the Bears?
Mm-hmm.
Cairo Santos, their kicker.
Mm.
Now, do they have White Brian, look up, see if they have another kicker on the active roster. A questionable kicker, B? That's a big deal.
Yeah. If you don't have a kicker, extra points, you got to force yourself to go for 2-point conversions. You know, when you're sitting there and you could get in a field goal area, what you going to do? Take risk? I mean, if you got a field goal, you could probably knock down from 40. Well, let's say 50 because you be at the 40.
Right.
You want to, and the guy doesn't do it, you want to turn the ball over to the other team?
Let's, when we have Matt Spiegel on at noon, let's be sure to ask him about the kicker situation. One thing that definitely helps Chicago tonight, TJ Edwards, linebacker, is a stud, is back healthy. He's going to play tonight. That should help their rush defense, as bad as the rush defense has been.
Mm-hmm.
Having Edwards back will help them. I want to open these phone lines up.
Let's get it.
Landfill, I got to be honest with you. Can I drive the VX in here? There's a lot of moving parts today. Yeah, all right. I got phone screen. This is our phone screener now, right? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The question is simple. What are the keys to Washington getting a win tonight? I'll start it with future Hall of Famer Brian Mitchell. What are the keys for Washington getting the win tonight?
Running the football and stopping the run. Simple as that. I know we talk about Caleb and we talk about Jaden, but I think the run game against the worst run defense in the league, you have to win that battle and flip it over. You basically have to limit their run, slow them down. Swift can run the ball, okay? You got to stop him, not allow him any big plays. In essence, it comes back down to trench warfare. Win the trenches. I think if you're more physical than they are in the trenches, you win the football game because everything else began to work a lot easier for you.
Jake Moody is on the Bears practice squad.
But wouldn't they have to elevate him last night? I don't know how the elevation.
Don't you can elevate somebody on the day of, I think?
I thought it was the night before.
I thought you could elevate somebody the day of.
It's got to come out Saturday night. I don't know if Monday Night Football is a different beast. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if the Bears announced anything. Chicago Bears officially. Let's see what you got here, Chicago. Let's try to figure that out. If nothing else, we can ask Matt Spiegel coming up tonight. One thing I couldn't help but notice last night, the Lions are still running plenty of trick plays. People thought that was only Ben Johnson could call those. The Lions had a bunch of them last night, including what looked like a touchdown throw to Jared Goff.
And they like going for 4th downs.
They sure do. This game tonight is a real opportunity for Washington to show last year was not a fluke. We're really good.
They're allowing us 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock today.
No.
Okay. So we'll know what they're doing there with Moody or Santos. It's going to be really interesting for Washington tonight. Play your game. Let your defensive line show up, and you should be in business here.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason they're, 4.5-point favorites?
Somebody needs to show up tonight and say, you know what? I'm taking over this damn game. One of the big dudes, offensive, defensive line, come into this game and say, this is mine. I'm going to make a statement tonight. Point blank.
DQ said it starts with Payne and Kinlaw. I don't think he's wrong, man. I think those dudes drive this thing for you. Interestingly, the line has moved. It's now up to 5.5. Commanders are 5.5-point favorites. It started at 4.5.
What is it that they're noticing here?
I don't know. Maybe the kicker situation. I don't know. The question is simple. What are the keys for Washington to get a win tonight? My guy Landon is in Fredericksburg. What's up, Landon?
What's going on, man?
How you doing, bud?
Good. I think the key to Washington getting a win tonight, feed Bill. That is my answer. Give Bill the ball and let him do the work.
All right. It's a simple one. Thank you, buddy.
Yep.
Appreciate the call, dude. I think specific to Bill, what are we talking touch-wise? Like, what do you want to see Bill get, B?
Touches?
Yeah.
That's the thing about I'm not concerned about the amount of touches he gets.
The C-Rod injury kind of makes that a little more interesting, too.
It makes it interesting, but still, if he gets 15 touches and he happens to average his average per carry, are we going to complain?
So, in the L.A. game, where he was really, really excellent, he finished with 16 touches for 150 yards from scrimmage, 2 touchdowns. He averaged 9.4 a touch. So, I think that's kind of your baseline number. I think 15 is right, but I'm not mad if it gets to 20.
If it gets to 20, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But the thing of it, it's not that he has to have a certain amount of touches. He has to be effective with the ones he gets. And I think the way Bill runs and the way he can slip and get those certain things, all of a sudden you will see exactly how that game is going to go. And you'll put a little bit of stress on that defense.
Something get you there?
Yeah, something just poop.
I go back to Kingsbury. A lot of people want more and more Bill all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff said
you can't like force it.
Right.
If it's happening, cool. But just to say, let's just give him 25 carries. No, you don't do that. That's not how football's called.
Right. Let's go to Mark in Landover. Mark, what's the key tonight? What do you want to see?
Top of the day to you, gentlemen.
What's up, Mark?
B, the best of the day to both of you, buddy. The key is exactly what Mr. Mitchell just said. I don't know why people can't figure that out, Brian. You played football for well over 20 years, and I've been watching it, and you've been watching it for probably over 50. And I will tell you this, buddy, that's the key to the game tonight. They win the wars in the trenches with their hands in the dirt, like Doc and I say, and they will win that game hands down. And the other key would be synergistic and complementary football. And I know you guys are busy, man. And, hey, make sure you guys enjoy the game tonight, man, and I'll be thinking about you guys when they're winning.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you, bud.
Hey, take care, guys.
You know, for all the consternation surrounding Matt Gay at various times, he's been nails.
Lately, he has been.
I think that has to continue tonight. I'm throwing up the bat signal for camera. If you're listening, I'd like a report on tonight's weather. It looks to me, in my very, very amateur meteorologist situation, that the rain's going to be during tailgating time, not necessarily during game time, but you're probably going to have a wet surface. I think maximizing every drive to me.
True.
Converting third downs, like that is the key for me. Even as good as they played in the last three quarters against the Chargers, they still weren't very good on third down.
No. It's time for that to start working. And you do that by winning first and second down, staying in front of the chains.
Derek is in Lynchburg. Derek, what's the key tonight, dude?
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Good, bud.
Hey, I think the key tonight is going to be, how Joe Witt schemes for this Bears offense. It's a team that we've seen throughout the season be able to put a lot of points up against defenses. So it's going to be, how do we stop Swift? How do we contain Odunze? And, account for Caleb Williams, because at the end of the day, he was a number one overall pick. So he's got the chance to beat you at any time. So we got to account for that.
Yeah, man. I think, thanks, bud. Good call. We do have to have an honest conversation about Caleb Williams. He's good. He can make every throw.
Yeah.
He's really good against the blitz this year. I think working with Ben Johnson deserves some credit for that. I think it's imperative that they get pressure with their front and not have to blitz him. If I had to talk about one thing they do tonight is pressure Williams with the front.
Yeah, but the thing about it, you can still blitz a person and you can't show it. It has to come as a surprise because most quarterbacks, if you let them see it coming, they'll get you. But if you show them late and just catch them by surprise, you can fool all of them. Peyton got fooled. Tom got fooled. Joe Montana got fooled. You can fool him. But if you see it coming, he's going to pick you apart. Like he should.
Caleb can go. He's a good player. This Bears offense, Odunze is really good. And DJ Moore has still been good for them. The Bears have pieces, man. You got to control this game up front. Phone lines are lit up. Damn. Terry is in College Park. What's up, Terry?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I tell you, that dude Williams, he can't do very much if he's on his back 90% of the time. We got to have our defensive line's got to man up tonight. Right there is the number one thing. The second thing is the offensive line, and then there's Dollar Bill. He's going to run for about 155, 160. He's going to have between 18, 24 carries. He's going to have 2 rushing touchdowns. He's also going to have a receiving touchdown. And I believe last year, CD wasn't on the team last year, so that's another weapon that Chicago is going to have to worry about. That's my prediction for tonight. We're going to kick their asses, and we're going to send them back to Chicago with a bloody nose.
I like it, bud. Thanks. I think he meant Debo. I think
CB.
I think he said CD, right? Was I hallucinating that?
He said
it. Jeff heard it. We're going to keep these phone lines open. Jeff Walker's song at 11:45. Matt Spiegel joins us at noon. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley on a Burgundy and Gold game day. Monday Night Football. All my rowdy friends are here for Monday night.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Tonight it's the Washington Commanders on center stage against the Chicago Bears in a rematch of the thriller from last year. Burgundy and Gold pregame show begins at 6:30 p.m. on The Fan. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on Deron Payne and the line's maturation.
I think you have to talk about the whole D-line crew and start with Tap and Sharif and Ryan, where we changed a lot of the techniques that we played last year, especially in the run game, to this year. And it was challenging for them as coaches because it was totally different than what we did last year.
NHL Capitals defeated the Rangers 1-0. Toronto beat the Wizards 113-112 in a thriller. Wizards finished on an 18-1 run. The Fan becomes the new flagship station of the Wizards this year. ALCS Game 1, Seattle over Toronto 3-1. This October only, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Bottle full of bub. I went to Jamaica for spring break, my senior year of college, I believe.
Oh,
Bro,
good.
this song was just on repeat. Like every place you walked into, it was 50. You hot. Who else is hot is Rome Odunze, man. He's a really good player. He's I asked Mikey Samerstill about him earlier in the week, and Samerstill and Odunze played against each other in college.
Yeah.
Two guys that are very familiar with each other's game. Odunze, through 4 games, has 5 touchdowns, 300 yards from scrimmage, averaging 15 yards a pop. Big guy, 6'3", 220.
Big boy.
He's a player, man. He's going to be a factor tonight.
You know what can affect him? Pass rush. Listen, man. You let a receiver run around all day, I don't care who the damn cornerback is. He can get cooked. But if you put pressure and make that quarterback throw it sooner or later, then you got problems.
You know my boy, Jay from New York, Shinnecock?
Yeah.
He just texted me, can't wait for tonight, boys. Hoping the running attack is on point. I'll be at the stadium around 5:30, 6 o'clock with a vintage B-Mitch XXX jersey in tow.
All right.
That's a big jersey, dude. Right,
Why XXX?
We're going to be looking for it. He says it's got a lot of history. He's never washed it.
All right.
All right, let's hit these phones. RJ's in Laurel. RJ, what's the key to a win tonight?
All right, I got 2 things. One is going to piggyback off what y'all said with Rome Odunze. But the first thing is 13. Like, I feel like last week I saw a little bit more 13 personnel with 3 tight ends. We have Ben Sinnott. He's a talented dude. We got injured wide receivers. So I'm like, let's go more 13, do some more power running, do some variations with the pass game, get him involved. Since we don't got wide receivers, I think that'll help us lean into sticking with the run game, and just sticking with the run game overall. And then the second thing is what y'all just said about Rome Odunze. I think we get cooked defensively when it comes to passing off receivers, and they use him a lot to kind of drag through the defense and skew things up. And at the end of the day, it allows Caleb a lot to run around and then find him on a lot of stuff, or allows him to sneak out and get away in routes that would typically burn us. So I'm interested to see how they just adjust with the routes and the drag routes and focus on him, because I don't think our defense does enough of a job of taking certain weapons out of the game plan. And I think we need to do a better job of doing that, and he would be a good place to start. Thanks.
All right. That's a good call, dude. The 13 personnel I totally agree with. Getting those big tight ends on the field, push around the Bears D-line.
But the thing about it is, when you put them out there, you got to have some pass plays into it, too.
Sure.
Don't just put 13 and run the ball all the time, because now you're playing to their hands.
Right. You're letting them know what you're going to do. We'll keep the phones going. Ed is in Potomac. What's up, Ed? What's the key tonight?
The key to tonight is for you to give me my beer that you owe me. No, I'm joking. Look, I'm excited about this game. There was a Bears fan in the bar I was at yesterday watching Caps and some, Knights game win by the Caps, even though they only scored 1 goal, but it doesn't matter. We shut the Rangers out, which they got shut out for the second time this year already.
They've won 2 in a row, man.
Yeah, hey, they got Charlie. That's what we say now. They got Charlie.
I think he had 35 saves or something last night.
35 saves, and like 5 of them were really bell cow saves, and one of them was with the glove on his right hand. Charlie's one of those backups, man, that you need on the team, like for us,
Like Mariota,
dude. Give Thompson a rest. Hey, but a little bit better. Look, tonight, I think, like the previous caller said, I do agree that we're going to have a lot of 2 or 3 tight end sets, but I agree that we got to pass the ball a little bit, even though the weather says it's going to be a little rainy or whatever tonight. But I think there's 2 things that I think that they have to do. One, for the defense, show blitz, but then drop back a little bit. You know what I mean? Show blitz with 6 or 7, but then drop 2 back. And then now you may confuse Caleb a little bit because he saw all you guys coming. He may think he has to go to a quick or hot route. And then next thing you know, you pick him off because there's more people back to cover the pass than there is that he thought. So, yeah, you still want to pressure him, but at least if you show it, it makes him think in his head, okay, I can't take this sack. I got to get rid of it fast, and then boom, maybe you get a pick 6 or something by like a Quan Martin or whatever, because you got to show it at least to make them think it, and then once you get them thinking, maybe they throw that pick or 2 in the game that costs them the game. For us on the offense, I think that we got to stick to our game, which is the running game. So I do think we got to run the ball 25 times or so tonight, but doesn't all have to be Bill. But I also think that if it is raining a little bit, that may play into the Commanders' favor because it may compromise the Bills' passing game because that ball's going to be a little heavy if it rains a little heavy. So this could be one of those games where both teams have to be able to run the ball, and right now the Commanders are the number 1 team in the NFL when it comes to running. The Bears have the worst rushing defense, or they're like second to last with rushing. So, depending on how this weather is, nobody's talked about it. It could play a heavy favor for Washington. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, thanks, brother. Appreciate it. It's a good call. I asked Mikey Samerstill specifically about Rome Odunze. That's a player that I think is a concern tonight. Landfill's got the audio. This is me and Mikey talking to Odunze.
With a guy like Odunze, somebody that you've had matchups with, what makes him just such a difficult cover?
He has the big playability. He could beat you with speed. He's a bigger receiver as well. They're not afraid to take shots from him. So I think somebody like him just got to be focused on because they use him in many different ways. And he has a lot of talent. So I respect his game a lot. Me and him, we're good friends. I'm excited to go against him and, be out there.
And just when they have big play receivers like that, I think you guys against the Chargers, the big play explosives in the pass game weren't really a problem. How do you maintain that for another week?
We got to have good communication. Everybody playing, together, and just making sure, pre and post snap where we're supposed to be. Take care of the little things early so that we just go out there and play fast.
Are you worried about big plays tonight, B?
No, I'm not worried about it. I mean, it's NFL, so big plays will happen, but you have to limit them. You can't allow them to happen too often. They call them explosives. You got to limit that. If they get 1, okay, boom. But if you can shut that down after that, it's cool. And let's make sure don't let nothing happen late, especially if the game is tight. So I'm counting on the big boys to put pressure to where they're not going to be able to just sit back in the pocket as my man Penix did.
Right. Let's go to our boy Drew. Drew, you already tailgating, dude? You already in Landover?
No, not there yet, but I just put ice in the cooler, so that was the last thing.
What time will you be in the parking lot?
The parking lot opens at 2, so we can't get in before that, but we will be online sometime between 1 and 1:30.
Send me a picture when you're in the line, okay?
I will do that.
All right. What do you think for tonight?
I have a take on offense, but to get you my take on offense, I want to play a little game with you and B. Mitch and the guys in the aquarium. I believe there's one drive from earlier in this year that typifies what Washington has to do tonight. And I think you guys can name it. I'll give you 5 clues. And so the goal of the game is who can get that drive in the least amount of clues, and also whether you agree if that drive typifies what they have to do tonight. Are you ready?
What drive?
Yeah, we're ready, dude.
One drive. Pick one drive from the typifies it. So you want to guess with no clues, or you want me to start
Give us the
answering
clue.
clues?
The 99-yard touchdown drive to close out L.A.
No. So the first clue number one, Jaden was the quarterback.
Okay.
He was
Okay.
the quarterback, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was. Clue number two, Noah and Terry were not in the game.
All right, the driveway through the pass to Luke.
Nope. Clue number three, it was a home game.
Dang.
So, all
Okay.
right.
All right. Now, clue number four, I think you're going to get it on this clue. It was a night game.
So he's going back to last year.
No.
It was a preseason
Clue
game?
number five. What?
Was it preseason?
Yeah, maybe. You're getting warmer.
Drew, just tell
Clue
us,
number
dog.
five.
Landfill's going to kill me.
Jaden didn't throw a pass.
Yeah, it was the preseason
when they ran the
game
ball.
against,
Four carries.
uh,
4 carries, touchdown.
Yeah. Debo, Bill.
ran it. Jaden ran it. Bill ran it. Touchdown.
All right.
That's what we want to see. I think it's we can. And the offensive line was dominant. I think
Against the
we
Bengals,
do that
preseason.
tonight. This offense. What's that?
Against the Bengals in the preseason.
Yeah. But
All right. Now,
well,
Drew, I got to put you on hold for a moment. We always appreciate you. I'm going to come and get a sandwich later this afternoon. Landfill, does a preseason drive count?
No.
Yeah.
Well, he's saying that's the type of thing he wants to see.
Yeah, but there's no game planning for that. Like, it's just.
Yeah, there's no game plan. Well, you showed them that you could just line them and whoop their ass. Now you can game plan for it with a weak ass defensive line. So I'm saying, I get where he's going, but we don't need Drew to work a little quick on them deliveries, man.
Yo, here's what I need. Drew's going to have Giordano's deep dish pizza at his tailgate and Italian beef sandwiches, Chicago tradition. I will see Drew at that tailgate. Sir.
All right.
I love that Italian beef. Jeff, I love that Italian beef. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Oh, my Lord.
Let's find out. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Gotta be honest, I gotta figure out where the button is so I know if I'm on the air or not.
Over here.
So is this me right here, Landfill? The blue on?
Yeah.
Now I'm back
Okay.
on? All right.
Okay, I keep hitting the wrong one.
It's good to know.
You know what? I've been
live.
hitting the one for over here.
Shout out to Crop Metcalf. They just sent me a customer service survey. They helped me with some plumbing. We got enough going on in our house, and we had a plumbing thing. They were fantastic. Shout out to Crop. We got calls. If you're on the line, just stay there, man. We're going to take your calls all day, so don't worry about that.
Yeah.
I'm also sending out the bat signal. I feel like I ask Doug and Amelia all the time, so I'm trying to get a hold of Miss Lauren Ricketts.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, I asked you for her number, and Landfill
I don't
sent
have
me-
a number.
Well, I don't either.
No, you want me to do the weather?
Sure.
Raining outside. It's gonna probably drizzle the rest of the day. Let me go. Here we go. All right, this app right here is used by the Golf Channel, and the Golf Channel basically they need to know what's happening with the weather. And I'm gonna go for the day. We're here in Washington. Where are we going to be today? Okay, Washington D.C. As I look at the radar, things are rolling in. Over the next hour or so, this don't make a damn difference. I need to know about the
Chief
night, right?
B. Mitch and Finley, meteorologist. B. Mitch.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to find out the precipitation. Bam. At 12 o'clock, it starts to rain a little bit more heavy. All right. And right around tonight, we're going to have anywhere from 60% to 20% starting right around 5 o'clock, going all the way into the night to 12.
Okay.
So we're going to have some rain, but it's only going to be a fourth of an inch total today.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Fourth of an inch of rain.
Yeah.
Jeff, you're familiar with a fourth of an inch. What?
Hey, that was a good one, JP.
Speaking of Jeff, my man's got a song.
Oh, Lord.
Jeff's hype songs have been good, man.
Yeah.
Now, any hype song with a food reference has led to a loss, Jeff. That's on you. That's not on me. I turn it over to
No,
you.
when you say something is when it was the law.
He says it in the song. How is that my fault?
Because you come back and reference what you were going to do.
I still don't understand how that's possibly my fault. Jeffrey, the floor is yours. Let us know what we're getting into here.
All right, so this week we playing Chicago. It's only right that I look to my boy G Herbo for inspiration because I like how he flow. Y'all got to check out some of his songs. JP, you'll like when legit.
Okay.
But
I'm interested.
Landini, let's get into it. Hey, Cole. Our biggest haters are stepping in Northwest Stadium tonight. Trail, how you feeling? I'm feeling like I need to go to Chicago too. Yeah, let's get into it. I got a couple managers that's down to ride for a touchdown when it's winning time. Went down by 10 points, but kept running through that finish line. Hit the dance in the huddle, ball went up, Debo said, give me mine. Bill hit the hole, he looking better than that Nittany line. Luke making plays, and you know my trust in JD5. Been at Northwest, and you know my fans gon' be live. Dorrance on the edge, man, the QB gotta go. Most pressures in the league, and he gonna force a throw. Mikey got one last week, this week I hope it's ain't most. When Kinlaw hit the backfield, that's the thing I like the most. Out of all the haters, these the ones I least like the most. Gotta punish these bears, make their fans go ghost. They wish they had Jaden and they finding ways to cope. I can tell by the words that they use and they post. They always talking trash, then become the biggest joke. Like Jaden not the best QB from 2024. The fans, the media, the players even know that when he touched the field, man, the Manders ain't no joke. The fans, the players, and the media. Well, let's watch these haters. I can use a bear coat right now. I've been hunting a lot. Knuckle Up Records.
Another food reference. The bear claw.
No, I said bear coat.
Oh, I like that. Great song. I love it. We'll play it a couple more times. I love it, Jeff.
Jeff, you flowing right there, bro.
Thanks, man.
All right, Jeff. Since you killed it with the song, what's your key tonight?
My key is we need to take that quarterback, right? That's named Caleb Williams, and we need to like imprint him into the W on the field. That's what we need to do. And we need to run the rock. Let's run it. Because I know it's going to open up for the big pass. And I got to special teams. Yo, keep doing what y'all been doing. because y'all been putting us in good positions to score. So those 3 keys: pressure Caleb, run the ball, special teams continue to put us in good positions.
There we go.
Yo, this is wild. Nikki Jalvala tweeted this out. Tonight's game between the Bears and the Commanders will be the first time since 1997 that these two teams will have the same starting quarterbacks in consecutive meetings.
Dang.
You want me to run through this? All right, so obviously tonight it's Jaden versus Caleb. Last year it was Jaden versus Caleb. Washington plays the Bears all the time, seemingly.
It seems like it.
In 23, it was Sam Howell versus Justin Fields. In 22, it was Carson Wentz versus Justin Fields. If you remember, that was the game Ron went nuts afterwards. I'm the bleeping guy.
That boy just bum in here.
2019 was Case Keenum versus Mitch Trubisky.
Dang.
2016, Kirk versus Matt Barkley. 2015, Kirk versus Cutler. 2013, RG3 versus Cutler. 2010, McNabb versus Cutler. 2007, Jason Campbell versus Rex Grossman. 2005, Patrick Ramsey versus Kyle Orton. 2004, Mark Brunell versus Jonathan Quinn.
Wow.
I don't know that I'd ever heard of Jonathan Quinn in my life.
Wow.
2003, Tim Hasselback versus Rex Grossman. 2001, touchdown Tony Banks versus Jim Miller. 1999, you were on that team. Brad Johnson against Shane Matthews.
Wow.
And the last time Washington and Chicago had the same quarterbacks, 2 matchups in a row, 1997 and 1996. You want to
I'm
guess?
on those teams, too.
You were on those teams. You remember what the matchup
1997
was? And 96.
And 96. So, damn. One of them, Gus Farrat.
Correct.
I don't know who he played against.
Eric Kramer.
Okay. And the other one was who?
It was Farrat versus Kramer. Both.
Both of those times?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Wow.
That's you talk about the quarterback abyss, dog.
Woo.
That is it. Start hearing names: Wentz, Keenum, Ramsey, Orton, Quinn.
People that you'd never heard before.
Yeesh.
Yo, B and JP, I have a question.
What's that?
What's up, Jeff?
Were y'all a part of the Sexy Rexy Club?
No.
Because I remember that nickname for Rex Grossman.
No. I thought there was nothing sexy about Rex.
JP, you took a long time to answer.
He ain't answered at all yet.
No,
he probably
it made
was.
me think when the junks were selling T-shirts, horny for Zorny.
What?
Yeah,
No way.
Yo, I bet there's this horny for Zorny T-shirts out there in the world right now, and not just like poor kids that get sent the Super Bowl loser T-shirts.
Horny for Zorny.
Straight up horny for Zorny.
No, I don't think I was with a boy none of those.
I have a legit theory. I think you could argue Mike Shanahan belongs in the Hall of Fame. Back-to-back Super Bowl winner. His run offense is
His run offense has been great.
totally.
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest problems for Mike Shanahan's Hall of Fame candidacy is he once said repeatedly for a whole offseason, I will stake my professional claim on Rex Grossman and John Beck.
And that's why he's not there yet.
I think that's the problem, dog.
Yeah.
Matt Spiegel will join us next.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Tonight, it's the Washington Commanders on center stage against the Chicago Bears in a rematch of the thriller from last year. Burgundy and Gold pregame show begins at 6:30 p.m. on The Fan. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on Deron Payne and the line's maturation.
I think you have to talk about the whole D-line crew and start with Tap and Sharif and Ryan, where we changed a lot of the techniques that we played last year, especially in the run game, to this year. And it was challenging for them as coaches because it was totally different than what we did last year.
NHL Capitals defeated the Rangers 1-0. Toronto beat the Wizards 113-112 in a thriller. Wizards finished on an 18-1 run. The Fan becomes the new flagship station of the Wizards this year. ALCS Game 1, Seattle over Toronto 3-1. This October only, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up right now to get to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Matt Spiegel. Matt, what's going on, dude? How are you?
How are you, man? Good afternoon. It's an honor always to be on with Brian Mitchell. As a man who grew up as a youngster on the East Coast when I took whatever games were given to me, watching him dominate the punt return game against the Giants or the Eagles gave me great pleasure.
Appreciate that, brother.
That's great to hear, man. All right, so let's get to tonight's matchup. Obviously, this is a big one. Chicago coming off the bye week. It's been an interesting start for the Bears. Offensively, I think you've seen some really encouraging stuff. Defensively, some really discouraging stuff. What is when you get callers to your show on 670 The Score in Chicago? Like, how are people feeling about this Bears team right now?
People are feeling excited. We got a new coach, man, and we're feeling some of that new coach bump. I mean, the subtext of the whole year is whether Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams can make beautiful music together. But even bigger than that, to me, is what the Bears have done by getting the most sought-after coach on the market and handing him the reins. This is his operation. He is the philosophical head of everything they are doing as an organization. And they literally have not done that in this town since Mike Ditka. It's been weak ownership that has hired weak front office people who've hired weaker coaches, and that's done, at least for now, it feels like. So the vibes are good, and this is an incredibly juicy week, as you guys know. I mean, it's Caleb Williams' homecoming, which he is more open to discussing this year than last, as he is most things, because he's more comfortable and he's more honest this year, which has been nice. It's Tyreek Stevenson redemption possibilities after the Hail Mary debacle. And it's also Caleb versus Jaden, as Jaden is now just one of several quarterbacks who look like they are ahead of Caleb Williams in his draft class. And it's also, Ben Johnson against the team that knocked him out of the playoffs last year, as you guys know. So it is juicy with storylines, but overall Bears fans are feeling pretty darn good about things right now.
So it seems like a lot of things that they have that is motivating them against Washington. Shouldn't it just be a football game that motivate them?
Yeah, and it should be. It definitely should be. And like all that stuff that I just gave you is our narratives, right? That's our storylines, and the stuff that they get asked about. But yeah, just a football game ought to be enough. I agree, but like that's the thing, man. The focus of this batch has been really strong. Their attention to detail has gotten better. The penalties have gone down after a really horrendous and disorganized start on offense. That was scary. So, like, things are starting to get dialed in. But we'll see. It's coming off a bye, you know? It's coming off a bye. And hopefully they are locked and loaded. And they've got some people back on defense and offense in terms of health that ought to help them be, a better version of themselves at the very least.
Matt, if you look at this squad, you look at last year compared to this year with Ben Johnson now, what's been the main thing that he's done that makes a big difference?
Honesty and accountability. And like Matt Eberflus lost that bunch probably before the Hail Mary game, but certainly after. Man, that week after that game last year, I don't even know if you guys realize it. Like, we watched, I'd say 6 or 7 different players openly question the leadership of the coaching staff in the week that followed because Tyreek Stevenson wasn't punished, and then he was only punished because it had gotten, to the players in their hands. And Eberflus never, pointed a thumb and said, maybe I shouldn't have just given them that extra 10, 15 yards before the Hail Mary try. And maybe I should have called a timeout before the Hail Mary and discussed it. And, he never pointed a thumb. He just wasn't accountable. Ben Johnson right away has been like, yeah, I got to get better at this and I got to get better at that. If something goes wrong, he's like, yeah, I screwed that up. Kind of like Dan Campbell, his former boss. And I think a little bit like Dan Quinn. You guys tell me, this is the difference, is that Ben Johnson is just a regular dude. He seems genuinely himself, messy, weird sometimes, laughable. He knows he's a computer nerd trying to be tough in a football universe and laughs at himself about that. It's when coaches are genuine people like that, it makes it a lot easier for players to be like, oh, all right, yeah, I know what to do. And also Ben is really detailed and the coaching staff's really good. That's been the biggest difference.
So defensively, the Bears have been really bad in the run game. TJ Edwards is back tonight. How much does that help? Do you think they could be improved defensively against the run? Yeah, TJ Edwards back is a big deal, and Kyler Gordon being back, the nickel, is a big deal. Kyler is the one guy that Dennis Allen cited by name when he took this job as the defensive coordinator, and Kyler is a big key for Dennis being able to do what he wants to do. The past few weeks, without Kyler and without Jalen Johnson, who is hurt, had surgery, and hopes to come back late in the year, we'll see, Dennis Allen has had to play a lot more zone back there and a lot less man. He's known for playing man coverage with his corners and then having the pass rush and the defense work in tandem with that. He's had to play a lot of zone, a lot of soft stuff. With Kyler back, I think he's going to be able to play man a lot more with Tyreek, who's had a very good few weeks here. Seems to be growing up a little bit. And with Kyler, and that will hopefully free up Jaquan Brisker, the safety, the box safety, to get up there and help in the run defense. So we're hoping for bye week strategy improvement and some health, and we're hoping for Edwards and for Brisker to get up there and help in the run stuffing, because you guys, man, that's the best run team in the league in Washington. So we're frightened but hopeful. I think that makes a lot of sense. Talking with Matt Spiegel here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Of course, you can listen to Matt on 670 The Score in Chicago. Curious for you, man. The players this week, the coaches this week have all been adamant they don't want to talk about the Hail Mary. I believe Ben Johnson said the same thing. And for him, it makes sense. He wasn't even a coach. He was coaching in Detroit at the time. But it's also pretty undeniable that after that Hail Mary, the Bears' season fell apart. They lost 10 in a row. I think Tyreek Stevenson ended up getting suspended for a game or something.
Half, yeah.
Half, sorry.
Should have.
How much,
Yeah.
how much, if at all, will the Hail Mary make an impact tonight?
I don't, the only guy who it's going to be on the mind of is Tyreek. And Tyreek has been going through some stuff in his life. Tyreek was bad last year. And that play, and he was distracted, was kind of an emblem of it. Tyreek had a kid in the offseason, Tyreek Jr. Now that Jalen has been hurt, Tyreek Stevenson is the number one corner without a doubt, and has been stepping up to the responsibility of it, has gone to coaches and asked for help. And and he has talked openly about new ways of learning, and watching film in a different way, and saying, I don't really understand this coverage and what's being asked of me. Can you help me figure it out? to Al Harris, among others on that coaching staff. And in turn with that, Tyreek has played maybe the two best games of his career the last 2 weeks. So we feel like we're seeing Tyreek in a moment where he's growing up. And it's year 3. He could get paid and set himself up for the rest of his life, set his family up for the rest of his life. So there's some seriousness with it. Now, Tyreek is also emotionally volatile. So is there a chance that the fans talking some smack to him is going to get in his head? Sure. Is there a chance the players
I'm going to
talk
promote
smack?
this after you finish talking.
Hey, man, he knows it's coming. He knows it's coming. Brian, he said it was coming on social media last year, and it got to him, and he knows it's there forever. It's on his Wikipedia page. He was talking about his son having to grow up and know. Like, he's teach tape. Tyreek Stevenson is now teach tape for the rest of football eternity,
Wow.
you know? So at least he's owning that and embracing that instead of running from it, and he's dealing with it. So I've been impressed with what he's trying to do in terms of his maturation. So that's the guy to watch. It's a worthy storyline in terms of him and him alone, in my opinion.
For sure. Caleb, how has he been this year? I know the numbers are really good against the blitz. He still does some of the off-schedule stuff that drives you crazy. What do you make of Caleb's game, now through 4 games with a new coach?
I'll tell you what, guys. We have been blessed, cursed, gifted with the opportunity to watch 3 years of Mitch Trubisky, followed by 3 years of Justin Fields, followed by now 2 years or a year and change of Caleb Williams. And I feel like I have learned a lot in the past 7-8 years. And, it's funny because anybody watching the morning game yesterday saw Justin Fields still holding the ball too long and making it more difficult for his offensive line and his team. Not all 9 of those sacks were on him, but a bunch of them were on him. And that was true of Caleb last year with the 68 sacks. Some of those were on him, and he knew it. And he is holding the ball a lot shorter this year. I know the numbers will say that, but also just in general, he's trying to learn what Ben Johnson wants him to do, which is to at least some of the time be Jared Goff. 3-step drop, stop, fire. 5-step drop, stop, fire. And if you do that, you're limiting the plays in which you have to become Superman at the end of those plays. So Caleb's a work in progress. I don't know exactly what version we get tonight. I know we got a real good version of it against Dallas with a terrible defense. I know we got a pretty good version, especially in the second half, against the Raiders on the road, and that felt big. But coming off a bye, I don't know, man. These are kids. You guys know anybody who's 23? He's going to learn something and then maybe go backwards and then learn it again and then go backwards again and learn it again. I mean, like by week 9 or week 10, we'll have a firm hold on whether he's taking all of Ben Johnson's teachings to heart, because there's some maturity that needs to happen. But so far so good, and we'll see what happens tonight in a big spot.
Yeah, I kind of look at it like a golf game. When you start playing and you somebody taught you something, but you get in one of those moves where you get a little stressed and you go right back to what you've always done. And I wonder, when things get a little tough or a little stressful, will he resort back to being that guy who he's always been? Because it's kind of hard to get away from it.
Yeah, that's it, especially when it's been the reason that you've been a success your whole life. It's been the reason that you're number 1 overall. So, it's part of the breakdown process. But, again, man, look around. Like, this league is about really good quarterback teachers making guys confident, right? Whether it's Kevin O'Connell with everybody that comes through Minnesota, or Kyle Shanahan with everybody that comes through San Francisco, as Mac Jones threw it for over 300 for the second week in a row, right? It's like and Ben Johnson seems to have that touch. Last week, after the really good comeback win against the Raiders when Caleb was excellent in the second half, Ben Johnson told him before the big drive at the end, "You were born for this. You've got this. You were born for this." And Caleb went out and he said that helped him with the confidence he needed to go lead his team. So Ben's hard on him during the week. And when it's game time, he says, "You got this. Go play. You know what to do. Go ahead, kid." Yeah. So it's like it's fascinating to watch, and I'm hopeful, because if it doesn't work, if it doesn't work with the number 1 overall pick, the unquestioned generational talent for the Bears, then it will never work for the Bears. You know what I mean? So it's got to work.
Yeah. I mean, and Caleb has all the ability right? Like, I mean, physically, he's a super gifted player. It seems like Odunze has kind of emerged as his favorite target. How good is Odunze, and what is DJ Moore's role now?
Yeah, Odunze is super stable, and he's a big body, and they've had a really good chemistry from the night they were drafted at the same time, and they've worked out a lot together. DJ Moore has been an awesome pro this year. Totally happy with his role, not complaining, and he's never really been a complainer. He wasn't even a complainer down there in Carolina when he had I think he had 5 1,000-yard seasons with 5 different
Pretty
quarterbacks
crazy
in Carolina. So, and right now DJ's been playing a lot of running back, guys. Like DJ's been playing a bunch of running back, and Ben's clever. Ben is crafty. I know your guy Joe Witt called him gimmicky, whatever. But Ben is crafty. He uses DJ without changing personnel to all of a sudden have a running back or a third wide receiver. So be on the lookout for that kind of thing tonight. So DJ's being used like crazy all over the place, and happily so. And then the third guy is a guy that you guys had, Zacchaeus, right? Zacchaeus was there last year.
Mm-hmm.
So,
He can play, man.
Yeah, but he's right. He can play. He's super solid. So it's a really good batch of receivers, and they're all blocking. No block, no rock is what Antoine Randall L says. You don't get the ball unless you block. So that's what's happening.
When did Witt call him gimmicky? I'm trying to find
This week, because he was talking about how Jameson Williams threw the interception last year in the playoff game. So Joe Witt talking about Ben Johnson said he's gimmicky and stuff like that. Because and Ben is like Ben likes to have fun, but Ben makes sure the basics are locked and loaded before he unleashes the fun.
For sure. It's interesting. I pulled up the transcript when you said that, and I don't see gimmicky in here.
Okay.
So I wonder if he actually said it, or if that was like it's been very interesting because for reasons I can wrap my head around, I suppose. It seems like Bears fans, and I'm curious if you noticed this, it seems like Bears fans are very almost obsessed with Washington.
Yeah, totally obsessed.
Have you noticed that?
I haven't noticed an obsession. No. I mean, look, guys, it's been a Cubs town until about 2 days ago.
Yeah, sure.
Let's be honest. The last couple of weeks have been Cubs focused. But no, I haven't noticed that. Like, there's just, like we started out with, there's a lot of legit juicy storylines and narratives, so there's a ton to talk about in that way. And that game was just, it unleashed, like, the ugliest season that a fan base who has seen a lot of ugly seasons may have ever lived through. I mean, like, between that and when Eberflus, crapped down his leg in Detroit on Thanksgiving and got fired the next morning for letting the time go off at the end, it's like, I mean, that was some of the ugliest football we've ever witnessed. So we're upset about it, but I don't know.
But Matt, they were like that before the game last year, and then once the game happened, they got worse. Like, I would go on to Commanders, like little threads or whatever, and it was all these Bears fans commenting. I'm like, what the hell are y'all commenting for?
Well, it's interesting. Maybe part of that, in terms of last year and beyond, is that Jaden was way ahead of Caleb, and Bears fans didn't want to admit it.
Right.
For a while, and then had to admit it, and are here comfortably admitting it now.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Kingsbury came in and did an interview with Eberflus and was sent on his way. And when and when Kingsbury was asked about it, he wouldn't even comment on it, which was interesting. So there was, but here's the thing: I wanted Dan Quinn a few years back, guys. When they hired Eberflus, Dan Quinn was a finalist. I wanted Dan Quinn badly, and I think that was supposed to be his job. And then Ryan Poles took over and did some of Trace Armstrong's bidding and gave the job to Eberflus, in my opinion. So that thing got ugly and messy. So like I said, there's a lot of angles, a lot of good storylines between.
Oh yeah, for sure. It should be fun. Matt, thank you for the time
Appreciate
today,
you,
man.
Matt.
Appreciate it.
Hey guys, really fun. Thanks.
All right, take care. Matt Spiegel, 670 The Score. So my boy Sanai is listening, and he texted me that Joe Witt did say gimmicky, but like immediately corrected himself because he was very complimentary of Ben Johnson. I'm reading from the transcript, which does not say gimmicky, so maybe Joe asked that not be included. Said, I think Ben Johnson is excellent. He does a nice job of testing you vertically and horizontally and testing your eyes. It's another eye discipline type game. He is a very talented quarterback that can make every throw. So certainly very very complimentary, but he did say, the trick plays are going to be alive, so we have to make sure we're true with our eyes.
Yeah.
One dude definitely true with his eyes, Paul Henry. Paul Henry has completely transformed my home. Honestly, right now, we're back in the house, and we're basically living on the porch that Paul Henry built out to be a sunroom for me. Or I wish I could get Paul to my house to replace my floors and kitchen. Working with Paul Henry changed my life, my house, my family's life. The doors, the windows are all excellent. No more drafts. The temperature just stays true all the time. We used to have these old rickety-ass windows. Paul's crew came in, replaced them all, made our house so much more comfortable. And working with Paul is working with his family. His son did all the work at my house. I know Katie over there. They're just really nice people, really well-run company. If you call right now, you can get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's window installation.
This time of the year when you have your house where it starts to get cool in the morning and it starts to get real cool in the afternoon. Also, you have that wind popping in. You have to have those great windows. And Paul came in and he did my windows a long time ago. He did my doors, and I don't have to worry about those problems anymore. Paul came in, he did my pergola. He changed all my garage doors for me as well. Listen, man, they do an unbelievable job, and they get it done right the first time. A lot of people come to your house, they rush things. Paul doesn't rush it, but they'll finish quickly because they know what they're doing. They're very professional. They take care of business the first time. You don't have to worry about it again. So if you want to get some windows and doors right now, reach out to Paul, and you'll get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finney sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
This update brought to you by Melwood. Philadelphia Eagles veteran pass rusher Zadarius Smith has announced his retirement after 11 seasons in the NFL. Sean McVay said Puka Nacua will be day-to-day with an ankle sprain. Game status is uncertain for Week 7. Commanders against the Bears tonight for Monday Night Football. Kickoff at 8:15 from Northwest Stadium. Burgundy and Gold pregame begins 6:30 on the Fan. Capitals have won 2 in a row after a 1-0 win over the Rangers. They're back home tomorrow night against the Lightning on the Fan. Toronto beat the Wizards 113-112 on a last-second alley-oop. Wizards at the Knicks tonight. During the regular season, Wizards will also be on the Fan. Seattle dropped Toronto 3-1 in the ALCS tonight. It's game 2 at 5. NLCS game 1 tonight. LA Dodgers at Milwaukee at 8. Blake Snell against Jose Quintana. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating unwanted vehicles to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD for more information. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. I told folks if they stay on hold, we're going to take their calls. Our guy Jupe is on the line. I got to use my left hand for this. It's very difficult. Jupe, what's the key to win tonight? Jupe, you there, bro?
Nah, Jupe's not there.
Jupe, ever since Jupe moved to West Virginia, all hell's broken.
I told
loose
you,
with his
he
phone.
moved out there. Now his phone don't work.
DMWV. Jay. All right, B, I don't know what to make of this. It says Jay Steve Upper Marlboro. Hello, is this Jay and or Steve?
Yeah, it's Jay Steve. Jay Steve, the country boy from Upper Marlboro.
Let's do it, man. What's up, Jay Steve? What's the key to get it done tonight?
All right, so it's going to be a couple keys. So just like, a bunch of other callers have said, the running game, of course. We're watching the evolution of Bill. We're watching Bill just come to life. And I think, he's gaining confidence literally with every carry. And I think he's proven to himself that he belongs, right? Maybe that was a little question, maybe in his own mind that he wouldn't admit it. But I think he's not only proven that he belongs, he's proven that he can be top tier. I mean, I don't know how some of the holes that he finds, some of the extra yards that he gets, the young guy's just, he's exceeded every expectation that I had for him. Rainy game, adding little McNichols out the backfield, but let's not forget, Bill can be a 3-down back. Last week, he had a couple catches out the backfield, 30 yards. Let's get that going. Build on that. We need Ertz to, not step up. Last week was quiet, but, rainy games, shorter throws. And, of course, Jaden take his chances, his opportunities to run. The other key is Caleb. So I'll preface this by saying I'm not a hater at all. But I don't like Caleb. I'm just not a Caleb fan, never have been a Caleb fan. He's just an unlikable guy to me. And honestly, I think Bears fans lie to themselves by acting like he's a good dude and that they like him. I think that they have to force themselves. They got to say the right thing, even though they know they're like, man, this dude is kind of weird. But I think that we've got to, all this talk about Caleb improving, the passing game being this, that, and the other, like Jay-Z said, I don't believe you. You need more people. Whereas JD5 is cool, calm, collect. Caleb is not. You can rattle him. You can get to him. I think that he takes this 1 versus 2 draft thing way more seriously. I don't think Jaden takes it at all. I think that Caleb takes it very seriously, and it's in his own mind. So I think the earlier we get to him, knock him down, get him questioning himself, the better. Get him, questioning his line, let the defense eat. Vaughn had a great game last game. Johnny, Kinlaw doing what Kinlaw does. The ghost, last thing is the ghost of the Hail Mary is real. Jump on him early. Don't let up till it's all zeros. Run at the Stevenson guy. I don't believe him either. I know the guy you just had on said he's having a great season or 2 games. I don't believe him. Get him going in his own mind also. And it's up in the asterisk, it's us, the fans out there. This year has been much better. I've had season tickets for maybe about 12 years now. This is definitely the best year. Even last year, we had way too many opposing fans out there. This year is much better. But if you're out there, get back to your seats at halftime, get loud, third down, remind these boys that we own them. Like Chicago has nothing coming. We own them. We run them, get them to remember that Hail Mary. Hail to the Commanders. Appreciate
All right, bro.
y'all.
Thank you,
Appreciate
bud.
your call, man.
Appreciate the call. Good call. We'll keep the phone lines open all day. 800-636-1067. You can tell us what the key is to getting a dub tonight. Interesting. I just saw this from Scott Allen from the Post. Commanders and Bears have alternated wins and losses over their last 5 meetings.
Okay, well, let's stop that. Let's break that little thing. Hell with that.
Get off the roller coaster, baby.
Oh, yeah.
I like that last caller was just like, I don't believe that.
I'm kind of with him. Like, you got to prove it to me in stressful situations that you become somebody else. And most people can't.
Jaden was super dismissive of the 1 versus 2 thing. He's like, yeah, he went 1, I went 2. It doesn't matter.
Really, who cares?
Dude, I remember, I think you said it earlier this year, Bill being a 7th rounder. Once the dudes are on the field, draft status doesn't matter.
All that matters. But to a lot of guys, I was drafted here, there. I can chill. That's why you see guys that get drafted, and even first-round guys get released after a certain amount of time. Second-round guys, third-round guys, they get cut because they feel like they made it. You've done nothing when you get drafted. You got to stay, man. Find out how you can just clamp on and stay there for a long time. And if you can go, when you make it as a Bill or somebody was drafted later and you get out there and you start showing people what you're made of, they find out real quickly.
Once you're on the field, man, none of it matters.
All that matters, bro. Production then.
All right, phones are going here. Our guy Jupe, we think we can hear him now. Jupe, are you there?
Can y'all hear me?
We got you now, bro.
Can you hear me?
We got you, bud.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Hey, listen, I'm glad I was on hold listening to the interview with Jeff Song. Jeff Song got me hyped, and the interview gave me more confidence. Timothy Daniels don't need to be told, hey, you got this. He already knows that. The team knows that. So, Cliff, you just as qualified as an OC as Ben Johnson, if not better. You got the head coaching experience. The key to this game is the defense. They need to put all the lessons learned through the past couple of weeks all together in this game and make a statement. They got to stack up those good back-to-back good games, and let's go on this win streak, fellas. Let's just make it happen tonight. We got to get this W tonight. That's all I got for y'all.
All right,
Appreciate
brother.
you, Jupe.
Appreciate you, man.
This time last year is when they got hot, started winning a bunch in a row.
I thought that phone was about to go again.
Carter's in Anacostia. Carter, what's the key to get a win tonight?
Am I live? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, though.
Yeah, dude, we got you.
Oh, B. Mitch. First of all, you always will be my dude.
Appreciate you.
All right. We got to run the ball. I think we need to focus on defense tonight. We focus on defense. Because, the Bears might come out with some smoke, but let's just focus on defense. Let Jaden do his thing and keep them off the field and keep each opposition off the field as much as possible. And then we win the game. We run the ball. We get a ball to the rookie. And then, we go. We get a ball to, what's the name, Carvey? Yeah, we go.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that.
All right, bro.
Simple game.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Carter. Let's try our guy. Charlie is in College Park. Charlie, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. Game day.
Game day.
What's happening?
I can't stay on the phone too long. I got to get to the stadium, man. I'm going to get fined if I'm not. I got to get taped up. Brian knows what I'm talking about. Hey, Brian, I called Rude Heating and Air Conditioning this morning on your recommendation. And after the rigmarole, I got some other companies that they subcontract here. So I'm going to get an estimate from them on your recommendation.
All right.
The products are great, dog.
If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
You're right about that.
The key of the game is pass rush. In 2 games they didn't play well, no pass rush. Pass rush, pass rush. The other things are pretty obvious, like running the ball and stuff. But if you don't pressure him or any quarterback, that secondary is not good enough. No secondary, I don't think, is good enough. Pass rush. Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right, man.
Thank you, buddy. Leadville, scale of 1 to 10, how much did you enjoy Charlie checking in on game day? He's got to go get taped up.
Love it, baby.
Leadville, what's your key tonight, dude? What's one thing they got to do to get a dub?
I think they need to be able to run the ball well. I think back to the Bears game last year, they played pretty well for like the first half, and then they just kind of collapsed in the second half, the offense and the defense.
Yeah.
You know, like the offense just couldn't move the ball. That was so frustrating watching that game. I mean, obviously it worked out with the Hail Mary, but I felt there were several occasions where if they could just pick up a couple of first downs, they easily win that game. And we don't need the like the Bears gave the ball, I think it was to a defensive lineman at the goal line for a rushing attempt, and he fumbled. And then we gave it right back to him, and they marched down the field and got the go-ahead touchdown. I feel like if they could run the ball effectively and maybe pick up some first downs, we wouldn't have to worry about that nonsense. Plus, apparently the Bears have a terrible rushing defense, so I'm hyped for that.
Yeah, I mean, Washington last year was 5 of 15 on third down against Chicago. They opened the game moving the ball really well, but got nothing but field goals.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem. They opened the game. They scored 4 straight times, and it was all threes.
We can't do that.
Yeah, I mean,
we need TDs.
Dude, they kicked it. I almost wonder in hindsight if DQ wishes he went for it. So early on in that game, I think it was the opening drive, they had a 4th and 2 from the Bears 8, and they kicked a field goal. Then the next scoring drive, it was a 12-play, 80-yard drive that they ended up kicking from the 12. They're at the Bears 12. It continues in the second quarter. 4th and 4 from the Bears 9, field goal. I mean, they're getting in the red zone, and then they just couldn't get in the end zone.
It gets tighter down there, but you got to make the proper plays. And still, we always talk about staying ahead of the chains. That has to happen out in the field as well.
Totally. Lauren Ricketts, NBC4 meteorologist, will join us next. Tell us what to expect if you're tailgating, what the rain's going to look like, and for game time. I got to stand on that sideline all afternoon. I'd love to not have rain. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Landfill has already put the poll up. I want you to check it out. It's very simple. Will the Commanders win tonight? You go to X, check it out, and let me, I didn't vote yet. I need to go vote. Simple question, though. You simply have to just say yes or no. You don't have to worry about anything. Right now, is 2 people have voted. They both say yes. They're going to win. All right, who will win tonight? I'm going with the Commanders. See how far that go. And, I mean, in this town, you better be saying the damn Commanders. Unless you a whack Bears fan trying to come in and act like you're a Commanders fan. What's your question? What's your answer?
What is my answer to what?
Will the Commanders, who will win tonight? Bears or the Commanders?
I like Washington tonight. I do. The line moving up is interesting to me.
Why you think it moved up? Since you normally know all the answers. Or at least you think you do.
So we have Lauren. I like them tonight. I really do. Let's find out. One thing that could impact this game for both quarterbacks is if it's going to be a heavy rain tonight.
Yeah.
Lauren Ricketts, meteorologist at NBC4, huge Burgundy and Gold fan, friend of the program. Lauren, what's up? How are you?
What's going on, guys? Oh my God, I'm so excited to be on. What's going on, guys? How
What's
are
happening?
you? Happy Monday Night Football.
Let's start. Let's ask Lauren the poll question, or B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll question of the day. Poll question brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Lauren, I ask you this. Who will win tonight, the Bears or the Commanders?
I mean, listen, I got to say Commanders, but I got to tell you, I'm a little on the scared side. We saw how JD5 played when he went over to California. He's a California boy. Caleb Williams coming over here, he's a DC boy. So playing on your home turf, I mean, he went to Gonzaga. That does scare me a little bit. But I'm hoping we're going to pull it out. I think we need to score early. Obviously, we need to score often. We need to convert those third downs. That was a heck of a stat that you just put out before break. We'll see what happens. I do not, getting to the weather, think it will impact the game too much. Okay, so, I mean, if you guys were watching yesterday, Dallas and Charlotte, they kind of had the same conditions at Bank of America that we may see at Northwest Stadium. Dak Prescott was able to get off passes yesterday, and they had 25 to 30-mile-an-hour winds. Tonight, if you're headed to the game, I mean, JP, you're going to be standing on the sideline. It's going to be like it is right now. Little bit of light drizzle passing by, scattered light showers passing by, plenty of clouds, but nothing too heavy. I mean, from now until tomorrow, maybe a tenth of an inch of rain. So we're talking about incredibly light shower, little bit of drizzle, gusts up to about 25 miles an hour throughout the game, but otherwise, really, again, not much of an impact. Dallas and Carolina yesterday. I don't think it's going to have much of an impact on Williams and Daniels.
So it'll be enough just to be annoying, but nothing to be really effective.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be more annoying for the fans that are out there as opposed to the actual players. And I really don't know how well that'll translate down to the field, those winds, 25 miles an hour, maybe 30 miles an hour gusts. But again, no heavy rain. It would be light, if anything.
Maybe you better put some mousse, keep your hair straight, bro.
I use the powder, dog.
Try what I have. You'll be good.
You got the wax.
Yeah.
So you think tailgates will be impacted, though, huh?
They don't care. They're drunk.
Look, they don't care. I already talked to a whole bunch of people today going out there. They're already on their way. They're just worried about traffic, and I had to remind them it's a federal holiday. The roads aren't that bad. I think everybody's ready just to get this game going. The whole morning everybody's talking about this Hail Mary, and I just wish everybody would stay silent a little bit more about it. JP, I saw your story today with the beat reporter from the Bears. Everybody's talking about that Hail Mary. If JD5 had to throw a Hail Mary, I don't think the winds are going to impact it too much. I think the winds will probably, again, impact the spectators more.
Okay.
So what will you be doing? You're not going tonight, I don't think. What are you going to be doing for the game tonight?
JP, I was begging work. I was like, hey, listen, do you want me to go get fan reactions? What do you want me to do? I was begging, and I had to work this morning, so I've been up since 2:30. I just got off at noon. I got to work all week morning show. So they didn't want to send me. I was trying to stay up all night, all day. Tomorrow, nope, NBC wasn't having it. So I'm going to watch a little bit of the game from home, but my alarm goes off at 1:30 tomorrow morning, so I don't know how much I'm going to be able to watch the game. I know.
Few people have the energy level of Lauren
That's
Ricketts.
early, man.
So your call time, forgive me, because when I come on the morning show, I come on at 6:30. What time do you guys start? 4?
Yeah, no, we start at 4:26.
That's
but,
random.
I'm coming from over the mountain. I'm living out in the Shenandoah Valley now, so it takes me a little longer to get into the D.C. area.
Wow.
But yeah, shout out to all my Shenandoah Valley fans, which everybody out there, huge Commanders fans. So yeah, shout out to my hometown of Winchester. But if you headed to the game again, you're going to need a light jacket. It's going to be chilly, upper 50s today. So or tonight, I guess I should say. Sun goes down at 6:32. So the sun will well be down, but we're not going to see too much sunshine today for the tailgate. But yeah,
Light jacket or internal alcohol rub.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, you're going to be shedding layers after a little bit of liquid courage.
There you go. There you go.
I am fascinated by the morning show hours. So your alarm goes off at 1:30. What time are you going to bed? Like 7?
I mean, yeah. 7, 8. I mean, I've got a 3-year-old, so I mean, I got to deal with that.
I got to deal with that.
And then I'm going to bed. I got to deal with that whole thing, whole mess. And
3-year-olds,
then I'm.
they don't care what time mommy's got to wake up.
No, oh no, oh absolutely not. So yeah, no, I'm up. Yeah, thank goodness you're not doing the mornings, but yeah, it's an early call, early call. So I'm a little upset because I said yes before I looked at my calendar and realized we had a Monday night game today. So, yeah, I already said yes to working. But it is what it is. But, yeah, I think it's going to be obviously a great turnout. There's tons of Bears fans around this area, too. So it's going to be a really good game, I think. And
Make sure they have to go to a bar.
Yeah, exactly. But, again, I don't think the weather's going to have too much of an impact, guys.
Okay. All right, light jacket, a little bit of rain, nothing crazy. Lauren, thank you for making time for us.
Appreciate you, Lauren.
Good luck going to bed.
I love you guys.
Team on.
Thank you all.
Take care.
Thank you. That's the great Lauren Ricketts. You can give her a follow on Instagram.
Energized.
Yo, always
got energy.
You can give her a follow at Lauren Ricketts NBC. Lauren spelled with a Y. LAURYN Ricketts RICKETTS NBC. Nobody go anywhere. Adam Rank joins the show next.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Veteran pass rusher Zadarius Smith of the Eagles has announced his retirement after 11 seasons. Sean McVay says Puka Nacua is uncertain for Week 7 with an ankle sprain. Tonight, Washington Commanders against the Chicago Bears from Northwest Stadium. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on how defensive lineman Johnny Newton's doing with his teammates.
Yeah, his confidence has really grown. Okay, I think it's been good to have Eddie here and Ken Law and Sheldon. Those guys really teach him the finer nuances of the game. So his confidence is growing, and so now he's playing fast. He's not thinking anymore. He's just being explosive. The guy that you saw coming from Illinois, you see that now out of him because he's playing with the confidence. He's not second guessing himself.
Burgundy and Gold pregame 6:30 on The Fan. Also tonight, Bills and Falcons will join that game at 8:15 on The Fan. Capitals have won 2 in a row, 1-0 over the Rangers behind a goal from Anthony Beauvillier and Charlie Lindgren's 35 saves. AP men's preseason college basketball top 25 is out. The top 6, Purdue, Houston, Florida, UConn, St. John's, and Duke. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Turn me, bomb.
Baby. But you turned me on.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Game day, baby. Monday Night Football. Fun day for the show. Phone lines are lit up. We're supposed to have Adam Rank join us. He's out west, so you never know time zone issues. We're trying to track Adam down. I think, a lot of Commanders fans get grumpy with Adam. He's a nice guy. He's just a ride or die for his Bears team. Speaking of ride or die, B, I thought Drew would be the first dude in the parking lot to the tailgate.
Who's there?
I got a tweet from Chris, HTTR Wahoo Wah. So I'm guessing he's a Burgundy and Gold and UVA fan.
Okay.
He sent me a picture. Got you on the outside the gates picture. I pulled up at 11:15.
Really? Hold on. The game's at 8:15, right?
Yeah.
It's 9 hours ahead.
Yeah.
I can understand it. I told you when I was in Philly how I'd be leaving the place at like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, and you'll see smoke coming from the parking lot already. That's cray-cray.
I mean, I get it.
I couldn't be outside that long all day just waiting for something to start because I'm gonna wear myself out. You know, you and I, if we were out there, there's no way we see that game tonight.
That's too many cocktails.
We will not listen. And then now people have sofas and everything, love seats under their tents. I'm knocked the hell out.
Yeah, I mean that is. Now, I get it. Some of these guys might be like smoking meat or something that takes a long time. You know what I mean?
Smoking their livers.
Definitely.
I'm saying when I go home to
smoking lots of things.
When I go to Lafayette to games, my buddy Marius, he had a Winnebago, but all the Winnebagos, they're there. Like a Saturday game, they're there Thursday.
Right.
And you roll up in there, and Marius have 2 satellite dish. He has a bed inside. I walk in the Winnebago. I'm like, y'all, look, I'm going to take a nap. And I lock the damn door because one of them going to try something.
Right.
You know, they're going to do something stupid. And I know if you do something to me, you cannot relax the rest of the day. If I don't get you that day, I will get you. And I'm going to get you worse than you got me, believe me. So.
All right, let's, we got folks on the phones. Rachel calling from Georgia.
What up, Rach?
What's up, Rach?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Great.
We're good.
How are you?
We're good.
Good. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
I'm very excited for the game tonight. I think the key for the offense is just to start fast. You know, the first quarter against the Chargers was pretty abysmal, and, you know, can't afford to start like that against the Bears team that's going to be coming out and, I think, looking for a little revenge. But I'm excited, and I think it's going to be a good game.
Got to
All right.
start fast. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate the call.
Thank you.
Rachel got that little southern accent.
Yeah, man. Rachel's fired up. Let's
Yep.
go to John is in Newburgh. John, what's the key to getting a dub tonight?
Hey, how you doing, JP?
Good, buddy.
I think the one thing I agree with B. Mitch about the run, but don't forget about McMichael. I mean, he's like, I'm still here. Don't forget about me. So I think if we really give him some of the
McNichols, you mean, right?
McNichols, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. McNichols. Make sure, I mean, he gets a lot of runs. And then, JP, we're missing Austin Eckler. We need a couple of these backs to go out and catch some passes, too.
Yeah, I mean, Bill, I think Bill has shown that he can catch the passes.
Yes, he has.
But also, too, JP, one last thing, just as icing on the cake, you need to make Jeff wear his lucky red socks to the game tonight. When he does his wacky DJ thing, just for icing on the cake, just so we can have a little extra luck.
All right. We'll pass that along. Thanks, dude.
Jeff, wear your wacky red socks.
All right, y'all take care now.
All right, man.
Take care, man. We'll keep these phones open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What is the key to getting a win tonight? I can tell you what the key right now is. How's the Uber driver going to not have the food but drop off the sodas?
He ain't coming back with that. He ate that chicken.
I mean, what in the hell? Boys are just trying to get some Popeyes.
Hold on. Jeff said the Uber driver forgot the food.
But gave us the sodas.
You think Jeff and that Uber driver didn't cut a deal?
Listen, man, I'm not going to out anybody. I wonder if he's listening to the program. What the hell, dog? What the hell? Like, if you drive Uber Eats, the number one focus should be getting the food in the car.
100.
Right?
100.
Put the food in the car. Not just, I mean, having a Dr. Pepper and a Diet Coke is terrific, but not without the chicken, dog. The chicken is the key.
The chicken. The chicken, man.
Woo. All right.
That's funny.
Weird things are happening, so let's lean into it. Our friend, Commandante Tequila. Hello, Commander. How do you do?
Hey, I'm doing great, you guys.
Great.
Thank you for taking my call. And you know what? It's not loud out here. It's just construction. Basically, what the key to the game is be violent. We go violent in, we go violent out. We go so violent that Katie Williams don't want to be a quarterback anymore. You know?
All right. I'm with that, bro. Be violent. And you know what? Football is violent.
Thank you, Commander.
And I know a lot of people get mad when we talk like this, but people just don't understand. This is still about, you know, you try to go out there and you want to show people who the toughest in a game of football. That's how it goes. You got to be dominant. You got to be dominant. You know, you got to be a bully. You got to, play bully ball. And I'm talking about the way that we describe this thing in football, not in the way people go out there and try to take advantage of guys, but it's in how you describe football. It needs to be like that. If you don't do it like that, you're having problems.
Luther Burden is an interesting player tonight. We've talked DJ Moore. We've talked Rome Odunze. Luther Burden's been really good when he's gotten opportunities. Hasn't gotten a lot of opportunities. Another thing to keep in mind, especially no Terry, no Noah. Debo's obviously a little banged up. Kyler Gordon for the Bears is a really, really good slot corner. He's good against the run. He can blitz on occasion, and he's a really good cover guy on the inside. I don't know who that impacts the most or the most directly, but Kyler Gordon's a good player, man. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But, you shut down the slot, a lot of the quick stuff. I don't know that he has the size to deal with Zach Ertz, but if you shut down that inside passing game, Players to watch, man. There's a lot of them. Let's keep these phones going. Our guy Vinny's in Seat Pleasant. Vinny, what's the key for tonight, dude?
Tell to the Commanders, fellas, what's going on?
Sure, man.
I think the key to tonight will be consistency on both sides of the ball. Being able to control the time of possession on offense, being able to get stops on defense will definitely control the pace of the game. Also, getting the ball into our playmakers' hands. We're missing out on my man Noah and my man Terry today, but Ja'Cory, possibly Debo, Jaden, and Zach, just being able to spread the ball around, being able to be persistent in what we're doing, and just controlling the clock, man. I think it's going to be a time situation today. Definitely dealing with our missings on the offensive side of the ball. So I'm just going to say I think consistency on both sides of the ball will get us this W tonight, man. All hell, man. Love y'all. Peace and blessings, man.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you. Richard John just tweeted about Commander Tequila. Said he's been at the tailgate since 3 a.m.
Hey, in L.A.
Yeah, right. Let's go to Josh in Woodbridge. Josh, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
I got a question for you, Brian Mitchell. I'm 53 years old.
Yeah.
When I was an impressionable early 20s, I saw you at Copeland's in Centerville, and you put down at least 2 gigantic, like Indiana Jones type chalices of their specialty drink.
Crash and burn.
You didn't even wobble. And I want to know, on your best night, what was your max? Because those things were humongous.
Yeah, they were 60 ounces, and I think I had the most was 4.5 one night.
Damn.
You are a legend.
I
tell people, never try to keep up with B. Never.
I remember those
learned
things,
the hard
bro.
way.
Ooh, bro. I'm going to start doing that. I have about 40 of those glasses in my basement, in my bar. So I'm going to clean them all up, and when people come to the house, that's when I'm going to make their drinks in.
Oh, boy.
You're gonna have to provide a lot of guest rooms.
Hey, I got it. I'll take care of that for him. I'll take care of it for him.
Did you have a question? Do you have a key to the win tonight?
Yeah, drink 4.5 of those goblets.
Thanks for the call.
All right, man.
Take care, Josh.
That's funny.
Let's go. Mark is in Bethesda. Mark, what's the win? How do you
You
get the
never
win
know
tonight?
what people are really watching, huh? God.
Hey, guys. First of all, B. Mitch, I'm here with Levi. I don't know if you guys remember Levi called in with you guys a while ago, but I'm here with Levi. We were talking about B. Mitch, and I was telling him that he was a fearless kick returner, punt returner, and he definitely belongs in the Hall of Fame.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, well, so then the key to the game, I think it's got to be in the trenches, offensive line, defensive line. If we see, Laramie Tunsil dominating, if we see Deron Payne dominating, I think we're going to get the win.
All right, man.
Yeah, man. When Dan Quinn says it starts with Kinlaw and Payne, I don't think he's lying. Thanks for the call, Mark. Appreciate you, bud.
And he's not talking about P-A-I-N, he's talking about P-A-I-N.
Yeah,
Payne.
I like that. Ben is in Lake Ridge. What's up, Ben?
How's it going?
Going good, man.
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I got a question for you. I'm 16 years old. I've seen the Commanders suck for a long, long time. Is it too late to change teams?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, man. Too late to change now. You're here.
It's too late.
You didn't see him play last year, I guess, huh?
Well, I saw that, but, last year was a fluke. That was a one-time thing. It's not going to happen again.
All right.
Okay, well,
you should be in school,
hey,
dude.
Yeah, get up. go cheer for somebody else, and when they start winning, don't bring your little butt back.
You should be in school if you're 16 years old, not calling a radio show.
It's a holiday today.
Oh, school's off. Left hand up. That one's on me. Let's go to Josh in Jersey. Josh, what up, dude? What's the key tonight?
Hey, B. Mitch and JP, long-time listener.
Appreciate you, man.
First-time caller.
Thanks for calling, dude.
Hey, I think the key to the game tonight is discipline. We've had too many drive hurting penalties on offense and defense. If we get them off the field on 3rd down, 4th down on defense, we can't shoot ourselves in the foot with PI, offsides, whatever it might be, and the same thing kind of on offense. I think if we play a disciplined game, discipline game. We win this thing, going 30-17. Commanders, and a little prop bet for you, JP. Give me Bill over 8.5 receiving yards. Thank you, guys.
All right, man.
Over 8.5.
Good stuff there.
Like it. That's low, dude.
You helping
Thanks,
JP
Josh.
out.
Appreciate it, man. We're seeing the board well right now. Chuck is in Crofton. What's up, Chuck?
What's going on, big bro? What's happening, man?
What's up, Bama?
Yeah, see, I know. See. I was calling up here to be nice to you. I mean, it's bad enough I had to see you yesterday and talk to you, but
Chuck, I don't like you either, so who cares? Just go ahead and ask the damn question, whatever you want to ask.
Yes, sir. So, no wasted opportunities. Like for me, no wasted opportunities. You need to get 7s, no 3s. Try to pile it on early, of course. Keep the crowd in, get the crowd rocking, get them on their heels and tackling. I think it's going to be key also, for sure. But, I just want to see him come out, punch him in the mouth, get it done early, keep the pressure on him.
There you go.
All right.
Thanks, Chuck.
Sounds just like somebody that don't know what they talking about, right?
It's like Jeff's X Factors. Our boy Los in Severna Park. Los, you at the stadium already?
Nope, not yet. Just getting things done before I leave. Girlfriend gets off work at 4, so gotta wait for her. But honestly, we just need the cornerbacks to play. We need the cornerbacks to play. Jam up on the line. I want to see one-on-one coverage because that's what Lattimore says he's good at. If he's just one-on-one coverage, and the fans. I think the fans actually need to show up. I've seen so many primetime games where, they've put on these whole special presentations, the fans get involved in it. I get jealous when I see Green Bay Packers wearing all white. I really hope it's a blackout tonight for the DC fans because...
Man, we promoted that all week, man. Where you been?
I hope they listen to it, too. I hope they listen to it, so let's see what happens. I'll call him tomorrow as well. Tomorrow's my birthday. I got the Commanders game today, Capitals game tomorrow. Let's have a good week.
Happy birthday, Los. Happy birthday early, man. Enjoy. I think the blackout tonight will work. I am optimistic that it's legit. B's already in blackout mode. Now, Jeff always wears his DJ Jeff jersey, but that's a burgundy joint. Jeff, are you prepared for the blackout tonight?
Just wear his T-shirt. He hasn't washed it yet.
I'm not ready for it because my jersey has not come in yet. I finally got my Black 5 jersey, but guess when it comes in?
Well,
tomorrow.
Oh wow, too late.
Guess
So
when
buy
it-
your black
Should have
T-shirt.
paid for the shipping, dog.
I did, but something had happened in transit, and they emailed me and said it'll be here tomorrow.
We know far too much about something happening in transit. It does appear the Popeyes has arrived. I'd love to know why it takes the dude 30 minutes on the first try. Then he realizes he doesn't have the food and he can get back in 5. But
Make sure we got our food
all's
already.
well that ends well. There will be Bears fans there tonight. What's kind of helpful with the blackout, most Bears fans are wearing that dark blue anyway, so it shouldn't really pop on TV. I think the blackout will be very legit. Yes, Landfill. Okay. I'm excited for it, man. I think tonight will be fun. The fact that people are already there is kind of nuts.
We winning tonight, man. Ben, my buddy Ben, wife just had the baby.
Oh, congratulations.
Oh, we winning tonight. We got a good luck charm with us, brother.
There you go. That's great. Congrats to Ben and his family. I think it's going to be a fun one tonight in that stadium. I think they're really trying to make an effort to do kind of the production, you know what I mean? Like the in-game stuff. They've really invested and turned that way up. And all the colleges have those crazy lights now. When there's a big play, they turn all the lights off, it goes dark, and then all the crazy colors. Washington has done that, but they haven't had a lot of home night games to showcase it. I think that will be dope tonight. Also, Adam Rank is going to join us when we return. Let's be real, though. We're all hoping our squad in Burgundy and Gold has more ups than downs this season. But if your garage door is struggling to go up and down, that's where Door Pro America comes in. Whether it's a busted spring, loud noise, or it just won't move, go with the pros at Door Pro America. At our house, we recently upgraded the garage door with Door Pro America. We got rid of the old janky one, got a new awesome one that I can control with the MyQ app from anywhere, which has been huge with all the contractors coming and going from my house. It's one of the smartest home improvements we've made. Looks sharp, runs smooth, and it really helped our curb appeal. If we ever get our kitchen rebuilt, maybe we'll sell the damn house. Who knows? Whatever you need, Door Pro America can help you with it. Repairs, maintenance, new installs, or just a new garage door opener. Give them a call, man. Right now, you can get $60 off any repair or a full tune-up for just $89. Also, you should consider a Door Pro Advantage membership, which gives you annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Do what I did. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Or visit doorproamerica.com. Be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you.
This update presented by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community, and every business has home field advantage. Our top headlines this hour: Sean McVay said Puka Nacua is uncertain for Week 7 with an ankle sprain. Eagles veteran pass rusher Zadarius Smith announces his retirement after 11 seasons. The Philadelphia Phillies manager Rob Thompson will be retained for the 2026 season. Commanders and the Bears tonight, Monday Night Football at 8:15 from Northwest Stadium. Our Burgundy and Gold pregame begins at 6:30 on The Fan. ALCS Game 1, Seattle beat Toronto 3-1. Game 2 is today at 5. NLCS Game 1 tonight, LA Dodgers at Milwaukee at 8. Business success is like success on the field. It takes teamwork, strategy, and a strong home advantage. In Fairfax City, companies play to win with a community that rallies behind them and a place where their employees can live, work, and play without leaving the neighborhood. Visit GoFairfaxCity.com to learn more. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I am fired up to have our next guest join the program, Mr. Adam Rank, NFL Network and the Sick Podcast. Adam, what's up, dude? How are you?
Oh, my God. You know it's going to be a good day when the screener and I are going at it already. Like, immediately. We just started, we were throwing haymakers. No, it's funny. No, it's, no, because, you know, hanging out with you guys at the Super Bowl and everything, I know it's a lot of fun. Good-natured, it's good banter, and really looking forward to this time together and this game tonight.
Yeah, man, this should be a fun one, and it's kind of interesting because I think you'll stir the pot a little bit.
How dare you?
But you've kind of become like for Commanders fans, like we know you personally. You're a good dude. You're fun to hang out with. But for Commanders fans, when I tweeted out Adam's going to join us today, some of my replies were like, that guy? Why?
Yeah, JP probably got cursed out.
How much have you enjoyed kind of becoming this heel to Washington fans?
You know, when I was growing up, everybody asked, they're like, my favorite, like I didn't like Hulk Hogan, but I like the Macho Man. And so I feel like I always tend to skew a little bit towards the heel. So I just take it as such, like Shawn Michaels in Canada in the 90s, like whatever, like it's cool. Like I understand everybody, they're passionate fans. There are, I love that Washington fans are engaged and they're back and they're fully in, and like the team's going to move back to the RFK Stadium era. Cause like, it's funny because people who do accuse me, like you don't like Washington. It's like, if you knew my age and you knew the history of the NFL, when I was a child of the 80s, like they don't believe me when I say this. Like our rivals were San Francisco and Washington, and to some extent the Giants too. Like Green Bay was nothing. Detroit was a joke. Tampa Bay was in our division. Nobody cared. Who am I forgetting? Oh, Minnesota, forgettable franchise right there. Like it was like 87, 88, 12-4. I think we were the number one seed and lost. A lot of this comes from my dad retelling these stories, but like, so that was like my, like, if you think like, I get it, but it's like, but it is fun because as much as everybody talks, and this is for the Commander fans, when they talk about like how great Packer fans are, don't believe them because nobody went to Packer games back in the day. But the Washington team, sorry, I got to say it that way. I don't know. They were the team that were like, hey, the season ticket waiting list is to 2097 and all that stuff.
Right.
And, you know, it took a downturn for a little bit. You went through some times with Dan Snyder, but now it's coming back. Your quarterback's good. Your team's good. And it's fun. You guys are passionate and back at it again.
It definitely feels so different now. And a big part of it, honestly, last year was that Hail Mary, you know, like it just gave this allure to the whole season. Right. The players, everybody's tried to deny that the Hail Mary makes any impact on tonight's game. For fans, though, it sure seems to. What do you...
Fans and media.
What, if any, impact do you think the Hail Mary has for the Bears tonight?
Well, I think the biggest one is for Tyreek Stevenson, the guy who had to go out there and wear it and had to own that. And I don't believe that Matt Eberflus handled that in the best possible way at the end of last year or during the middle of last year. And it actually turned out to be a great butterfly. I mean, honestly, of something that worked well in the favor of both franchises. Now, I know that Washington went out and lost 3 out of their next 4 after that Hail Mary game, but still, it propelled them. You guys end up going to the NFC Championship game. And for the Bears, the Bears were very close to winning that game, and the Bears would have improved to 5-2. Who knows how, we were 2 wins away from being like, maybe we should give Eberflus another year. Actually, as much as it stung, it was absolutely what was needed for this franchise to take a little bit of a wake-up call and bring in Ben Johnson. And so but for me personally, the only person I care about in this whole instance is Tyreek Stevenson. He has been playing so well this year with all the injuries that have happened in the secondary. Tyreek Stevenson has stepped up. So if there's anybody that I want to go out there and have a good game, probably even more so than Caleb, it's Tyreek Stevenson. He's a little bit of a redemption arc. So I think that plays in his mind a little bit, and for those of the Bears players who are and coaches who were here last season.
As you look at this game coming up tonight, what you have any concerns about anything that Washington does well or not?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is a great running back, and he was a guy that if you've been following me, I know you guys don't, but for those that do follow me for the fantasy football advice, JCM, Big Bill, we loved him coming into the season, and I always like these rookie running backs. Like last year, I always look for the rookies. Last year, it was Bucky Irving and Ladd McConkey, Kamani Vidal. Okay, I wasn't 100% last year, but coming into this season, really loved Ja'Cory. Thought he was a great back. We saw it last week, getting an opportunity to go out there and run. So this week, obviously the Bears have given up a lot of production. The last time this Bears defense was on the field, they gave up 3 rushing touchdowns to Ashton Genty. And I'm looking at this. I'm looking at it as well as the Washington, as well as they ran the ball last week or their last game. You're like, oh boy, that could be a little bit of an issue. The good news for the Bears, of course, is that T.J. Edwards is expected to play. Tyler Gordon, the slot corner, who's actually a big part of Dennis Allen's run defense. Hopefully, that's going to be pretty good. So, hopefully, we can stop the running game because obviously you got a great quarterback, but stopping that running game is going to be the number one priority.
We are talking with Adam Rank from NFL Network. You can give him a follow at Adam Rank. Great fantasy work. I follow you. I do. Also, check out the Sick podcast that he hosts. But, Adam, so much of the Bears' hire of Ben Johnson has this odd personal feel in Washington because he decided he didn't want the Washington job. Caleb's coming home. There's all these crazy ties in this game, and then you add the Hail Mary on top of it. How successful so far has the Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams pairing been? How excited are Bears fans about that?
How are you guys? The Raiders fans took it personal too. It's listen, he's a Chicago guy who wanted the Chicago job, and he felt, I think he saw Matt Eberflus's act long enough to know, this guy's not going to last. And so he wanted to give it one more run. So I understand. Carolina? Yeah, but he's a Cubs. You're correct, but he's a Cubs fan. I guess that's where I'm getting it conflated. Is that he does have a little bit of a connection, and he loves the idea of coaching in Chicago. Not that it's not great it's not that it's not great to be in. You have to understand too. Now that we've been able to see a little bit more time with the Washington ownership, it's a good ownership group. But there were still a couple of questions nobody knew. But now everybody knows, and that's the one good thing too about having Magic being part of it as well. Is that, and watching it out here with the Dodgers, I'm in Los Angeles. Watching it out here with Los Angeles is that the good thing about when you watch a franchise like the Dodgers, and I know they spend a lot of money on guys like Shohei Ohtani and players like that, but the organization is great, and I think that's what Washington has to look forward to. Is that you have an organization that is doing a lot of the right things and putting you in a position to be successful over a number of years. And maybe last year Ben Johnson was a little skeptical. Not that the Bears are some great ownership group, but he made his decision, wanted to go, was eyeing the Chicago Bears job, and thought that was going to be something that he wanted to do. And so if that lends to the rivalry, I'm all for it. For Bears, the one thing that we've really loved is that there's an accountability. And I think that was the biggest issue with you guys for a long time, is like, we need somebody to go out there and hold players accountable. For you, it was Dan Quinn. For us, it's been Ben Johnson going out there and just, we saw it recently, or we just saw it this week, with Braxton Jones. Had not been playing well at the left tackle position. He's unafraid to go out there and put in Theo Benedict, an undrafted free agent who played in Canada, to go out there. He's not afraid to make those decisions. So that's one of the things that's been the most refreshing, is that somebody is sitting there and trying to get an identity for the team. Like, the Bears have lacked an identity probably going back to the Mike Ditka era. Even though Lovie Smith was very successful, there was still a lack of identity with this team and a lack of toughness that we're starting to see with everything.
Well, it's like, it could be this, Ben not coming here has been good for Washington.
Right.
And he finally getting to Chicago should be good for them. I don't have any strife when it comes down to what's going on in Chicago, because I don't care about them, because the people I care about is Dallas, Philly, and New York.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting because they just played so much over the last 5 seasons. Adam, I did want to let you said you were jawing with him a little earlier. Our producer, Jeff, did have a question for you. Jeffrey?
Oh, no.
Now, Adam, if we
Yes,
beat
sir.
y'all tonight,
yes, sir,
would you accept some Commanders gear to go on your desk for the rest of the year? You can send it back once football season is over, but for the rest of the year, you gotta rock that. And if y'all win, we'll put a little bobblehead or something in here.
Commander's kit, like a jersey.
I don't know if we'll put you. Well, we could put you in the jersey that say 1067.
I will never do that.
We could put a scarf or something. You can hang up.
Listen, I know that everybody watches the NFL Network. There are people out there that will wear T-shirts of other teams and jerseys of other teams. If you've ever paid attention, like I wear a Bears jersey. The only other non-Bears jersey I've worn is an Arsenal kit because of the games at Tottenham. So I will allow a Commander's Chotsky to go somewhere,
like a
in the background of my home shot. Like, that's fine.
All right.
Actually, it's got to be a Jaden Daniels ASU bobblehead. That would seem acceptable.
I don't know that we're gonna be able to track one of those down.
I'll find it.
I don't know if they really had them then.
Yeah,
you can get an LSU bobblehead, I guarantee you.
I know, right? Yeah, LSU.
I would guess the Commanders' PR staff, if they win tonight, will help us find something to send to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's something like that. That's the cool, like, that's the fun thing too, is like some of the social media teams, and I think this all stems from the LA Kings were the ones that really started like the snarkiness of social media teams. And some of those teams get me good. Like, obviously you guys have done a great job. The Chargers one for sure. Like, they really enjoy it. I think they were going to be mean to me this week because I was the only one who picked the Dolphins. And but I think they know, because like they're like, why did you pick the Dolphins? I'm like, you know what? If I would have gone in and made it all unanimous for the Chargers, you guys would have lost. And I think they understood that and they respect it. So, but it's always a lot of fun. It's always a fun banter, and always enjoy it. I mean, although I will say this. Listen, you can think that I'm a jerk. You can hate me. I get it. But if I post like something that's AYSO, just leave that post. You don't have to respond to that one. You can leave that one alone. Come find me on the other 90 social media platforms I'm on and come call me a jerk. It's fine. I'm good with it.
We found a bobblehead.
I got one guy. My buddy Doug replied to my tweet. He said, Rank would pick the Commanders to lose during their bye week. Do you remember the last time you picked them to win?
I picked them to beat the Chargers.
Okay, all right.
No, wait, no, I didn't. I picked the Chargers. That's my bad. No, I know I picked them. You guys have had. You had to have played have you played the Giants yet?
Week 1, they played the Giants. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I picked you guys that week.
All right.
Everybody was laying low. Yeah, I wouldn't have picked Russell. Like, I'm not doing that.
So what is the pick tonight then? What's your prediction?
I'm obviously picking the Bears. I'm never going against that. And it's funny. People are like, you always pick the Bears. I'm like, yeah, right. You know, it's like, it's true. Like, when you go to see the Black Crows, they're going to play Remedy. Like, you know it. Like, you know that we're playing the hits.
Right.
And people are like I'm not like. It's not that serious. Like, of course, I'm gonna support my team. I'm gonna support this. This is why it pays off too. I'll tell you a little story. So earlier at the Super Bowl, when I saw you guys, when we were at the Super Bowl, David Montgomery was walking by, and he was going to something. He was promoting something. He was wearing a green jacket. I forget I think it was Bounty or whatever he was promoting. And I go, "Hey, David, I need you a question." And he goes, "No, no, no." And he wasn't looking up. And I go, "David, look up." And he looks up and goes, "Oh, Rank, sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah." And and you know what this means is that he stopped his entourage. We didn't do a walk and talk. Like a lot of these guys, they didn't walk with me. He stopped his entourage and did whatever, and you get a little bit of respect. And when you respect your team and you respect your boys, even though he plays for the Lions now, he knows that I've always got his back. So I've always got the Bears back. I'm going to support them. I'm always going to believe. I come from the Ted Lasso philosophy. I always believe, and I believe that we can win tonight.
It's going to be fun, man. Yo, thank you for doing this. We appreciate the
you,
time,
bro.
and I love the bit of it all. Hopefully, people can allow themselves to have some fun here and there.
Have some fun. I will never go to FedEx Field, but when RFK gets rebuilt, I got to go.
All right, we'll
That
see you
was,
there.
honestly, like truthfully told, like my core memories of football is hating RFK Stadium. Like in a way of like as a child, because my dad was so into it. I just feel like, why does this team always beat us, Dad? Why can't we beat them in the playoffs? He's like, I know, it's terrible. But anyways, love it, love the rivalry, love you guys. Thank you so much for having me on. I really do appreciate it.
Absolutely, thank you, Adam. Appreciate the time, man. That is
thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Adam. Jeff's dumbass isn't even there when Adam chirps him. Of course. Great dude. Really glad we got that in. He likes the Bears tonight. We shall see. What we do know,
Of course he does.
The weather's turning, man. It's getting cold out there. Warm days, chilly nights and mornings. It is that time of year. Time to schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with my guys, the 5-star heating experts over at Crop Metcalf. My wife and I love them. They were at the house last week, fixed a little plumbing problem for us. Here's the deal. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf certified 5-star technician will inspect both your heating and cooling systems in one visit, making sure everything's running smooth, efficient, and ready for whatever Mother Nature throws at you this season. That means it'll boost your system's performance, lower your energy bills, and if you have any little issues, get them fixed now before they become a major repair or replacement. Take it from me, a quick call to Crop is a smart move. Trust me. Do yourself a favor. Call 800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
Football talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
I see what you're doing here. Adam Rank mentioned Remedy by the Black Crows, and then bang, you're playing it. Well done there. White Brian, what's my win streak at?
7 in a row.
Do we know what the longest win streak is for the show?
I don't know, but I know I've won a lot of them.
I think it's 7.
I think it was Jeff.
And I might have did that.
It definitely was not Jeff.
When I won
it was Jeff.
When I won all of the
parlays, you're the parlay king.
Straight, and then came back the next week and was killing it again. Yeah.
I don't think that ever happened.
I believe I have set the record with 7 straight wins.
No, you haven't.
White Brian, do your records indicate anything
White
different?
Brian wasn't here.
Well, I wasn't here
He don't know about history.
All right, but like sacks are an official stat now. They weren't in 1975, but you still keep track of sacks.
Don't nobody care.
That's a great point.
They were able to go back and find out where they were.
In the White Brian era, I have the longest win streak in Heard It Here first.
He's concussed. He don't know.
He did try to fight the ocean.
The kid go and swim in the damn ocean while hurricane's happening. Not very smart.
Let's make some bets, Landfill. Who likes what tonight? We got 2 NFL games. I'm sure there's baseball. Bills, Falcons, Bears, Commanders. Commanders line has jumped. I wonder if Vegas, as much as people are saying it's a game time decision for Debo, I think Vegas thinks Debo's playing.
I think Vegas might know they're playing.
Vegas tends to know things. What do you guys like? What do you like, B?
I got a Bill touchdown.
Anytime TD for Bill?
Yes, sir.
All right, Jeff's on the board. White Brian?
I'll take a Jaden Daniels anytime touchdown.
Ooh.
All right, give me Bill touchdown, Commanders win. I don't need, and I'm not going no -5. I'm going with the point. Just even, boom.
Money line.
Yeah, money line.
I'm taking Big Dumper plus 2 or more hits, runs, and RBIs.
Keep your personal situation to yourself, man.
Yo,
you want to take a big
it is
dumper?
tricky.
Nobody want to know that.
Knowing that Landfill just ate Popeyes and now he's talking about Big Dumper, that's a tricky situation.
We know what he's about to go do.
I'm taking the Falcons. I like the Falcons at home tonight. It is a system pick. System's red hot. It'll probably go kaput this evening. But can I shop that line, White Brian? Because I see it at 4.5 on DraftKings.
Yeah, 4.5, 5. I can give you 5.
Oh, we'll take 5. Shout out to White Brian giving away numbers. Thank you to everybody who listened to the program today. Thank you to Jeff for the hype song. Thank you to Matt Spiegel for joining us.
We didn't play the song again.
We'll play it tomorrow if they win. Thank you to Adam Rank for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in and listened. Grant and Danny coming your way next. They got all day to preview the Monday night matchup. Fun day. Tomorrow's going to be even better. Maybe it's a Victory Tuesday, B. Haven't had a Victory Tuesday in a while.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This update brought to you by AeroVironment. Built for defense, built for DC. Sean McVay says Puka Nacua is uncertain for Week 7 with an ankle sprain. Eagles veteran pass rusher Zadarius Smith has announced his retirement after 11 seasons. Commanders and Bears tonight on Monday Night Football. Join the Burgundy and Gold pregame at 6:30 right here on The Fan. Capitals have won 2 in a row after a 1-0 win over the Rangers. They'll take on the Lightning tomorrow night back home. Toronto beat the Wizards 113-112, but the Wizards finished the game on an 18-1 run. They'll take on the Knicks tonight. The Phillies plan to retain manager Rob Thompson for the 2026 season. Mike Shildt has announced his retirement as the San Diego Padres manager with 2 years remaining on the contract, saying the grind of the baseball season has taken a severe toll on him mentally, physically, and emotionally. ALCS Game 2 tonight after Seattle beat Toronto 3-1. They'll begin at 5. NLCS Game 1, Dodgers at Milwaukee at 8. Blake Snell against Jose Quintana. AP Men's preseason college basketball top 5 is out. Purdue, Houston, Florida, UConn, and St. John's. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence. Built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge. Built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny live on The Fan. Danny is in our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard back in D.C. I am on the road in Milwaukee. So, Danny, greetings from American Family Field, home of the Brewers and home of Game 1 of the NLCS tonight. I'll be with you until 4 o'clock in the Beltway Blitz, getting ready for Monday Night Football, and then I will step away to go handle some Major League Baseball responsibilities. I'm doing pre and post on the field for MLB Network Radio tonight for Game 1, so I'll be multitasking, watching the Commanders while I'm in the ballpark checking out Dodgers-Brewers tonight.
Yeah, how are you going to do that? Like, what's the protocol? Is it like phone or laptop kind of pulled up, trying to keep score of the game, figure out what's going on there, but also watching the thing that's our bread and butter, the local foosball boys? What are you going to do?
That is a great question. I will be, let's keep this a secret between you, me, and whoever's listening back in D.C.,
All right.
prioritizing, obviously, watching the Commanders on my computer. So I'm in a broadcast booth. TBS has the call tonight, so they're directly next to me. I think Brian Anderson's probably going to be calling the game. It's like I'm one booth over here right behind home plate. I posted a picture and a video at Grant H. Paulson if you guys want to see American Family Field, which, by the way, and then there were just 3 for your boy ballparks.
Cross it off the list then.
There's only 3 that I haven't been to now in the big league, so I'm fired up about that. But my plan is I'll have my laptop up. I'm sitting here, kind of open booth, so I'll watch the game in front of me. I got to keep score and lock in a little bit. But, yeah, I'm going to be watching on YouTube TV or whatever with the technology now. Not too bad. So probably won't be firing off quite as many tweets and takes throughout the game as I normally do, but there's going to be some of those. Don't you worry about that. And it's nice because both games are kind of simultaneous, so I'm not going down on the field probably until close to the end of Commanders-Bears for postgame here. So I think I'll get to watch and lock in, and then obviously after the game I'll go back and dive even deeper in before tomorrow when I'm with you again from the ballpark ahead of Game 2 here at the NLCS. So fear not, you will get your normal Grant and Danny coverage. But, yeah, what a day in sport. What a day in D.C. for the Commanders and the Bears. And what a golden opportunity, Danny, for Washington in the NFC East with the Eagles just not looking like the power they were supposed to. The Cowboys losing to the Carolina Panthers. The Giants certainly improved from the beginning of the year, but they got a huge hole to dig out of. That division just kind of staring at you right now saying, do you want to take me or no?
Should we be winning this division?
Let's take advantage of a great chance tonight to get another big win for Washington.
Yeah, so this is one of those tipping point type of games, right? We talked about it last week, and I think the same holds true here. 4-2 is dramatically different. This kind of analysis available from 2 to 6:30 every day. 4-2 dramatically different than 3-3 with yet another NFC loss. That would be their third this year, were they to drop this one here in primetime. But if you're 4-2, so are the Eagles. Those matchups are a couple months ahead now in December. But you would go a long way towards as the C's kind of part here, A in the division, but B in the NFC. It's a crowded field in the NFC, more so than the AFC. The contenders are dropping like flies in the AFC. Right, Baltimore can't get right. Out west, Kansas City looks frisky. All of a sudden, they look like they're pretty good, but the Chargers are thoroughly banged up. Barely squeaking by Miami. But in the NFC, the entire NFC West minus Arizona is 4-2. You look at the NFC North, we feel pretty good about Detroit. Chicago's right there at 2-2, chasing you down. They've already had their early bye week, and Dallas, of course, can't get right. But Philadelphia, is going to win enough games to be in playoff contention. So it's the opportunity is right there for you. You got to harvest your nuts, Eddie Jordan style. This is a huge chance for them to kind of put the stamp on it. We could do the thing where, they messed around at the beginning of the season, weren't really themselves. Daniels got injured. We could blink, and they could be 7-2 just like last year, or 6-3, something close to it, right? And it would start with a kind of a stamp in a game that you're favorite to win at home.
Yeah, just handle your business. Just go out and play a normal football game where you take advantage of the things the Bears are really bad at. This is a terrible defensive team that can't stop the run. Now, they're going to get 3 starters back in this game, and they're going to be better than they've been defensively, and they will be more effective than they've been at stopping the run. But you can go from 32nd maybe to 20th or 23rd. There's no reason Washington can't move the ball tonight on the ground, and there's no reason this shouldn't be a significant Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt game. I know Chris Rodriguez has missed some practice time, and his status is somewhat in question. Bill's coming off of his highest carry share and his highest play percentage that he's had all season. I think the Faders could go up on that. There's also some talk. I was monitoring this all day yesterday, Danny, as I was posting up here in Milwaukee to watch all the NFL games, of Deebo Samuel's status, where he is questionable. I don't know if they're calling this a game-time decision or how they're phrasing it. I don't actually think there's any chance he misses this game. Do you? I mean, to me, this feels like they are monitoring his practice load, as they do with Laramie Tunsil, as they do with Zach Ertz. I mean, there's never been seemingly a team that forces guys to practice at a lower rate than this group, and I have no problem with that. But I think that's primarily what's happening here. You don't have McLaurin, you don't have Noah Brown, so you're being extra careful with Deebo, and you can list them questionable and say, let's just make sure everything's fine before the game and everything checks out okay. But I would be shocked if he didn't go. And if he didn't go, by the way, then I feel differently about the whole game, because now who are your actual weapons to do anything in the passing game? But I view that as a very, very slim chance. To me, not only will he play, he will look like Deebo Samuel. He will look nothing like a guy who's been hindered this week at practice.
So it always concerns me when there's, any kind of injury or any kind of limitation other than the normal Dan Quinn rest day for anybody that's been in the league for more than an hour and a half. But the fact is, he is banged up, and he's got a history of being banged up, right? So if this is a guy that plays 17 games per year and is always himself, and the reason he was available and fell out of favor coming from San Francisco was he had an injury, he had pneumonia, wasn't quite in shape, wasn't himself, and wasn't the guy that was this unique weapon wrecking ball star, quite frankly. One of the uncoverable players in the league who can beat you 17,000 different ways. He was available for not that much, for a 5th round pick, but to come over here and be the engine for this offense. So because it's him, because of his import, I've got some concern on the meter if we're doing the meter, but it's not high. It's probably really close to where you are. I expect him to play, and I expect him to be himself. But still, it's got me thinking not just for tonight, but the rest of the year, right? Where he's become indispensable. What happens if and when he gets banged up, which he has pretty much every year for the last half decade?
Well, that's a reality. I mean, there's no denying that this guy is such a violent physical player with the football. I go back to the home game against the Raiders a few weeks ago, if you remember, when he was mic'd up. And he had a chance to get out of bounds with a first down, and he basically chose to stay in bounds and turn it upfield and to try to run someone over. And there was a big, big collision. And then he's mic'd up after the game, and someone was basically saying, like, Deebo, don't do that. Like, just get out of bounds. He's like, oh, no, you don't know me very well. Like, that, I don't just get out of bounds. There's no just get out of bounds with me. That's how he plays the game. That's how he lives. The way he lives is not for everybody, to quote Joe Witt. He seeks out that contact. But what comes with that, Danny? He's constantly, always going to be nicked and banged up and questionable and probable, and he's always going to have that letter next to his name in fantasy football. That's just the player he is. So, yeah, I agree with you. There maybe is some, over the long haul here, some sustainability questions, especially with the fact that he's playing more. He's getting the football more. He's being targeted more often than he was in San Fran. It's not like they're, thinking about week 16 and 17 right now with the heavy usage because McLaurin and Noah Brown being out, his importance has gone up, and they're turning up the heat on using Debo a little bit. So that's probably fair. And maybe I'm not considering enough the possibility either, Danny, that Debo Samuel in a game tonight, while playing, it, for me, seems like, complete lock. Maybe you aren't 100%, or maybe you do re-aggravate or tweak something. And I'm not really thinking about that part. Like, yeah, he's going to be out there. Yeah, he's going to play. But if he's favoring it a little bit, or if something small happens, is he more at risk to miss a series or two than someone else based on whatever treatment he was getting all week? I guess that's possible. But you said something important. He is indispensable. I mean, he is right now, outside of Jaden Daniels, and I still think even though Mariota played really well for 2 weeks, Daniels, because of the nature of the position and the ceiling when he's at his best, is their most valuable, irreplaceable commodity. Who else on this team would you say, non-Daniels division, is more important than Debo Samuel right now, especially in a world without McLaurin and Noah Brown?
And that's what it is. It's the context, right? If you had McLaurin and Brown and Austin Eckler was still healthy, you go, all right, I'll get away with not having Debo for a week because they did it all last year and were pretty good, especially for 90% of the season or whatever when Daniels didn't have broken ribs. So you could get away with it, and you could even do pretty well. But for an extended period of time, especially without those guys, no way. I mean, you just go back to the Chargers game for proof positive. Of the roughly 20 targets, half of them went to Debo. That's not hyperbolic. Half of the catches on the game were Debo. Everyone else had a 1 or maybe a 2 next to them. There's no one else at this point. So, yeah, he is absolutely indispensable. A, for his production. B, for the idea of his production. Again, I am such a huge subscriber to this. The threat of something is almost as important as the actual something, right? Obviously, the yards and touchdowns and catches and things are paramount, but defenses are very aware of that, right? When I coach my 7 and 8 year olds, I always have to tell them, hey, look where the 2 fast kids are. If they're looking to get them the ball, it's that simple. That concept is not foreign, especially at the professional level. Everybody knows where that dude is lining up and doing, and half the time it's eye candy, and the times it's not, he's getting the football.
He is being targeted right now on 30% of their passing attempts, which is top 5 at the wide receiver position in the entire NFL. To just give you an idea of his significance to the offense and his importance as we get into play tonight. I do feel really good about this game, though, and as kind of is always the case, frankly, Danny, I feel a lot better about Washington's offense in this matchup with the Bears' defense, which has been putrid, than I do Washington's defense against the Ben Johnson-led Bears offense. But there's no reason their defense shouldn't be able to make a play or two either. Some of what's going their way here, as far as the Bears' offense being on the field, they're going to be breaking in an undrafted free agent left tackle in this game. You seen this?
Yes.
They're starting a UDFA at left tackle. I mean, if that doesn't get your mouth watering, if you're Von Miller and Dorrance Armstrong, I don't know what will. And the Bears just haven't been able to run the ball at all. Now, they're coming off of a bye, so that's beneficial. They're more rested, clearly. And that extra week to prepare maybe allowed them to self-scout and figure some things out in the running game. But if you notice, the betting line is actually growing in Washington's favor as we get closer and closer. I saw it at 3.5 at one point, look ahead. Then it was 4.5. Now it's 5.5 that they're favored by, and they're laying at home tonight. There is an expectation with the people that have all the inside information that as we get closer to kickoff, the Commanders are getting more and more favorable here. And I kind of feel that. I think they're going to be able to move the ball seemingly with ease, even without McLaurin and Noah Brown. And it's funny, with all the injuries they've had on offense, have you ever once gone into a game yet where you're like, they just don't have enough weapons. I don't like this offense. Maybe it's partially their matchups, but with the Raiders, week by week here, when Mariota's playing in Atlanta, you're like, their offense will be fine. That's a great testament to Cliff Kingsbury.
I think so too. Yeah, that's to me. He's the constant. He's the consistent. Right. It's been a rotating cast of characters. Some you don't know if a guy can handle the full workload. In JCM's case, and now maybe we feel like he can. Other times it's been McLaurin's injury. Other times it's been the quarterback changes. Hasn't mattered. They have been productive relatively on offense, and they haven't hit on all cylinders yet. And they're still towards the top of the league in most categories. So that's the area you feel good about. A design, putting guys in good spots, et cetera, being able to move the football against a Bears defense that, coming off their bye week, had a chance to self-scout. You're going to see some different stuff. So even if your initial, and this is where this to me is where coaches make their money. Yeah, that first 15 script where we know you know us, let's roll out the chess pieces and see who does better early on. It's those in-game, on-the-fly. All right, you know what they're doing now? We didn't know they would do this because they hadn't shown it yet. Well, now we know. Do we have a counter for it? Can we execute that? Can we get stuff in on time? Can we not panic? Or are we going to be stubborn and stick to some plan that we're sure is going to work at some point? Think of that New Orleans game last year, right, where they decided we can run Brian Robinson this game, despite all the evidence that said they couldn't. Whatever it was, 20 carries for 40 yards, and like 11 of them came on a lateral that was really a pass. They couldn't run the ball at all, but they were sure that they could. And they escaped with their lives in that game. To me, where coaches really earn it is when the plan goes awry, when you get punched in the mouth. So I expect Chicago to probably try some different stuff, because if you're just beating your head against the wall going, eventually we'll stop the run, it won't be the worst thing of all time. We'll just keep doing what we're doing, which lets over 6 yards per carry against opposing offenses. You'd think they might try a few different things. So what are you going to do to counterpunch that?
If they could get out to a lead, and Chicago can't really run it as we talked about, but then you make them one-dimensional in the sense that you know what's coming and you can adjust and kind of call plays accordingly if you're Joe Witt. That's where I think you can force Caleb Williams into some bad decisions. Because oddly enough, for all of the off-target throws last year and to some extent this year, he's improved in that area. His interception totals have been pretty low. I mean, he and Jaden Daniels are 2 of 5 quarterbacks, 20 games into their career ever, with over 25 touchdowns and 10 or fewer picks. But he will put the ball in harm's way on obvious passing downs. If you can pressure him and get him off his mark and get him moving around and kind of off schedule where he is so dangerous, so many lethal plays. He also makes some boneheaded plays as well. But that's going to be the key, I think, early, is just getting on the board and then having the Bears chase this game a little bit. I worry about Rome Odunze, who scored a touchdown in all 4 of Chicago's games.
He is good,
He's
man.
on an 85-catch pace for like 1,200 yards. He's basically having a good Terry McLaurin season that we've gotten used to over the last 6 years here. Is like a top half of the league, number 1 wide receiver. I'm not really sure what their plan's going to be to defend him. We'll talk about that coming up at 3 o'clock next hour. But that's one of the big things I am worried about in this game. And something that all of our listeners should be worried about in this game is a bet that we have here in studio. It's not even really a bet as much as a challenge, or basically I annoy you guys by saying the name Ben Johnson, so you're trying to take it away from me. A bet would mean that we are both confident on our sides of it. But, Danny, let the people know what's at stake tonight, Ben Johnson alert style, as we get ready for Monday Night Football.
So
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
So this is huge. Grant Over talks about Ben Johnson before the show, during the show, after the show, in text. They'll hand it off for 2.5 yards, and it's the greatest run in the history of mankind, and everybody has to hear about it all the time.
Oh, come on.
And it's too much. So our listener, Josh Upper Marlboro, came up with the idea that if they don't get the paltry total of 350 yards, which more than a dozen teams average and Washington gives up on a weekly basis, because their secondary is terrible and everybody can throw on them. If they don't give up 350 yards, Grant has to refer to him in some other kind of nomenclature. The coach from Chicago, or the guy that said Washington's a bunch of basketball guys, or the immature twerp that canceled his interview while the team was on the plane to go interview him. The guy that probably shouldn't be a head coach. It's in the Josh McDaniel tier. He can't say his name anymore. If he goes over, which, again, should happen and would happen most nights, then I guess it's free reign. That's the flip side of it is I'm not really sure. Like, do you get to do it extra? You know what I mean? Because you were going to do it as much as you want. That's what I don't know.
No, that's what I'm saying. There is no bet. It's basically just you guys all decided and ganged up against me as a challenge that if it happens, then I don't get to do it anymore. There's no real benefit for me. It's
there's no upside for you.
lopsided.
Yeah, it's like that Chris Russell. Like, if they complete a forward pass, I'll walk to Kentucky kind of bet. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's it. I've just been basically challenged because you guys are annoyed by this. Now, I will say I don't think they'll get to 350 because it isn't necessarily a paltry total. It is very difficult, right? You're talking about fringe top 10 in the league average, and with kick returns as long as they are now and field goal kickers kicking from where they do now, yards per game are way down in the National Football League just generally. And as it were, like, you get to 350 10 years ago, that was pretty common. It just doesn't happen in as many games now. I wanted to go yards per play, but we're fine. We're fine. This is going to be fun. Everyone's going to have a good time. Hopefully the Commanders win. Hopefully the Bears get to 351 yards so that I can say Ben Johnson's name a bunch of times moving forward with each trick play, with each really impressive design and scheme that he puts together for Chicago as one of my favorite play designers. But yeah, I guess just the fact that I appreciate good offense and good offensive design is too much for some people, Danny, that they get very annoyed by the Ben Johnson alert that Darius has ready all day long.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
And to be clear, for the remainder of the campaign, until the playoffs start, you will not hear that alert again if they go 349 or fewer today.
349 no hook, baby. Here we go.
So the countdown will be on.
I'll be sitting there pumping my fist during big Chicago kick returns. My wife will be baffled. Like, why are you? They got great field position. I'm like, oh, I know they do.
Every time they return a kick past the 30, the chances drop.
Yeah,
you know, it's like watching the leg of the parlay. I mean, I'm looking for some Tressway punts pinned inside the 5. That way, they could go on 50-yard drives and still not get points. That's probably the perfect scenario for me.
That's the ideal.
It's like landing the plane on the smallest runway ever. I need the Bears to not score very much, but to amass as many yards. Or how about like 3 Caleb Williams red zone turnovers after 74-yard drives? Now we're cooking with threes.
Now it's perfect. That's what you want. 10 plays, 74 yards, ends in a fumble.
Speaking of coaches who theoretically put together strong offenses, Brian Callahan with Joe Burrow did that in Cincinnati and got a head coaching job with the Titans. He no longer has that job. He was fired right before we went on the air by Tennessee. I want to get into that next. Plus, we will dive into this Monday night matchup, the Commanders and the Bears, to try to figure out who's going to eat, who do we like most on each side of the ball to have big games for Washington. We will do that as soon as we return. Monday Night Football tonight. It is a game day on 106.7 The Fan. We've also got Caps tickets for you ahead of the Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock right here on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Monday Night Football tonight against the Bears. 8:15 kickoff. We'll have coverage all day here on The Fan. Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day following Grant and Danny. And the Burgundy and Gold postgame show with myself and Doc Walker follows the game. Taking a look at the injury report going into tonight's game, Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown both out for Washington. Grady Jarrett out for Chicago. Debo Samuel, Chris Rodriguez, and Eddie Goldman all listed as questionable. Debo is expected to play. The other Monday Night Football game tonight, Bills and Falcons will kick off at 7:15. Other news in the NFL today, the Titans have fired their head coach, Brian Callahan. Eagles edge rusher Zadarius Smith announced his retirement today, and Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua sprained his ankle. Sean McVay called him day-to-day. Buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% APR for a full year. You get both from thewindowman.com. Ultrex windows, Monterey Storm windows, Provia doors all apply. Thewindowman.com. Select products only. Minimums and installations apply. Prior sales, already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan on this Monday, taking you up to Monday Night Football, a game day G&D on The Fan. Danny is in our Half Street Navy Yard studios. I am hanging out in Milwaukee at American Family Field, where I'm getting ready for an NLCS assignment with MLB Network Radio, but we will take you up to pregame and then eventually NFL football tonight with the Commanders and the Chicago Bears getting ready to lock horns at Northwest Stadium. Actually got a couple pictures sent over my way from people that are already in line, in traffic, trying to get into the stadium because, they don't put the gates up just yet over the last hour or so. So the energy in town, Danny, is awesome. People are ready for prime time and a chance to get a very important win and a 4-2 start for Washington.
Raring to go. It is. They're pushing this blackout hard because they're going to wear the Arizona State alternates tonight. They want everybody to wear like a black T-shirt or whatever jerseys you got, and so they'll do some of the cool laser light stuff, try to make it as good a home environment as you can at that terrible stadium. But they're going to do everything they possibly can, which I appreciate. But it's gonna be strange, to be honest with you, right? Because the Bears' primary color looks a lot like that, especially when it pops on television. So, but they're doing this. They're doing this bit, and I hope the atmosphere is really, really good. And team hasn't gotten off to a good start in most of these games, so it'd be nice to get out to one of those leads and have the crowd rocking and kind of make it that high-pressure environment.
Yeah, they've won at home twice by 15 or more now, and they roll at home generally. I think they're 9-2 in their last 11 over at Northwest Stadium. You mentioned the black unis. They obviously wore those against the Bears in the Hail Mary game that Jaden Daniels found Noah Brown on the deflection on last year, and so I think in a way to troll Chicago, if nothing else, this will be the lone time this season that they wear those. But under the lights with the shiny helmets, a black helmet with the glare, it's actually a really, really cool look for a night game, I think. And the blackout idea is awesome. You kind of kick at college football and tell everyone to rock the same color, which I think is a really, really good deal. The energy is going to be great. They got a bunch of, this is a Jason Wright word here, activations lined up over at the stadium as well. So should be some pizzazz and some good intensity for this one. Wanted to real quick hit a story out of the NFL. We'll get back to the Commanders in a second, but this broke right before we got on the air, and that is the firing by the Tennessee Titans of Brian Callahan. Callahan is the son of Bill Callahan, who was a former offensive line coach here in Washington, who took over as the interim head coach when Jay Gruden, who joins the program today at 5 o'clock, got fired back in his final season. Callahan dismissed by the Titans today, Danny, after a 1-5 start. Only the Jets at 0-6 have a worse record than Tennessee. And frankly, the Titans should be 1-5. I think they might be the worst team in the NFL. The win they got over the Arizona Cardinals, pretty inexplicable. And when you look back at it, was just kind of insanity. Like the Cardinals made so many terrible,
it was their implosion, yeah,
losing plays. But the Titans are the worst offense in the league. They've hired this offensive-minded head coach who was supposed to help get their number one pick quarterback, Cam Ward, going and off to a fast start in his career. That hasn't happened. And now, after just 23 games as an NFL head coach, he's been fired. 4-19 is his record in Tennessee, and they dismiss him a quarter way through his second season.
So this is one of those, what's the standard? What's the criteria? What are you trying to do, right? Like, I think of with the Wizards. They're clearly rebuilding. So Brian Keefe should not be judged based on wins and losses. Then what is the criteria? And that's, I think, a little bit more nebulous and harder. You've got your internal metrics where you're going, did Bilal Coulibaly turn into a gifted offensive small forward? Does Trey Johnson look the part after a few months? Is Bub Carrington a good NBA point guard or not? Whatever you're trying to figure out, that's that. This is not a winning roster. This is not a roster that they should probably be 3-2 right now, but Brian Callahan can't get timeouts right or something like that. I mean, he was saddled with something pretty poor. But at the same time, I think you said it, you can't be at the back of the NFL in offense, even without great personnel. And they don't have great personnel on this offense. It's a lot of Tony Pollard, it's Calvin Ridley, names that you recognize, but nobody's special. I don't really think they've got great playmakers, but there's got to be some more ingenuity and growth and design and ways you kind of go, damn, they're tough to play against, or they're tough to play. They're frisky. They've got some kind of stamp, some kind of identity. It's a mess. I mean, what's happened over the last 3 seasons there in Tennessee, not to get too far into the weeds, we're not doing national radio here, but it was...
Well, before you get into that, I want to react to something you said really quickly, before you go into kind of how they've gotten here as a dysfunctional organization. But to that point, I do think they should be a lot better than they are. This is not an easy way to judge or evaluate, like this eye test thing, right? But like, here's the example I'll give you. When you watch the Jets right now, how often do you say that's a well-coached team? How often do you see a sequence like right before the half yesterday where you go, what are they doing? Is this coaching staff up to NFL caliber? Don't you feel that a lot with the Jets this year? I think you feel that with the Titans too, Danny, where you watch it and you go, you just named a couple of guys that are decent little NFL players. You have a number 1 overall pick, just like last year when Washington gets someone at 2 or the Bears get someone at 1. It shouldn't be this bad. Like, this is really, really, really gross offensively with an offensive-minded coach. Now, I wouldn't have fired the guy, but as you're about to get into, I don't know if he should even be their coach right now because they downgraded pretty intensely with their decision-making over the last couple of years. But I don't think it's as simple as like, it's not a very good offense. It's not a very good team. They're not supposed to be that good. Maybe, but as at 0-6, which is effectively what they've earned this season, they're so bad that I think it's pretty clear to me he ain't it right now. There might be a time in his career where he's got a chance to be a really good head coach, but this was ugly, and it should have been better with the talent they had.
Yeah, we might disagree there. I don't know how much better you could have. Are they
like
2-4
not a joke?
good?
Like have a chance most weeks.
Yeah, so
to compete.
They've downgraded consistently. It's their own making. So in December of 22, they fired John Robinson, right, who was their old GM. So they had multiple years with double-digit wins. They were a pain in the butt in the AFC. A couple down years happened. So then January 24, after Mike Vrabel, who won the previous power struggle, I guess, with John Robinson, they fire Vrabel, and Rand Carthen is in charge. So he hires Brian Callahan. Then they fire Rand Carthen and hire the new GM, Mike Borgonzi, and then they fire Brian Callahan. So at each step, incrementally, each person in the given role is worse than his predecessor, and now you're down here at 4-19 or whatever the number is over the last 1.5 seasons. The pinnacle of dysfunction. Couldn't be me.
Yeah, not us.
Not us.
Not in D.C.
Not up in here.
Not the Commanders. Don't even know what it would look like. Well said. Yeah, it's bad ownership. It's a bad ownership that's done a bad job for several years. But when you say, I don't know how much better it could be, they lose the first 2 weeks of the season by over 20 points. Then they lost by 21 against the Colts. Then they got shut out 26-0 to the Texans. The Cardinals had 2 of the most fiasco, I've never seen that before, oh my God, plays in the history of the world so that they could win that game. And then they got doubled up by a 1-win Raiders team, and the game wasn't that close. They're just not – it's almost like what Penn State is doing right now, where you watch them and you go, it is inexcusable that Penn State could lose as 20-point favorites in consecutive weeks. They've obviously fired James Franklin now. But in a salary cap league where everyone basically spends the same amount of money, you shouldn't be losing routinely by 15 to 20 points and just, when a game starts, have absolutely no chance. And that's kind of where we've gotten. But you're right. They brought it on themselves. I mean, they just made so many bad decisions one after another in short order here. Back to the Commanders really quickly as we get ready for Monday Night Football, Commanders and the Bears. Who's your prediction to have a huge game for Washington defensively here as we go Who Eats on Grant and Danny on game day live on the Fan?
A little bit boring, a little bit static here because he's been their best player on that side of the ball, but Dorrance Armstrong. This is his opportunity. This is my working theory. You're going to hear this kind of throughout the show today. I think when the ball actually leaves the quarterback's hand, they're doomed. I don't think they can stop anybody through the air. I think this quarterback, this offensive mind, these receivers will be open. They will catch passes, and they will torment Washington secondary. Third and longs will be converted. The way they're going to win for the rest of this year until something changes, Chris Broussard style, is like they did against the Raiders, like they did against the Chargers. They harass the quarterback. They hit him enough times. They disrupt timing enough times against beat-up bad offensive lines. They can wreak some havoc. Enter rookie, undrafted Zilch at left tackle, subbing in. Let's go. Dorrance Armstrong time. This is his moment. He has a couple TFLs. He has a sack. He's got maybe a strip sack. Remember those? Those are allowed. You can actually take the ball away from the quarterback when you hit him from the blind side or something. They need something like that tonight to stop this offense.
I'm going to go Von Miller. I guess we're thinking the same way with an undrafted free agent. You know, Armstrong and Miller could move around. You don't really know who's going to get that matchup very often. But oftentimes what will happen is they'll actually help the guy that they don't feel good about on the left side with play calling, basically with, chipping and keeping tight ends in. They run 12 personnel a lot anyway. And that means that you might go one-on-one on the other side. Von Miller has a sack in 3 of his last 4 games, at least half of a sack. And he's coming off of a 1.5 sack performance that probably should have been 2 sacks against the Chargers. So he's starting to heat up. I'm talking about 2.5 sacks over the last 3 contests for him, hitting the quarterback 3 times over 3 games, 4 times over 4 games, 5 times this season. He'll be the guy that I pick. I'd also like to see Frankie Louvu, who's been elevating his game and slowly getting into last year's form. Danny, I was watching Bears Commanders from a year ago on Saturday. What a great game, by the way. I forgot how good the defense played in that game. The Bears basically didn't score a point until almost the 4th quarter.
That's right.
Now, they had the lead. Everyone forgets, how dominant everything was before that. Washington was up 9-0 because it was a field goal fest. And then they scored a touchdown that got taken back by an eligible man downfield on Sam Cosmi on like a screen to Olamide Zaccheaus. So it would have been 16-0, I think, in the 3rd quarter in the game. Monday Night Football will take you up to 6:30. Jay Gruden's on the show at 5. We are giving away Caps tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz right at 4 o'clock today. Next, though, on G&D, let's hit some of the big NFL headlines coming out of Week 6 Sunday in the National Football League. We're Grant and Danny. Hey there, it's Grant. Hope everybody is doing well. I'm out in Milwaukee for the NLCS talking Commanders Bears with my pal Danny. FanDuel Sportsbook app could be busy tonight with the NLCS and Monday Night Football. It is time for you to get on FanDuel if you haven't yet. The app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, yards, touchdowns, who's going to win. FanDuel's got it all. Tonight, FanDuel's giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% PBT for Monday Night Football. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code GP to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You've got to be 21 and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration, max wager amount. See terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Please take that seriously. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
fake it to Dowdle. Young's got a shuffle. Steps up, throws. Wide open man is Dowdle. And he's going to take it to the end zone against his former team. Touchdown Carolina, and the Panthers lead.
Monday Night Football tonight for the Commanders and the Bears. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. Live on 106.7 The Fan, all over the DMV. We'll be joined by Richmond for the next 3 hours. Coming up at the top of the hour, you can listen to us on the Odyssey app. Wherever you are, coast to coast, you can watch us in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page as well. Danny, why don't we go through some of the headlines out of the weekend in the NFL rapid fire here before we get back into the Commanders and the Bears, dive into some matchups and really X and O this game a little bit coming up at 3. I want to start with Baker Mayfield. The Bucs get a big 13-point win over the Niners yesterday. Tampa's one of the best teams in the NFC, a frontrunner in the South. And Baker's playing like an MVP. 3 years, 3 different coordinators and play callers, and he just keeps ascending. He was 17 of 23 for 256 and a pair of touchdowns yesterday. Ended up continuing his early season surge, and he did it without his top 4 receivers and his top running back at points of that game yesterday. He's on pace for 4,300 passing yards. He's got 12 touchdowns and a pick. He's been great.
It was that run. It's been multiple scrambles. I mean, he is dead in the pocket in 2 different players' hands at one point. Somehow spins out of there because he's built like a brick house. I mean, you know, there are advantages to being, I guess, a little bit undersized in terms of height. He is strong. He looks like Maurice Jones-Drew playing quarterback at times. Bounces off, scrambles, dives forward, reaches out for a first down on a massive third down that they had to have in what ended up being one of the game-winning moments. I mean, it seems like he does one of those, are you bleeping kidding me, Baker Mayfield, things per week, whether it's some touch throws down the field. He's without, I think, every receiver that's ever played for them. At one point yesterday with the Buka going down, still incredible. I mean, he right now to me is the MVP, and I never thought I would say that.
Yeah, he is, at this moment, probably got to be the front runner. Speaking of doing a lot with a little, how good has Drake May been? Budding star for the Patriots. Yesterday, 18 of 26 for 261, threw 3 touchdowns, had another long touchdown called back. In fact, 2 plays of over 100 yards, and both of them I thought maybe were bad calls that resulted in him losing what would have been a 350-yard, 4 or 5 touchdown game. He ends up, though, ending that day with 10 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and all the scrambling he does on a 4,300-yard pace for 4-2 New England. They got them one under Mike Vrabel.
They do indeed. And again, it's nothing special at wideout. Stephon Diggs is not the Stephon Diggs of a couple years ago, unless he's playing Buffalo, in which case he's the best receiver on the planet. But other than that,
Kayshon Boutte yesterday was the guy the offense went through. He caught 2 touchdowns.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
I have no idea. There's enough sample where I go, I know that guy's not Jamar Chase, right? I haven't updated my file just yet. Maybe I'll have to. But May looks the part. I mean, there were several moments where New Orleans was getting after him a little bit, right? Where, for whatever reason, they were able to put some pressure. He's flushed. He's still making those heady, I'm under control. If I've got to scramble, I'll scramble, but I'll make some of those plays when things kind of break down, which is what I care about the most. I think in structure, a lot of guys can make that 1, 2, 3, pat the football throw. He's doing a little bit of everything right now for a 4-2 frisky Patriots team that's feeling themselves.
Last one would be the Chiefs, who look like they're back from the dead. Perhaps their demise was exaggerated. They played on Sunday Night Football. They beat a good Lions team, and they honestly got some style points while doing it. They looked convincingly better than Detroit at home last night. Mahomes throws for 250 and 3 scores. I've been saying Travis Kelce's washed. He's certainly not the same, but he looked like his old self parts of last night. 6 for 78 through the air. And don't look now, but Rashee Rice is coming back.
Yep.
Hollywood Brown, couple of touchdowns. So just in time for the Commanders to go to Arrowhead for their next home game.
Thank goodness.
The Chiefs have gotten right, it appears.
It does indeed. They are tough out. Chris Jones was engaged yesterday, too. That was a huge difference.
Yeah, he's a great football player. Bad moments that have gone viral this year, but he's still a DPOY type. All right, next on Grant and Daniel, let's get back into the Commanders and the Bears. Some of the questions that'll decide this game, we'll answer them live on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Monday Night Football, taking on the Bears at home. It'll be a blackout in the stadium as the Commanders will wear their black uniforms tonight. We'll have you covered with coverage all throughout the evening. Burgundy and Gold pregame show following Grant and Danny with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day at 6:30. And then the Burgundy and Gold postgame show after the game with myself and Doc Walker. Taking a look at the injury report for Washington, Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown both out for the matchup. Grady Jarrett is going to be out for Chicago. Deebo Samuel is questionable. He's expected to play. Chris Rodriguez and Eddie Goldman also are questionable. The other Monday Night Football matchup tonight, Bills and Falcons, will kick off at 7:15. Other news around the league, the Titans have fired their head coach Brian Callahan after a 1-5 start to the season. Eagles edge rusher Zadarius Smith has retired. Injuries around the league, 49ers linebacker Fred Warner going to be done for the season after he broke and dislocated his ankle in yesterday's game. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua sprained his ankle. He's listed as day-to-day, according to Sean McVay. In baseball, NLCS Game 1 tonight, Brewers and Dodgers at 8 o'clock. ALCS Game 2 at 5 o'clock after the Mariners won Game 1. They lead the series 1-0. Buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% APR for a full year. You get both from thewindowman.com. Ultrex windows, Monterey Storm windows, Provia doors, all apply. Thewindowman.com. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales, already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
If this doesn't get you in the football mood, I don't know what would. On a Monday ahead of Monday Night Football, welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Danny's in D.C., I'm in Milwaukee. In fact, I'm sitting in American Family Field right now with the roof closed, getting ready for NLCS baseball, covering the Dodgers and the Brewers for MLB Network Radio. But Danny, we're brought to our listeners today and every day by the law firm Kondori and Murad. We want to thank them for making the show possible. They help you with whatever you need. They'll draft a will. They will put together a living trust or a medical power of attorney for you as well. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. In 1 hour, we're giving away Caps tickets. We've got 5 pairs this week, every day at 4 ahead of the Beltway Blitz. We'll give away a pair of tickets to see the Caps at Capital One Arena. And in 2 hours from right now, Jay Gruden joins the show to preview the Commanders and the Bears. Former head coach, coached many a Monday night game in Northwest Stadium. So we'll talk to him about that matchup coming up on G&D. Danny, let's get to our poll of the day right now. We're asking people on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account, who will have the biggest game for the Commanders tonight as they host the Bears on Monday Night Football? Deebo, Dorrance Armstrong, Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, or Frankie Louvu. Who's your vote?
Deebo Samuel. That's where the offense goes through, and he's going to be noticeable. I think, we'll come in tomorrow with a don't forget about or, hey, let's take a look at. Dorrance Armstrong, I think, will have an impact. I think Frankie Louvu, you'll notice him. But the ball's going to be in Deebo Samuel's hands double-digit times. And it's going to be in space. He's going to be running. And he's going to have an opportunity for some yards after the catch, out of the backfield, crossers, et cetera, and so on. I think he scores a touchdown tonight. He'll be the most noticeable. I don't want to call this the Deebo game, but I think we might be thinking of it as the Deebo game if they win.
So I think Krosky-Merritt goes for over 100. I think he gets 15 carries. And I'm with the 65% of people that have voted for him, the heavy leader right now on the poll that's being done on the Fan Twitter account. You can go vote. It is our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Danny, I'm hearing some rumblings from back in D.C. where you and the crew are that we have a developing wacky bit. Is Toby really going to leave the studio after the show to drive home only to then come back to the studio before the game so that he can get a jersey to wear during the game?
This is what I'm hearing. So it feels very Schefter, my report. So if I may, what I have heard to this point, it's not definite, but it seems as if Toby and Toki have agreed he can't do anything not having his Washington jersey. He's going to go home to rest it during rush hour. He'll then turn around, come back to D.C. to watch the game and do postgame with Doc after the game ends. This is an insane decision, but it's his to make. Back to you, Boom.
It sounds to me like you missed the word trending. Otherwise, that's the perfect Schefter.
There it is, yeah.
It's trending toward.
Trending toward.
So I didn't realize. When did Toby move to the Navy Yard? Because he's always lived way out in Reston area.
Yeah. That's must be the only. I mean, when I was in Palisades, not far from Georgetown University, I wouldn't do this. I'd be like, I'm stuck here. I'm not going back home. That's too far. That's too ridiculous.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Toki lived out by the Udvar Hazy, Chantilly or wherever he lives, not far from Ashburn.
The Dilly and Chantilly, yeah.
So, Toby, which building in the Navy Yard are you in? Are you in the one above Walters, over by the ballpark? Are you in the one closer to us over here at 10K?
I'm the one.
How are you liking the new apartment?
Yeah, I'm the one where you watch the planes land at Dulles. Not Reagan, Dulles. Yeah, I'm still out, the old apartment in Udvar Hazy area.
Are you really going? Tell me Darius has just got his information incorrect. You're not leaving at 6:30 to drive there and drive back by kickoff, to be in the car for at best 90 minutes and probably a lot more than that, just to get a jersey to wear for the game. Tell me that's not what's happening.
So two things. One, now that I've thrown the bit into the ether and now that it's made the airwaves, I think I have to commit and go for it. Two, I was going to do it anyways because it's my thing. I have to do it. I have to wear a jersey during the game.
Did you forget? Is that how we got here?
I forgot it. I went to grab my clothes out of the car that I was going to have for extra for later on, and I was like, no JD5 jersey with those clothes. So I was like, well, probably going to have to drive home.
Do you have any Commander's gear on or any that you could wear during the game?
Yeah, I have a hoodie. I have a short sleeve hoodie. I have a T-shirt on.
He's got his Washington hat on. It's burgundy.
Yeah, we're all good to go in terms of the Washington gear, but this is pre- and post-game attire.
What about, and hear me out, I see our buddy Slick Vic Ferreira. I see him in my eye line right now. You can't see him, Grant, but I see him. He's got a Washington polo shirt on with the Block W. Would that count? That looks like official team gear, like Vic might be a special teams coach.
No.
You couldn't swap with him?
Now, the only other thing that I have considered, which would cost me a little bit more money to our boss CK's point from earlier, I have considered running to a store and buying a Jaden Daniels jersey because that would be quicker than going all the way home.
It would be quicker.
Well, it's not like there's any right by this walkable from where we work, though. So the whole point is you're leaving the garage, getting in a car, driving, even in that situation, probably across the river to like Pentagon City Mall or something like that, only to then get back in the car, get back on 395 14th Street Bridge, whatever that Shabingus looks like at that time, and then go back to you're still costing yourself an hour or so.
Yeah, my time's not that valuable, so it'll be okay.
Toby, why don't think about this, okay? We're going to get off air at about 6:30, right? Why don't you just wear the hoodie with the T-shirt and the hat, whatever you're wearing now, go get yourself something delicious in the Navy Yard right there, have a nice dinner, nice relaxing meal. If you want to eat healthy, you could do a nice, salad with some type of salmon. I know you love a fish.
There's a new cookie joint right there on Half Street.
Get a side dish. If you don't want to eat healthy, you could get something fried and wonderful and crunchy and then go eat some ice cream. There's a Cold Stone Creamery a couple blocks from us. And then you get back in the studio and you get your feet up and you set your fantasy lineup. You do all the stuff you want to do, put a couple of bets in on FanDuel, and it's just a calm, peaceful build-up to kickoff. What about that?
I'm going to pass on that. I like the idea. Now, Danny throwing out the cookie idea, I'm definitely passing on that because I don't want him to make me regret it on Wednesday. But regardless of the fact, too, I forget what game it was. I think it might have been 2 games ago against the Raiders. I was watching it at home, going to do the post-game show afterwards, and I was sitting in my chair, watched the opening kickoff without the jersey on and forgot and was so disappointed in myself. It's something I have to do.
Well, but they won.
It's my fandom thing. I have to be wearing a jersey.
When is the last time you watched a Commanders game without a jersey?
Years. I don't remember the last time.
And what happened that scarred you so bad where you said I could never make that mistake again?
It just doesn't. I can't do it.
Can't do it.
It's not even the fact that I know you guys are going to joan. I know it's going to be something that's brought up. I couldn't let myself. I wouldn't be able to live with myself.
Is there anybody there wearing a jersey? Could they just lend you theirs? Is that okay?
Well,
like if Jeff normally walks around in a jersey, assuming he was still there, but I doubt that very
Yeah,
seriously.
he is vapor at this point, long gone. Yeah.
They've been off the air for 68 minutes, so he's been gone for 67 or whatever. But if Jeff still was wearing a jersey, and he was just out there working on something with Mullins, could you just wear his, or does it have to be your specific Daniels jersey?
It doesn't have to be my specific jersey, but, I mean, I'd prefer to wear my jersey.
Well, listen to this, though, Grant. He also rejected. Are you going to bring this up, Ryan?
Yeah,
You do it. Go ahead. He rejected this.
I live 10 minutes away from here. I'm like, hey, like you can come to my apartment. Like I'm actually making dinner tonight. Like you could have my Sean Taylor jersey, and then you just come back in studio by 7:30.
Oh, this is perfect.
But listen to this.
Well, with all due respect to Rhino, and I love Rhino, we're also doing Operation Less Fat so that I could fit into his jersey. I don't think that I would fit currently into his jersey. Also, I would like to wear my Jaden Daniels jersey.
He said before the show, well, Sean Taylor doesn't play for the team right now. And everyone's like, well, that's fine. He goes, well, you notice I haven't worn my Terry McLaurin jersey all year. I haven't worn, or for the last several weeks, I haven't worn a number of guys. He can't wear a jersey that's not of an active player.
I mean, this is ridiculous. I just don't know what to do with it. This is insane. Now, it's your fandom, and you should do with it what you want. But the amount of extra work you're causing yourself, I am a low-stress guy. Like, can I get rid of anxieties and stresses? Then I'm going to do it. You're going, how can I make this the most stressful, anxious night?
What tightrope can I walk where they shoot BBs at me?
You think that I'm stressed about this. I'm not. And it also shouldn't be shocking that the guy that owns 150 jerseys might have some superstitions about wearing a jersey on game day.
No, it's not that you should be stressed about the jersey part. It's that you're getting in a car in the Washington, D.C. area at 6:25 or whatever tonight to drive 40 minutes to grab something to get back in a car and drive exactly back to where you were in 50 minutes or whatever.
You're doing the commute again voluntarily.
It's a 90-minute out of 100-minute. And by the way, that's if everything goes smoothly. It could not go smoothly. But you're doing 90 minutes in a car in rush hour, stopping, starting, traffic, guy cuts you off and yells names at you.
Construction where no one's actually constructing, just the barrels that are orange on one of the lanes. You just can't go there, and there's just a truck with an arrow that says left. You're signing up for that?
Absolutely.
Willingly.
Oh, my God.
Willingly. And unnecessarily. For no reason.
Now, I'm not Team Toby here. I'm Team everybody else because what Toby's trying to do is crazy. But I will give him the benefit of the doubt on one point. It is a holiday today, and there's not been much traffic.
It is a Johnny.
So, there's that. That works in his favor.
Okay, so now it's just 44 minutes in each direction, and you don't have to worry about it being 70.
The miles are still the miles, man.
Well,
by the way,
hold
gas.
on.
How much does gas cost?
Well, first of all, I drive a Prius.
$17
He
in
does
gas.
drive a Prius.
I drive a Prius, so we can relax on the gas thing.
Oh.
Also, if you do the
Silly
math correctly,
Prius dopes.
if we get done at 6:30, if it takes 90 minutes, 8:15 kickoff, I got 15 minutes of play there.
Can you imagine doing this?
I mean, this is just insane.
Can you imagine doing this?
It just is. Darius told me this, and I'm like, that's ridiculous. I said, that's not happening. What's the next thing you want to talk about? He's like, no. It's
This is an ongoing
So-
situation. You need to chronicle this for us to make sure that like you're there, and when it doesn't go well,
I'll post a picture.
Exactly. So here's my last question on this. So my thing, I guess that would be a comp to your jersey wackiness, is I do not get to games late, and I never miss a play of a game. So even tonight, as an example, if this is another thing we could get into, Danny, because I'm working an LCS game during a Commanders game, there is a chance that this would be the first time in my entire life that I miss a live play of a Commanders game. There's a chance that happens. Now, I am hopeful that it doesn't, and I'm going to have my phone on, and I'll be, watching the entire game, even when I'm down in the bowels of the stadium getting ready to run out of the field for post-game to get a player interview or whatever. But I guess it's possible, depending on when the game ends, that, I'm going to be interviewing Mookie Betts or something on the field while the Commanders have the ball in the fourth quarter or something.
yeah, 2-minute
And if
drill's
that
happening,
happens-
and you're like, Mookie, walk
Right.
me through that last at bat.
I will have missed a play for the first time in my life. I don't do that. But I'm getting somewhere with this. So in Toby's case, to me, the priority is you absolutely have to be wherever you're going to be before the game kicks off. Because I'm never going to listen to a play in the car. I'm never not going to be in front of a TV or at the stadium. Got to be watching the game. What if you don't get there on time? Is that okay that you're just in your car for like the first quarter or something?
I hope the police is not listening, but I'll still be watching the game.
He's putting the pedal
On your
metal on
phone.
that Prius.
Yeah, don't worry. The game will still
different
be
because you were out of market. You were out of market,
Yeah,
so you probably did miss plenty of games.
No. I have not missed a snap. No, we're similar in that vein. Now, I'm willing to watch it on the phone in the car. I can make that happen. There was a game last year that I had to watch entirely on the phone, and it'd be spotty at times, so I'd have to flip to radio and figure stuff out. But yeah, I mean, I can live with that circumstance, but I'm assuming at worst I miss the first 5 minutes of the game and have to watch it on my phone.
See, that's your jersey, but for me. If that was a possibility in any way, it doesn't matter what it is, out. Can't do it, can't happen, can't coach with him, can't win with him, can't do it. I don't want to say that I hope he misses kickoff so that he learns an important lesson. I don't want to say that, Danny. So I will not be
you're
saying...
not going to say that. That's something you're going to say.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and for the record, Grant,
I'm not gonna say it.
I hope you're not interviewing Mookie Betts tonight. I hope you're interviewing Christian Yelich or Bryce Terang or Andrew Vaughn or someone like that.
That's true.
Brewers
Toki does hope
Brewers
that.
Toki.
Yeah. It's very possible. I'm all for a team with a $121 million payroll showing out against a team with a $354 million payroll. I think America can largely agree with that, Tobes. All right, good enough. So we will update you on Toby's quest to get his jersey as the night goes on. Maybe he'll have to do live reports with the pregame show as to whether or not he makes it back in studio. Danny, I want to get burning questions here on the Commanders and the Bears. I've got 3 on both sides of the ball. So I'll ask these. I want to get your answer. I'll give you my quick answer, too. We'll go rapid fire. Number 1, Chris Rodriguez has not practiced this week like he normally does, and there's a chance that he will be limited or out, I suppose. If that is the case, if he does not play or can't play as himself, is it Bill all the time, or do we see more McNichols? Krosky Merritt is coming off of a career-high 27 snaps, a career-high usage, 50% of plays. He leads the NFL in yards after contact per run at 4.7, highest running success rate in the NFL, over 60%, still leads the NFL as yards per carry category as well, 6.6. So do you think it's the Bill show, or do you think we see more McNichols?
I think it's more McNichols. Now, you're going to see a heavy dose of Bill. They'll major in Bill, but they'll have a minor in McNichols. I think because of pass pro, because of the trust there, there's going to be situations where he gets more looks than you think. And, again, you're always looking to go against type at times, right? Where McNichols trots onto the field, okay, you're thinking pass, a la J.D. McKissick or Chris Thompson over the years. Maybe you get a favorable look. Maybe it's a check to. Maybe it's an RPO. It gets a certain look, etc. But I think McNichols gets double-digit touches or close to it.
So I guess my question is, last week it was like a 95-5 split, Bill and everybody else, until the last couple minutes of the game. Do you think it looks like that, or do you think it's like 60-40?
Like 65-35 to kind of cheat on it. But yeah, so 60-40 close to that.
So I'm going to go like the 90-10 thing. I think it's the Bill show. McNichols gets the occasional Chris Thompson carry out of the shotgun. Let's go to Deebo Samuel. Do they force-feed Deebo again, or do they try to really involve somebody else in the passing game? Deebo targeted on 30% of passes this season for Washington, highest of his career, 5th highest in the NFL. Catch rate is 79%, also the highest of his career. That's number 6 in the NFL. He's having a great year. Look at what he does on the outside. 16 targets, 14 catches, 2 touchdowns. Second most yards per route run in the NFL right now as an outside receiver. Target rate is way up at 46% when he runs a route out wide from his career, and in San Francisco, he's also got the highest rate in the NFL. Again, when he's running a route from out wide, he's targeted almost half of the time, Danny. That is crazy. 5 or 6 targets for another receiver, or is it all Deebo all the time?
All Deebo all the time. It's they're only not going to him when they have to, or when something's schemed up, or the look maybe takes you elsewhere. But I think they understand, with no Terry McLaurin, no Noah Brown, this is it. This is the passing game, and it's going to go through Deebo Samuel.
I think this is one of the most important questions of the game here, and how the question gets answered might determine who wins the football game. Can the Bears keep Jaden Daniels from making plays as a scrambler? Here's some numbers for you. Daniels has scrambled on 20% of his dropbacks this season. That's the highest rate in the NFL. Shouldn't surprise you. He was the leading rusher as a scrambler last year. Now, 7% of the time when he's scrambled, he is reset to throw. 13% of those dropbacks when he's scrambled, he actually runs, which is also highest in the NFL. He has scrambled and thrown for 105 yards, 4th most in the league. The Bears' defense has actually done a very good job at not allowing quarterbacks to do much with their legs. 46 rushing yards on scrambles is top 7. 11.5 yards per scramble, though, is second worst. So I looked into it. I'm like, wait a second. Why do they give up so many yards when guys scramble, but they never give up a lot of yards in games? Well, they have played Geno Smith, who doesn't really run, Dak Prescott, who doesn't really run, Jared Goff, who's never run in his life, and J.J. McCarthy, who is more athletic, but on that night didn't really run. So I think that's more about the quarterbacks they've played, that they've been so good at not allowing guys to leave the pocket. They've only faced one pass off of a scramble, like a play extension running quarterback. All season it went for 12 yards. So my guess is Daniels could actually put up some numbies against them in that way.
That's my feeling. So to me, I go, wow, okay, are they really good at this? Like you think of the Chargers last week, they'd actually done a really good job of limiting quarterback runs, but you can maybe have them on the ground a little bit. And you kind of looked at it and you went, okay, maybe this will be less for Jaden Daniels. Well, you look at this one, and as you said, they've played 4 statues. McCarthy's a bit more athletic than that, but at this stage in his career, Dak Prescott's not going anywhere. Geno Smith can move around some, but it's not, again, what Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson or anybody is. And Jared Goff hates running. He's moving a little bit around to reset and throw. So I actually think this has nothing to do with them, being brilliant at linebacker, having some sort of complicated scheme that negates the ability for quarterbacks to run. I think Daniels will do just fine on the ground tonight.
Defensively, looking at some burning questions. Commanders, Bears, ahead of Monday Night Football. Danny's in D.C. I'm in Milwaukee. What is the plan to slow down Rome Odunze, the first Bears player to score a touchdown in each of the first 4 games of the season for Chicago since Walter Payton, a Hall of Famer, did it back in 1986. He's the only player in the NFL who scored a touchdown in every game in the first 4 weeks of the season for his team. And he's on an 85-catch, 1,250-yard pace, target counts of 9, 11, 7, and 8. They are going to throw him the football. Do you travel with him, with Marshawn Lattimore? I doubt it. Do you bracket coverage against him and then take your chances with DJ Moore, who's chewed this team up and spit them out in the past? I am nervous about Rome Odunze in the red zone tonight.
Yeah, rightly so. I'm nervous about him from the 1 to the opposite goal line. I think that dude is awesome. And DJ Moore, as you said, has torched them in the past. They've got options in the pass game. And I think this is where Chicago is going to be successful tonight. I mean, to me, the plan is to hit Caleb Williams. I really, I think it's soft zones. I think it's work underneath. I think it's rally to the football. I don't think they want to expose their corners to, tight press man, even though that's what Lattimore's done well over the course of his career. But again, I think that guy is long gone. That's 4 or 5 years ago, Marshawn Lattimore. I think they're going to try to play soft and keep everybody in front, try to rally to the football.
I wonder how the Commanders are going to combat 12 personnel. That's the next question for this defense. Chicago throws 31% of their 12 personnel setup, 5th highest in the NFL. That's 2 tight ends. So they like getting the extra tight end on the field, making you think they're running it and then going play action. That's what Ben Johnson did a lot of in Detroit as well. Caleb Williams has thrown an NFL best 4 touchdowns out of that personnel grouping. He's 9th highest rated quarterback in 2 tight end or more situations. Last week we saw Jordan McGee kind of a heavier look with an extra linebacker. Do they roll with that? Is that something they liked? Or do they go with an extra DB and take their chances at stopping the run? That's what I think they'll do. That's what I would do. But I'm curious to see how they defend this team when they put 2 tight ends on the field, because they do throw it out of that look more than everybody else.
I think you'll see some more Jordan McGee, and Bobby Wagner spoke about this to some assembled media in a little bit of a scrum, and he said that's a good thing because the young man can play. I think, though, you're probably right. I would take my chances with DeAndre Swift getting the football rather than some of these guys in the secondary running free. If you'd like to run it against my lighter box, run it against my nickel setup, by all means. I will take my chances on that. I know where I'm vulnerable, and it's on the back end. So if you'd like to hand it to DeAndre Swift, please do that as many times as you feel appropriate.
One other just fun matchup here. Does Joe Witt continue to disguise coverages as often as he has? They've changed at the snap coverage looks 28% of the time, which is 3rd most in the league, and Caleb Williams has chewed that up. He's 5th best against disguised coverages with a rating over 111. Be interested to see either if they go strength on strength and say they do it better, or if they try to avoid that, because Ben Johnson's had some easy outs, some easy button stuff for him when they can anticipate what kind of changes you're making after the snap. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Shout out to Ryan, by the way, who just texted me that we've got a new Toby Altizer character, which is Brookie Altizer. The Brewers, Toby, who's really excited about the NLCS tonight.
Brookie.
So we've got Toby, we've got Toki, we've got Brookie.
Brookie.
All working for us on the show today. Love that. Next, let's scout the opponent. We will get the latest on the Bears with a gentleman who covers them on Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Commanders, Bears tonight, Monday Night Football kicking off at 8:15. We'll have you covered all afternoon long. Burgundy and Gold pregame show follows Grant and Danny with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day at 6:30. Burgundy and Gold postgame show after the game with myself and Doc Walker. Taking a look at the injury report, Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown not going to play for Washington tonight. Grady Jarrett out for the Bears. Debo Samuel's listed as questionable. He's expected to play. Chris Rodriguez and Eddie Goldman also listed as questionable. The other Monday Night Football game kicking off at 7:15 tonight, Bills and Falcons. Other news around the league, the Titans have fired their head coach Brian Callahan. Eagles edge rusher Zadarius Smith has retired. Some injuries around the league. 49ers linebacker Fred Warner's out for the season with a broken and dislocated ankle that he's going to need surgery on. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua sprained his ankle and is day today going ahead into next week's matchup. Baseball playoffs tonight. ALCS Game 2 coming up at 5 o'clock. Mariners and Blue Jays. Mariners lead that series 1-0. Game 1 for the Brewers and Dodgers tonight at 8 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Getting you ready for Monday Night Football, the Commanders and the Bears. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We are live, and we're taking you up to 6:30 tonight. Thank you for making the show part of your day. It is time to get the latest on Chicago. Let's do some scouting. And to help us do that, we've got Mark Grody of 670 The Score, our Odyssey sister station in Chicago. Mark, happy game day. Thanks much for the time. Let's just start with the import of this one, coming off of a bye at 500 for a Chicago team that's won a couple in a row.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about it on our show here in Chicago that, I believe that this is an inflection point for specifically their head coach, Ben Johnson. You get the team, you had an awful start, you lose 2 games in really poor fashion, and then you win the next 2. The Dallas game was great. The Bears, it was a struggle to beat Las Vegas, but they beat them. They're 2-2, and here the Bears are off the bye week. What do you got, Ben Johnson? How do you make this team better? How do you I don't know if he's thinking about avenging anything because he wasn't here last year, but this is a challenging game for the Bears to go on the road, to play a Commanders team that seems to be getting its stuff together right now. And, what can you improve and show something after a bye week? How much of a genius are you, Ben Johnson? Show everybody. So it's a big moment, I feel like, as big of a moment can be in the 5th game of the season for the Bears.
Mark, give us a Caleb Williams State of the Union here, just whether it's public perception, vibe, how he's played, etc.
Yeah, well, the big thing that he's gotten better at this year is avoiding sacks. I mean, he was the most sacked quarterback last year, and a lot of that, of course, can be attributed to the offensive line, which they've revamped this year. But a lot of it was self-imposed by Caleb Williams, so he has certainly improved in that regard. He is also, seems to have a better connection this year with Roma Dunze. Roma Dunze putting up some big numbers. I guess the biggest issue right now for Caleb Williams still is doing the simple stuff better. Ben Johnson specifically called out the screen game, basically saying that it's bad right now. Some of the gimme passes, things like that, taking advantage when you're in the red zone. When last we saw the Bears playing 2 weeks ago against Las Vegas, the defense was turning the ball over left and right, and the Bears offense was not putting the ball into the end zone. So finishing, I think, and, one of the big problems last year for Caleb Williams was the first half of play, and then he would come to life as you guys saw in the game last year, where they had that drive that everybody thought the Bears were going to win on the Roschon Johnson pass. There was a lot like his season last year, and while the first halves have not been as bad for Caleb Williams this year, it's still something of a bugaboo relative to how well he plays in the 3rd and 4th quarters.
How good and sure is your take now, and how strong are you on Caleb Williams being in the answer, the franchise quarterback, a second contract guy? Are you guys kind of convinced yet?
No, I can't call it yet. I think that we are seeing incremental progress. It's important that we're seeing him be better than he was last year, but relative to being selected the number 1 overall pick, relative to being called a generational quarterback, relative to all of us breathlessly using the word elite when it came out of USC, not there yet. Not there yet. Even in terms of leadership, I think the leadership is better for Caleb Williams this year, but it's still imperfect. So I still think that it's a work in progress. There hasn't been that huge discernible jump yet. Better, but not there yet.
Mark Grote, 670 The Score, helping us break down the Bears here on Grant and Danny. All right, let's go to that offensive line. I know a certain left tackle is out tonight. How has that unit played this year? What do you expect from them this evening?
Yeah, they have an entirely new interior of their offensive line, led by the center, Drew Dahlman, and Joe Tooney, obviously, who everybody knows is, a great chief for so long, and then Noah Jackson on the right side. But the big deal this week, guys, is that the Bears are going with an undrafted guy from last year. He's in his second year. His name is Theo Benedette. He is going to be the Bears' starting left tackle tonight for the incumbent starter, Braxton Jones, who essentially was benched. And again, Theo Benedette, this is a guy who spent the entire year on the practice squad and rose up during training camp when there was a competition at left tackle. Honest to God, guys, I can tell you this because I admitted it on Chicago radio today. When Theo Benedette, when they first started putting this guy in at left tackle during training camp, I thought it was a prop. I thought that he was being used to motivate Braxton Jones and their second-round pick, Ozzie Trapillo, who seems to be better suited as a right tackle at this point. And this kid out of British Columbia comes out of nowhere, basically, to rise up through the ranks to get into that competition. And then the guy, and he did, for the record, it's not his first start. He did start at right tackle for the Bears last year, and then they benched Braxton Jones, the usual left tackle, and we saw Theo Benedette slide over there against Vegas. And here we are. He will get his first start at left tackle tonight. Darnell Wright is good to go for the Bears on the right side. He had been injured and missing a game against Vegas, but he's going to be playing. He's going to have a brace on his elbow. So there is a little bit of question and potentially vulnerability at the tackle spots for the Bears tonight.
Talking Chicago Bears in D.C. to take on the Commanders on Monday Night Football with Mark Grote of 670 The Score. This defense statistically is horrific, and they just don't stop the run at all. Have they been as bad as the numbers, number one? And number two, they get 3 starters back tonight. How different could that look, in your opinion?
Yes, they have been bad against the run. The numbers don't lie in this case. They gave up 240 plus, or maybe it was 240 on the dot, rushing yards to Las Vegas. And I don't have my notes in front of me, but if you go through every single game log for the Bears this year, you'll see at least a run of 20 or longer in most of the games that the Bears have played. Like, the explosive runs have been killing the Bears even since last year. This is nothing new. So unfortunately, we are seeing way too much of it. Now, you mentioned some of the guys that are going to be back. TJ Edwards, their best linebacker, is expected to play tonight. Kyler Gordon, their very versatile slot cornerback, is a guy that will get nosy in the run game too. He likes to get physical. So I think that those guys will help. But really, it just comes down to the defensive line and somebody needing to step up, make a tackle for loss, make a big play. Just hasn't been a lot of those. Now, Grady Jarrett, the defensive lineman who the Bears signed this year, who has spent, a decade in Atlanta, not playing in this game, and he's been dealing on and off with a knee injury essentially since the beginning of the year. So that's part of the issue. But the Bears just have not had, and this includes Montez Sweat, who I know you guys are very familiar with. He's only got 1 sack and 11 tackles this year, so there just hasn't been a guy to step up and make that big moment splash play on the defensive line this year.
Yeah, there hadn't been a ton of sacks. Is it one of those just fluky things where they've been close a bunch of times, or is this not a great pass rushing group?
Unfortunately, it's not a good pass rushing team. And the Bears, they went through all this last year when Montez Sweat's numbers dipped down to 5+ sacks last year. They brought in Dio Odangbo, who they signed out of Indianapolis, and they were expecting to throw him all over the line and maybe get him to break through for a few sacks. But yeah, it's just really, again, not a new thing. Like, the Bears have struggled to get to the quarterback, and I am well aware of how good the Washington Commanders have been at getting to the quarterback. So it's been a problem. Dennis Allen, their new defensive coordinator, who you guys know, and he's well respected, but he has not figured it out either. It's still early, but it is a problem.
So we'll let you out on this one. What's your gut feel, your prediction for tonight?
Well, I predicted on the podcast I do Take the North that Washington would win this game. I think, I have to do these predictions everywhere, so sometimes I forget the score that I gave, but I do believe I said on the podcast that it would be 31-24 Washington Commanders win this game.
Mark, appreciate you, man. Enjoy it tonight, but not too much, I hope.
Appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you,
buddy.
Be good. Outstanding. Mark Grody helping us scout the Bears ahead of Monday Night Football as we're closing in now on a little over 4.5 hours or so away from kickoff at Northwest Stadium. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We will theme it to Monday Night Football, though. Remember, we got Caps tickets in 20 minutes on Grant and Danny. Monday, October 13th, 2025. Grant and Danny on the Fan taking you up to Monday Night Football. The Commanders and the Bears, great sports night. The NLCS gets started with the Dodgers and the Brewers in Milwaukee. That's where I am at American Family Field. Let's get to a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Danny, what is your game plan for game night? Are you going to be at home posting up, ordering some takeout, having friends over? What do you got going?
We will be at home, and it's I'm going to be on delay to start it. Then I'll play catch up as it goes. Just getting all the children, because they're home from school today. Planned holiday, normal holiday, totally reasonable. I get it. This is one of those national holidays where most people are off. This is a normal one. The ones I can't handle, it's like a Wednesday in the middle of September. Anyway, point is, getting the baby sleep, getting the 7-year-old fed and showered, and the 12-year-old asking him why he's so surly. Like, we'll do the whole deal, get everybody settled and sorted, and then I will get started and be able to fast forward through the in-between plays and some of the commercial stuff. And I'll probably be caught up by around 8:30, 8:40.
So I was talking earlier about how I never have missed a play, and I just can't. You have to do this thing where with your older kids, they'll play sports for some reason inexplicably on the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
They are playing sports on Sunday, and so almost always you never see games live. You often can catch up by the end of the game, and we'll get like 5 or 6 angry texts from you like 2 hours behind about something that happened in the first quarter and the third quarter or whatever.
Yeah, like you guys are already on to the comeback is for last week, for example. Like the I can't remember which kid. I mean, there's so many games, but it's in the middle of the Washington game. I finally get home and I'm racing to start it, and you guys are already on to the comeback. You know that it's now 17-10 Washington, but I'm sitting there angrily texting about what strip club the guys went to the night before in L.A. when it's 10-0 and they're walking down the field about to make it 17-0.
Well, I'm always initially like, what is he talking about? And then I realize, oh, he's literally 14 plays back or, whatever it is. Like, you're like, jump on the ball. And I'm like, what? No, there's no ball to jump on here.
It's a commercial break, dude. Yeah.
You're a great father, and God bless you. I hope I'm in a different world. In either the societal change takes place where we all decide, we just wake up one morning and say no one's playing sports on Sundays. That's kind of my hope before my kids get there in a couple of years. Or maybe we just don't do those sports. It's just going to have to be that we don't do that. Because Sundays are for football. That's what Sunday's for. The NFL.
I would love for that to be the case, but it's, there are only so many days in the week, man. You got to get the games in. The ones that are hard are when it's like, oh, there's a rain out or something, and you thought it was free, you thought your feet would be up, or it's a morning game that gets pushed back, or there's some sort of weird double dip. Like this weekend, I woke up at 5:30 in the morning on Sunday morning to be in Upper Marlboro in Darris's area for an 8 p.m. First kick. I mean, what? Come on, man. What are we doing? But the whole point is they got to get the games in. They're worried about the rain, etc. But the 5:30 a.m. wake-up call, man, oh man, is that a kick in the giblets.
That's brutal.
Yep.
So we've got a 4 p.m. opportunity to give away Caps tickets coming up in a little over 10 minutes. And at 5 p.m. today, Danny will be joined by Jay Gruden. I say Danny will be because I'm getting ready to bail for the last couple hours of the show out here in Milwaukee. I'm getting ready to do our pregame show on MLB Network Radio ahead of the NLCS. So looking forward to hearing what Jay has to say. I'll definitely go back and listen on the back end. But, Danny, this will be the last time we chat then before kickoff tonight and the big Ben Johnson stare down.
Indeed.
Where 349.5 is the number he's got to surpass for me to be able to play the Ben Johnson alert moving forward and to just say his name and talk about him publicly for the masses of Washington, D.C. listening to the radio program. Now, here is what I will tell you guys. No one's asked for this, but I'm just going to tell you that I'm going to take good care of everyone no matter what. If the Bears go for like 370, 380, 400, something like that, there will be no gloating tomorrow. There will be no celebrating. This will not. I'm a Commanders guy, first and foremost. I want them to win the football game. I want all of you to be happy. I hope they win, no matter what the Bears do. But Tuesday's going to be a little bit tough. So Monday we're going to, Tuesday's going to be okay, and then Wednesday's going to be a little bit tough. That's when we're going to get into more of a gloating, celebratory, playing the sounder as often as possible, trolling mood. I don't think you guys will have to worry about it. I think 350 is a lot with today's NFL. But Wednesday might be one where you're going to hear that sounder a few times if they give up 350. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, again, I think it's such a low bar. I really wish we'd fought harder to make it a higher number. It's a number that Washington averages per week, and it took the Chargers having a broken offensive line to miss it by 16 yards. So, again, I think they'll cruise to it. I think it's easy and effortless. Spoiler alert, I'm predicting this for tonight. I think they roll past that number early in the fourth quarter and Washington wins. So I think you're going to have your cake and also be able to eat it too. And I always say this, what's the point of having cake if it's not to eat it? I've never understood that analogy.
Well, everybody wins then.
Yeah.
I mean, if the
Except for
Commanders
us.
win big and the Bears run up some yards and Ben Johnson goes for 4 bills, and then I get to play the Ben Johnson sounder a bunch for the rest of the season and talk about how good he is every Sunday.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
Then everybody wins. We can all be happy together.
Yeah, but you forget there's a group of people, though. I'm just looking at like Darius and Ryan and Toby, and then I can see myself there on the stream. I'm waving at myself right now. We won't be as happy, though. You see what I'm saying? Like, it'll be great for you. Like, that's everything you want. The thing that we
That's
want
really interesting.
is what Josh wants, which is to end this obsession. It's unhealthy. You're too hyper-fixated, too hyper-focused, and it's enough. Enough is enough.
Do you want to play a game?
Okay.
Did my laptop die?
Okay. Let me see. It's not an Apple. So, yes.
It did.
It did.
It died.
It died. Nailed it.
Tell Ryan not to worry. My laptop just died, as
Ryan.
it does almost every single show.
Don't worry. Grant's laptop died. Do not worry. That's what happened.
Do you think is it a power cord issue or a battery issue?
Both.
Yeah. I think that's where we are. I think it might be time for a new laptop.
I think it's
All right,
partially also a Grant issue. I just had to throw that in.
Whoa.
There. I do
Wow.
think it is too.
What do I have to do with it?
It's the lack of charging your laptop. That's kind of what it is. A little bit.
It's plugged in all morning.
Every Nubs laptop I've had, this would happen. Where like it gets old, and then like you're sitting there, you have to like hold it in a certain way for it to charge, and then that would break. You take it to some computer fix-it place, that like has like a sign that's broken. They're like, yeah, nothing we can do with it, and then you just buy an Apple. That's what you do.
Got to stick with the Microsoft notebook, I think. But it might be time for a new one of those. All right, Caps tickets as soon as we return. Beltway Blitz, and then Jay Gruden at 5, taking you up to 6:30 on a game day on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, it is a burgundy and gold game day as the Commanders get set for Monday Night Football tonight at Northwest Stadium against the Bears in a blackout as they'll wear their black uniforms tonight. Burgundy and gold pregame show going to have you set for kickoff starting at 6:30 following Grant and Danny, Linnell Willingham, and Denton Day with you on the pregame, postgame with myself and Doc Walker after the game. Taking a look at the practice report, or the injury report, Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown are out for the matchup for Washington. Grady Jarrett out for the Bears. Deebo Samuel listed as questionable, although he is expected to play. Chris Rodriguez and Eddie Goldman also are questionable. Other Monday Night Football games tonight, Bills and Falcons will kick off at 7:15. The Titans have fired their head coach, Brian Callahan. Eagles edge rusher Zadarius Smith has retired. Some injuries in the game, in the NFL. 49ers linebacker Fred Warner's out for the season with a broken and dislocated ankle that's going to require surgery. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua sprained his ankle. Sean McVay called him day-to-day. Baseball playoffs continuing on, the LCS. ALCS tonight, Game 2 between the Mariners and Blue Jays coming up in about an hour. Logan Gilbert takes on Trey Savage. Mariners lead that series 1-0 after their win last night. Brewers and Dodgers Game 1 tonight at 8 o'clock. Baldino's Lock and Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We want to give you Washington Capitals tickets right now. 800-636-1067 is the number. You'll win 2 tickets to see the Washington Capitals Tuesday, October 21st versus Seattle. The Capitals will host Donate Life Night in partnership with MedStar Health. For tickets and the complete Capitals schedule, visit thefandc.com/tickets, courtesy of the Washington Capitals. Good luck to you, 800-636-1067. Speaking of those Washington Capitals, let's start the Beltway Blitz, Dares. About Katie Florio, Caps Radio Network. Katie, I think if they were still playing, Charlie Lindgren still wouldn't give up a goal from last night. He was unbelievable.
I mean, that was incredible. That's a save that you're going to see all week long. I've already seen scrolling social media today, people calling it the save of the year, and we are 3 games in here. But that was one of those things. I've seen him make incredible saves before, but my jaw dropped watching that one. And just what an unbelievable start for him to this season. It's just the 7th Capital in franchise history to record a shutout in his season opener. So really happy for Charlie, and what a great way to start the season.
It is the tiniest of samples. It's hard to draw any conclusions from the first week, let alone first 3 games here. But the offense hasn't come out rip-roaring just yet. Again, I'm not making any judgments or sort of, any kind of, referendums on it just yet. But what have you seen? 1 goal in 2 of their 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely an accurate statement. I know Carb said in his post-game speech last night, sometimes you got to find ways to win, and not every night you're going to score 6 goals. And when that's the case, you got to have good defense and you got to have really good goaltending. And so I certainly don't think there's a need to panic just 3 games in, because it's not like, high-scoring, high-powered offense is the Capitals' only tool. I know they're so confident in both Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren, who we've seen good outings from, and obviously their defensive core as well. It's not an excuse, but, a new year, not a ton of new players this year, but still, there was lots of questions. Was Hendrik Lapierre going to be 3C, moving Connor McMichael to the wing? Well, then we see him back at center last night with Lappy out, Sonny Milano on that top line. So it's still, there's enough new pieces to where you're sort of trying things out and trying to gain that chemistry. And so I think that with time, it's going to come. The goals are going to come. But in the meantime, they're a well-rounded team that when they're not putting up 6 goals a night, they can find other ways to win. And I think that's what we saw this weekend in New York.
What do we know about Pierre-Luc Dubois leaving the ice last night?
Honestly, nothing. There has been no update since. The team was off today. I know he came back and got evaluated, but that's not something that I think head coach Spencer Carver will share until after morning skate tomorrow. So I am just as much in the dark as everyone else with that. Hopefully, it's something minor, something that he can quickly return from, because that would be a huge, huge piece to lose. But as of right now, definitely not making any assumptions or worrying just yet until we get the word from Carberry and the trainers.
Take it whichever way you'd like to go. Who's impressed you through 3 games, non-goaltender division?
Sorry, say that again. Non-goaltender?
Yeah, non-goaltender. What skaters impressed you the most?
I mean, I think you got to go with, I think the obvious one there is Alexei Protas coming off that 3-point night on Long Island, 2 goals and the assist. And it's not just the stats and leading the team, but the goal he scored on the breakaway, I think, is a prime example of, for fans that don't follow this team intently and only sort of, know the names from rosters and things like that. At 6'6", 250, you would think, the average person would think, he's a guy just banging bodies around, heavy, big. The way he can skate, his agility, his quickness, his speed, all of that was on showcase in that goal. And I know his brother, Ilya, is the same way. Not as heavy. I think he's about 215, 220, but both of them, for their size, the way they skate is so, so impressive. And obviously he's coming off of that 30-goal career year last year. But I think Ryan Leonard said it best. He's made in a laboratory, for a guy to be that big, have that much skill and that much speed. And so I think the year he had last year is no one-off. If anything, it is only the start of the NHL player that he's going to grow into.
Awesome. Katie, really appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Sounds very good. Let's put her on hold, please. Why is it not going there? I want to go home. And let's talk about the NFL, please. Our buddy Mark Schofield joins us to do that very thing. Are the Chiefs back, Mark?
Danny, I do think the Chiefs are back, because what we saw last night was their offense start to get on track a little bit. Their defense frustrate a very good Detroit Lions offense. And they're getting Rashee Rice back after a 6-game suspension, which is going to give that passing game a bit more of an explosive element, particularly the vertical downfield passing game. And so I think they're back. I think when you take a step back and look around at the greater AFC picture, a lot of teams that might be in the mix, that could be good, that could not be good. I think the trend line is going in a very good direction if you're a Chiefs fan.
Mark, were you a Breaking Bad fan?
I was a Breaking Bad fan, yes.
So you remember when Jesse Pinkman loses it, and just because Walt just kind of keeps out maneuvering everybody, and he just breaks down, and he screams, he can't keep getting away with this? Look, one of the most famous scenes in the show's history. I think he was talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers.
He was absolutely talking about the Steelers, because here we go again, right? Yep. I'm literally working, Danny, on a piece right now, here we go again with the Pittsburgh Steelers. You might look at their record and say, oh, they haven't really beaten anybody. You might look at some advanced metrics, DVOA, things like that, and say, oh, they're really not that good of a football team. But there they are, 4-1. They've got an inside track to win in that division, given the fact that Joe Burrow's hurt, Lamar Jackson is hurt, and the Cleveland Browns, they're the Cleveland Browns still. So they could be winning that division yet again. And Mike Tomlin, yet again, looks like he's in a position to get a team that had a lot of questions, had a lot of people wondering if they were going to be any good, back to the playoffs and perhaps making another run.
How's Tampa 5-1? I mean, Mayfield's been incredible. He had like you and me at receiver yesterday, Mark.
And Danny, I was very proud of you for that backflip after that touchdotion. That looked fantastic.
But got a running start and everything, yeah.
I do think it's Baker Mayfield. I mean, he was, like you said, thrown to their number 5, number 6 receiver. They've been banged up, but he's finding ways to win. He's willing that team to win. You look at that scramble on 3rd and 14 where he somehow shakes off 2 defenders when it looks like he's going to take a sack, picks up the first down. 2 plays later, he hits Tez Johnson for that touchdown. Baker's been a big story this year. He's certainly put himself into the MVP mix, and he's a big reason why you might look at the NFC right now after Detroit's loss last night, after where the Eagles have stumbled and how they've looked in recent weeks, and think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers might be the best team in the NFC.
Yeah, what do you make of the Eagles? I mean, to me, they live in this world of dramatics where there's always something like Week 5 last year, whatever the week was, Nick Sirianni's like yelling at fans after a close win, and then all of a sudden they rally and they're really, really good. There's so much talent there. I still trust them to be fine, but they haven't looked particularly good here.
they haven't looked good. That passing game has been in bits and spurts this season so far. They've had two halves where they've had negative yards passing already this season. And like you said, they seem to live in this era of chaos. That's where they seem most comfortable. The question I have, is it going to be like last year where people wondered, are they any good? Are they really any good? And they go on and steamroll their way through the playoffs? Or 2 years ago where they were at 10-1, looked like the best team in football, and absolutely collapsed down the stretch and ended up losing in the wild card round. I think it'll be more like last year where they're going to be a good team. They're going to figure it out. They have this mini bye. But the reason why the Eagles' friend in your life is a little scared right now is they're worried it's more like 23 when this team collapses here over the next couple of weeks.
So Detroit lost last night. Obviously, Kansas City looked really good. That was the headline. But I came away actually kind of impressed with Detroit, even in a loss. I mean, they're an Amon-Ra St. Brown drop away from a very different game. And how many times is that going to happen in the next, for the rest of his career? Down to, again, nobody in their secondary. They hung pretty well, I thought, with Kansas City last night. I actually came away strangely impressed with them and still think they're going to be A-OK in the NFC North. Your thoughts?
I mean, I think when you look at Detroit's process on the whole, you come away thinking, look, they go into Kansas City, tough place to play. The Chiefs might be back, like we just talked about. You feel pretty confident still about the Lions being in it at the end. You mentioned the draw from Amon-Ra St. Brown. You don't see that very often. And let's not forget that weird, legal motion penalty on Jared Goff, which took a touchdown off the board. Dan Campbell's going to go for it on fourth downs, which is where you want to be in today's NFL. I think, yes, you'd like to win that game if you're Detroit, but you still feel pretty good about where you are as a team, even with that loss.
What's up with Dallas?
I can't make sense of this team because, 1 week you think, wait, they've got something cooking here. They're putting up points, and then you lose like you did on Sunday. They're just too inconsistent for me right now. They've had some injuries as well. I think I don't want to say rebuilding, but the Parsons trade and the way they've played this year, the ups and downs, you wonder if they're just sort of going through this little bit of a retooling process. They're going to have the multiple first-round picks next year. Maybe next year is when they're really looking to make a run. But that's one of the teams, Denny, I just can't make heads or tails of.
Last one, Brian Callahan removed from his post there as the head coach of Tennessee. I don't know how much talent they had. Maybe they could have won another game or two, but just funny to think. They fire Mike Vrabel, who's got as many wins now in this season with the Patriots as they do since they fired Mike Vrabel. Not great.
Not great at all. I think the timing of it is a big reason why we saw this move today, because Mike Vrabel comes to town this week. The Patriots are coming to town to play Tennessee. You probably don't want to get run out of your old building by the coach you fired. So they probably made this move right now, get Brian Callahan out of there. I don't know what their interim plan is. They haven't named an interim head coach yet, but that's going to be fun to watch.
Mark, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Talk soon, my friend.
You got it. There he goes. That is Mark Schofield. You can hear the Boston accent in there. I'm actually talking NFL with you. Get over it. Whatever. Let's talk about Local 53, please. About Kevin Sheehan. The Kevin Sheehan Show joins us to do that very thing. Kevin, who's really important tonight? Besides the quarterback, who do you think has to play well?
Good question, Daniel. How about Javon Kinlaw? Because they're not a good running team, and if somebody runs against us tonight and their play action is better and they got receivers, I think, they're not a good running team. We've become a better run-stopping team. I think a lot of it's Kinlaw. If he kind of plays the way he's been playing, I think it could be another positive night defensively up front.
I like that one because it's like if you get that, then you get some of those third and longs, which is kind of the whole design to improve that pass defense.
Right.
This group talking about Chicago. Now, again, this is before the bye week, so who knows what new tendencies and self-scouting they've done to kind of cook up something different. But they play a lot out of 12 personnel with those couple of tight ends that are good, and they can throw out of that group. Do you see more Jordan McGee tonight, or do you stay in nickel, almost daring them to run against it?
Yeah, that's a good question. Ben and I talked about that on the show, is that because, last week we saw, 3 linebackers on the field a lot, including Jordan McGee. It's not like Bobby Wagner came off the field when he came in because the Chargers were in 12 personnel, and the Bears are top 5 in the league in running 1 back, 2 tight ends. So you can leave 3 linebackers on the field in that scenario. So, yeah, I would expect that we'll see more Jordan McGee. I think it's going to be more interesting when you play a team that plays, 1 back, 1 right, 1 tight end, 3 receivers. Will Jordan McGee's playing time go down? Like maybe next week against Dallas, or has he shown enough to put him on the field more, maybe for a Bobby Wagner or a Luvu here and there?
In terms of Luvu, last year I'd kind of forgotten about this. Kevin and Grant reminded me earlier on in the show, but Luvu was a demon in that Monday Night Football game, and that or whatever it was. I guess it was a primetime game that everybody saw late afternoon window. But offensively, they just couldn't punch it in. It was weird, and then all of a sudden they relinquished the lead. But Luvu was all over the field. We haven't quite seen that guy yet. Is tonight the night, maybe?
Yeah, I thought we saw a lot of that last week. The sack totals aren't there, but I think his presence has been felt. I thought last week he was certainly one of the best players on the field. I thought against Atlanta, he was about the only decent defensive player on the field. Maybe he's really good. I think he's still, regardless of the lack of statistical, proof, I think he's still maybe their best defensive player on the field week in and week out.
Let's go to the offense. Again, this is pre-bye week. Who knows what they've cooked up that might look different, getting a couple guys back, talking about Chicago. But on the ground, it looks like you should be able to maul this team, right? 6.1 yards per carry through 4 games. And it's not just quarterbacks doing it. Add in that Jaden Daniels element. Now, all of a sudden, maybe you've got something else here. But do you expect that tonight, or do you expect the Bears to put up a stiffer test?
I mean, you just mentioned it. What do they fix during this bye week? Do they come back and do they load the box and say, we've been terrible against the run? Remember, they have played Dallas and Detroit in their first 4, 2 really good offensive teams. But do they come out and play it differently? They're getting healthier tonight. They're getting a couple of starters back. But that's the thing that just sticks out. It's like number 1 rush offense against the team that gives up the most yards per carry in the league. Like, you got to try to run the football, and if they load the box, I think Kingsbury will have a lot of answers. But I am interested. It's a really interesting thing that you talked about, because we may see a completely different approach since they've had 2 weeks since their last game to try to fix things.
It's the engine that drives this offense right now, obviously non-Daniels division, has been Deebo Samuel. He had 9 targets for every 1 that somebody else had last week. How long do you expect that to continue?
For a while, as long as he's healthy. I'll ask you a question. Mm-hmm. If put Jaden aside, who would they miss on offense more than any player?
It's him.
If you were out.
Kevin, it's him. And I think it's not close, because I know you've talked about this a bunch, and I won't let you weigh in. To me, my eyes were really open to this with Deshaun Jackson. I know they're totally different players, but hear me out. It was the threat of Deshaun Jackson that allowed, to me, Jordan Reed, Pierre Garçon, whoever you wanted to kind of operate in that intermediate spot, because every defensive back was terrified of being on SportsCenter. Right? The threat of him was almost as important as him, and you could see the way the defense reacts to Deebo Samuel going in motion. Everybody's turning their head frantically and pointing and we got to account. Moving him around the way that they can and do, using him as the toy or the weapon that Kingsbury does, I think that's almost as important as him with the ball in his hands, because that's the guy that scares the defenses.
Yeah, in a different way from Deshaun, right?
Totally.
Deshaun was a deep threat that made you play deeper and respect deeper. But yeah, Deebo can do so many different things, and you're not really sure how he's going to do it to you on any given play, because there's so much misdirection. There's so much sort of trickery in the way they use a lot of guys. I mean, and I think that's part of Kingsbury's, I don't want to use the word genius, but part of why he's really good at what he does. And Deebo was the weapon he was looking for that he didn't have last year, that I think in many ways he was hoping Eckler would be, in a different way. But Eckler, if you think back to last year, their most difficult nights for the opponent to defend were the nights when Eckler was there.
Yep, exactly right. And you could see those big games against Philadelphia on Thursday Night Football. Yeah. Eckler left, Eckler right. Now we're past midfield.
I agree.
I didn't get a chance to hear it on my way in today. Give me your prediction for this one.
I think Washington wins. I would not be surprised if it's closer than people think, but I'd be surprised against Chicago defensively if they don't put up at least 28. So I like, something like 29-24, something like that.
Kevin, appreciate you as always, dude. Talk soon.
All right, Danny.
There he goes. That is Kevin Sheehan. And that, people, that's how you Beltway blitz. That's 3 teams. Well, not really 3 teams, because the NFL was like a bunch of teams. So we really did like 20 teams, if you think about it. Just now, that's how you Beltway blitz. Spin you around, let you know what is what. A whole bunch of things coming up later on in the program. Jay Gruden joins us at 5. Michael Phillips will join us at 6 to break down this one. But next, you're going to ask Kevin, I want to ask you guys, about tonight. Haven't had a chance to talk too much on the phones. Let's change that. 800-636-1067 is the number. Who's got to be great? Who's got to be great for this team to win this game tonight? Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. In partnering with Fanatic Sportsbook, you may have heard me talk about their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection. I've told you I think it really is the best thing in the game, and last night proves my point. San Francisco, Tampa, right? Rookie wideout who's on everybody's fantasy team goes down in the second quarter with an injury. Not only did Fanatic's fair play void all affected straight bets instantly, if that prop was part of the parlay or the same game parlay, your bet plays on. No waiting around with your bets stuck in limbo. I got the numbers right here. Yesterday afternoon, Fanatics Sportsbook's fair play policy saved 39% of all same-game parlays on that game. How legendary is that? This injury would have made you lose on pretty much every other sportsbook. So why would you risk your bets if you don't have to? Fanatics first half fair play all season long, every game. I am telling you, winning hits different at Fanatics Sportsbook. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. You've heard me talk about Fanatic Sportsbook because I love them, right? This football season, where else would you want to be other than with my friends at Fanatic Sportsbook? It's the home of fair play. You heard me talking about it just now. It protects all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays, all season long from any first half injury. They were the first to protect your prop bets throughout the first quarter, and now they've extended that protection throughout the entire first half. 30 minutes. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or even defensive players. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. So stick with the book that doesn't leave you empty-handed when you can bet with the one that has your back the entire first half. If you want to protect your parlays from injury, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter, all pro football, every single game, all season long. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Melwood. Monday Night Football tonight, Commanders and Bears at Northwest Stadium. We'll have you covered with a Burgundy and Gold pregame show following Grant and Danny. Linnell Willingham and Denton Day will have you at 6:30, and the Burgundy and Gold postgame show following the game with myself and Doc Walker. For the Commanders, they're going to be without Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown. Sam Cosme's also officially been ruled out. Some elevations from the practice squad for the team. Tay Martin and wide receiver Ja'Cory Brooks as well. Deebo Samuel listed as questionable, although he is expected to play. Chris Rodriguez probably expected to play with no elevation from the practice squad at running back. Eddie Goldman also listed as questionable. Other Monday Night Football game tonight, Bills and Falcons will kick off at 7:15. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org. Call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's the same, relatively the same players on defense. From last year, those guys were flying around to the ball, tackling, making good plays on the football. So, we got our hands full in that aspect. But also they got playmakers all on the field. So, we're going to have to convert on third down. I know they're a very good third down defense. They get after the quarterback, so they create turnovers also. So you got to be and play clean football, but it should be fun.
Whose voice is that, Terrace? What player is that? Who said that?
That'll be one Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
And he plays for Washington?
He plays for the Washington football team.
Oh, so that's my favorite team, and he plays for them?
That'd be correct.
Huh. 800-636-1067 is the telephone number. Welcome back, G&D. No GP rest of the way. He's in Milwaukee getting ready for the NLCS. I'm Fannie Mouye, hanging out with you guys until 6:30. Little pregame action. It's a very busy night. Keep up with Toby's journey. He's going to drive to Reston on purpose and then come back because he forgot his jersey today. Again, this is something that is actually happening. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So the question, you heard me ask Kevin Sheehan. I'm going to ask you folks at 800-636-1067. Thinking about tonight's matchup. Washington, latest I've seen, 5.5-point favorites at home in prime time. They're 9-2 in their last 11 home games. Some of that's opponent related. They haven't played the best teams at home. Chicago's one of those teams. They've beaten them over their last 11. But they have been much better this year at home until this most recent week in L.A., where they were pretty damn good on the road after a rough start. Who's got to be great tonight for them to win? Some of it's easy. Jaden Daniels. Yeah, pretty much, right? There's a lot that falls on that young man's shoulders. He's excellent. He's awesome. He is the straw that stirs the drink, so to speak. I think that's an easy one. Beyond Jaden Daniels, and you could say that and kind of give a little extra tidbit if you'd like, but who's got to be great tonight for them to win this football game? 800-636-1067. We'll start by people who are driving the furthest before driving back tonight and then kind of go around the room. So that would be Toby up first. Toby, who's got to be great tonight for this team to win?
I'm going to take a little bit of a cop-out here, but the corners. The corners need to play better.
I don't think it's a cop-out at all, Toby. I think that's essential. That's going to be a theme because it's not a strong suit.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a simple answer, and maybe it's not a specific guy, because if Lattimore steps up and he's able to slow down DJ Moore, then if Trey Amos isn't playing well against Roma Dunze, then it doesn't matter. But the corners as a group have to step up. I saw, just looking around, that Caleb Williams doesn't do great against zone coverage, and Washington has been playing more zone this year. It doesn't really matter if he struggles against zone if they can't play zone correctly and dudes are open all night. So the corners have to play better, because I think if they can slow down that passing game and at least play disciplined, I think they got a good chance of winning tonight.
So I just, maybe I'm too low. Maybe I've overreacted on this front. I just don't think they have that club in the bag, to borrow from the Galf analogy. I just don't think that's something that, we'll just go do that. We'll fix it. I don't think there's a fix here. I think the fix is they play weak offensive lines and feast and have a bunch of sacks and pressures and hits and maybe get a turnover or two on an errant throw or something that's rushed. I don't think they can cover. Now, I'd love to be wrong and have a game where you don't actually have to get to the quarterback 15, 16 times in terms of QB hits, sacks, and hurries and all those sorts of deals. I'd love to have that and still have a defense that is competent and functional. But I don't know, man. And maybe I'm too low on that group. But to me, it's just everybody's so open. And it just feels like that's not going to change this evening against a good receiving group with a really smart offensive mind that's had an extra week to prepare. But yeah, I could certainly use that one, Tobes. I think that's a good one. Rhino, for thee, who's got to be great tonight?
I think it's got to be Marshawn Lattimore and really whoever's covering DJ Moore.
You can see the theme here, boys.
Yeah.
Right? We're all feeding into the same
Yeah,
trough.
I know. I hate to be, again,
Not at all.
basic. But again, just 2 games ago when DJ Moore played against this Commanders team a few years ago, he had 230 yards with multiple touchdowns. This is someone who has come in back to his hometown area. He went to Maryland here. He has killed this team time and time again. So we talk about Rome Odunze. We talk about Caleb Williams. We talk about all their other weapons on offense. But do not forget about DJ Moore. I'm concerned with what he can do going over the middle. The Commanders have been pretty vulnerable in that aspect. They go deep to him. They've been vulnerable in that area as well. Do not be surprised if DJ Moore has a big game. Whoever is going up against him tonight, please lock him down.
800-636-1067. There's who's got to be great tonight?
I think it's got to be one of the. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to pick it.
What if you were like Trey Amos?
No, I'm not going to do that. But I'm going to go with Josh Connerly. I think that the Bears come in. This Bears defense comes in motivated, and I think Montez Sweat of all people is going to be just as motivated, more motivated than anybody else. I think Josh Connerly has to be the anchor because we know what Laramie Tunsil is going to provide. We know Laramie Tunsil is going to keep his side shut down. For the most part, the rest of the interior of the offensive line has played pretty good. Bears' interior defensive line has not been that good this season. Josh Connerly has to keep Montez Sweat off of Jaden Daniels so that way this offense can move and be successful tonight.
I smell what you're cooking there. So I'm going to feed out of a similar trough to Toby and Rhino. I don't trust the corners. I don't trust the secondary, whether it's Quan Martin or Jeremy Reeves and company. I think they have their uses in terms of coming downhill and kind of peeking into the backfield, sneaking into the box, making some downhill tackles. I don't think the coverage is there. To me, the way that you win, turnovers come from pressure. Fumbles happen. You get a fumble, you get a Peanut Tillman punch or something. Great. But turnovers happen to me because the quarterback is rushed, is confused, is happy-footed, doesn't feel comfortable, etc. That's my bookends. Von Miller, Dorrance Armstrong. To me, if you get home, if you bother Caleb Williams, if you have him eyeballing pressure instead of receivers, if you have him not trusting his eyes based on stunts and games and trying to ruin things for this undrafted free agent tackle that they're going to start at left tackle tonight, I'm sure they'll give him help. Ben Johnson's no idiot. But to me, this is another one of these games where the defense, in order for them to have a chance, it's got to be pressure and it's got to be constant from those defensive ends. I mean, up the middle, too, you get a little, forklift style from Kinlaw, maybe here and there. Maybe Deron Payne penetrates and bothers. Maybe another Johnny Newton play or two, a tip pass for interception last week. But I want pressure on Caleb Williams because I think that's the only way they stop passing games right now. Maybe the bye week you can self-scout and figure some new stuff out or coach them up or who knows. But I don't see them able to cover Odunze, DJ Moore, the guys that we've been talking about. Who do you have? 800-636-1067. Let's go to Shane in Virginia. Shane, who's got to be great tonight for Washington to win?
Hey, for Washington to win, Commander Danny, it's got to be Joe Witt. It's got to be Joe. He's got to outcoach. I'm not even going to say his name. I'm not. He's not even getting no airtime for me. Not on this, though, with Lieutenant Grant. So, hey, look, here's the thing. It's got to be Joe Witt. He's got to put us in the right position to just outcoach him. He's got to. We know what our secondary is, right? So now you got to scheme for that, and you got to just bring the dogs, man. But that's my go-to.
Appreciate you, Shane. I'm down with that. I'm down with that extra blitz. I'm down with living and dying with aggression. Because my point is, and I used to have these arguments all the time about rebuilding teams or playing the young kid over the veteran. My point is, what's the worst going to happen? You're going to give up a lot of yards through the air? Check. What's the worst going to happen? You're going to get burned? Check. You're already doing that. At least do it on your terms. That was my point all those years where they were losing, but Mike Shannon would play Roydell Williams or somebody else that's like in his 30s, and a guy that he drafted in the third round would be sitting on the bench. I'm going, play the kid. You're already losing. You got losing covered. Find a way to see if there's anything else here. Similar logic for this. I think you're going to be burned in the passing game. If the quarterback throws the football, there's a great chance one of their receivers is on the other end of it, and that guy's going to run for days. That's already happening with you backing off. Let's get after somebody. Let's zone fire dog this, and let's try to confuse and bother this offensive line that's a little bit makeshift, especially at left tackle. A second-year quarterback, first year in this offense. Again, Ben Johnson's really, really good at offense. I don't think he's a great head coach. I think he's not really a leader. I don't think that's how you're supposed to behave when you want to lead an organization. I think he's a little bit of a twerp, but whatever. That guy's smart at making offense happen. So he knows where they're vulnerable. But I think at a certain point, I just want Bobby Wagner going downhill, not in coverage. I want Frankie Louvu downhill, not in coverage. I want to bother, harass, and harangue and confuse because I'm already going to be giving up stuff. So we'll see if they go that way. I think they know how vulnerable they are, how bad they are in the passing game, and I think they're just going to play soft, play shells, try to keep everybody in front of them, and hope that they can rally to the football, come downhill and make some tackles. We're going to be frustrated, I think, for a while. Those 3rd and 9s are going to be first downs all the time, and it's going to be infuriating to watch in moments because you did your job on 1st and 2nd down. It's what it's like. It's like going to a restaurant where they got a great dessert, and you have a pretty good meal. And then you get to the point where it's time for dessert. I've been waiting on this brownie sundae. I've been waiting on this cookie skillet with ice cream on it. And then you go, instead of that, I'm going to have some broccoli. And they get a first down. You got to do it all over again. 800-636-1067. Who's got to be great tonight for them to win the football game? You've heard from us. I want to hear from you guys. Remember, Jay Gruden joins the radio program at 5. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Jay Gruden at 5, Danny Rouillet with you right now, and you guys shortly thereafter. 800-636-1067. That's the telephone number. Call me. Talk to Tobes, talk to me. Who's got to be great tonight? Who's got to be great tonight for Washington to win this game to go to 4-2 and equal their NFC record at 2-2? Who's got to be great? We've gone around the room. There's a common theme. Two members of the secondary were listed by Toby and Ryan. I went with the defensive line presence to harass Caleb Williams and company because I don't think the secondary can be great. We're talking about the weak link here, basically, right? 800-636-1067. Who's got to be great? Let's go to Phil in Cleveland. Phil, who's got to be great tonight, buddy?
Hey, Danny.
What's up, man?
For me, I think it's going to be the other side of the coordinator. It's got to be Cliff. He's got, for me, he has to stick with the run game type of scheme and just lean away from his typical air raid type of offense. Not for Jaden, but also, Bill is technically who's carrying the offense, and they just got to feed the ball more to him. And I think that's pretty much.
No, I smell what you're cooking there, buddy. Appreciate the phone call. 800-636-1067. So I think about this, and human nature is a thing, right? I know that. You hope that people are always able to put their egos aside. I think this happens all the time in sports, where sometimes you want to prove something. And here's what I'm getting at. Where's all the hype? Where was all the hype this offseason? Where was all the hype in terms of the next great offensive mind and genius? Years ago, it was Sean McVay, right? This offseason, who was it? You know the name. Darius has an alert that I'm hoping I never get to hear again. But they're going over 350. We need to stop pretending like they're not. And we're going to hear it so much. But Ben Johnson is the latest and the greatest. He's the first guy ever to run like a double reverse or this trick play or have Jameson Williams throw an interception to Quan Martin in the postseason last year. No, he threw that to Mikey Hammerstone. I apologize. I get my interceptions confused because it was Jared Goff who threw the terrible pick to Quan Martin. Because there were so many turnovers in that game, Darius, I got them all confused because it was hard to remember who turned the ball over which time, but there were so many. In that game, there were just so many from his coordinated game. But anyway, the point of the dude's story is he's the latest and the greatest. He's the guy that everybody's talking about. Well, if you're Cliff Kingsbury, you're like, what am I over here? What am I, chopped liver? I've been making some pretty good offense for a while. I had half a season a couple times with Kyler Murray and James Conner, who runs like he's carrying a piano. I put up some pretty good numbers. Last year, I kind of set the league on fire. Remember me? Remember Cliff Kingsbury? What's over here? I had Terry McLaurin in a band of Misfit Toys. I had Alameda Zacchaeus as my number 2. And I did some pretty good offense. There's a temptation to want to show you. Maybe I'm the genius. There's a temptation to ego this thing. I'm hoping that doesn't enter into it, but I also understand human beings are human beings. So to the caller's point, it's where I'm going with this. I hope he kind of goes, you know what the best thing for us to do this week is? At least on paper. I mean, maybe it's not working, you abandon it. But on paper, coming into this matchup, Chicago is atrocious. Atrocious at the run, at defending the run. That's not hyperbolic. They are atrocious at defending the run. 6.1 a pop, and that's without a quarterback having run all over the butts either. Like Jaden Daniels can, I think will. Make them hit it. Make them stop you. Then you got to mix up your looks, obviously, but do not get away from that unless things go crazy. Things go sideways. Now, last year, there were moments, and I think of that New Orleans game, I referenced it earlier on in the show, where they are not running the ball worth a bleep. They couldn't run it, and they were so sure they could. They stuck with it. And all the stick with the run people had to watch that lead evaporate. They were a Juwan Johnson 2-point conversion drop in the end zone away from going home with a big fat L in that game. So I don't think he just abandons things for his own health. But on paper, this should not be a high-flying situation. This should not be a track meet type deal where, plays only or drives only lasting 3.5, 4 minutes. This needs to be take the air out of the football a little bit. You can use your tempo, use your hurry up, but still use your play clock. Ground and pound tonight until they make you get out of it. And if so, we could talk about something else. But I think that means a little keeper here and there. Please no quarterback power for Jaden Daniels. None of that crap. Eliminate that immediately. But let's do some read option. Let's do some RPO here and there. Let's do some of that great run action that has the league kind of a buzz if you're Cliff Kingsbury. 800-636-1067 is the number. who's got to be great tonight. A couple other names I've been thinking about. Bobby Wagner's been maligned here a little bit. This is kind of the new in vogue thing among the fan bases. They want Wagner to sit in certain packages and have Jordan McGee play that signal calling middle linebacker. I'm not there because to me, this is more of a Joe Witt issue than it is a Bobby Wagner issue. We'll go full departed here. I know what you are. I know what you're not. I know exactly what Bobby Wagner is. He's a downhill tackling machine who is not here to run side to side anymore. There's still a great use for that, in my view. He still has a skill set that is valuable. Bobby Wagner lining up about 5.5, 6 yards off the ball and going forward, shooting his gun, as they say, is still very effective and very good. He needs to be doing that. That means it's on others to have other responsibilities. It's a mismatch for nearly any middle linebacker in this league to be out wide on Bijan Robinson and have to run through a bunch of traffic to get there. That's A, good design, B, terrible to have that be the call. Nope. Get rid of that one. While we're burning stuff, let's burn a couple things. Let's burn quarterback power to the middle of the football field. Then let's go ahead and burn that defensive call where Bobby Wagner's got to run with a guy that runs a 4.25 or whatever the hell Bijan Robinson does. Or if it's Bijan or Bijan, I don't know, but he's fast. And Bobby's not. Different scheme, please. The difference for me and why, somebody asked me this the other day, why are you more lenient on Bobby Wagner than you are on Marshawn Lattimore? One, Bobby Wagner shows up to stuff, comes to OTAs and does everything he possibly can to be good. But two, there's still something valuable in terms of the skill set there to me. There's still things that Bobby Wagner does well. I don't know what Marshawn Lattimore does well at this point. He was a great press man corner. He was a Pro Bowler, an all-pro type caliber player. He was unbelievable 5 years ago before multiple injuries, hamstring tears. I just don't know if he's got the fastball anymore for that. That's not a crime, but treating him like he's the guy from 5 years ago, I think is a mistake. And I think they did that early on, the same way they've made mistakes. This is normal. You make mistakes constantly. The same way they thought Emmanuel Forbes could do it. They realized their mistake and moved on. The same way they thought John Dotson would figure it out. They acknowledged that he couldn't, acknowledged their mistake, moved on, etc. It might be, not move on, that doesn't benefit you now to cut him, but stop treating him like he's 5 years ago Marshawn Lattimore. 800-636-1067 is the number. Other players that have to be great for me. I think this goes without saying, but Deebo Samuel has got to be awesome version of Deebo Samuel. I'm hoping that heel is just a kind of a pro forma designation. Doesn't matter. He's in the night doing Deebo Samuel stuff. I think he needs double-digit touches. Even if it's little stuff where you just invent it. The analogy I always use for that is if you go back to Florida State when Peter Warrick was there, it would look like they would just draw up plays during, in between series where they just invented something and they'd move Peter Warrick one way and just kind of flip him the ball, and then he would make 11 guys miss and go get 50 yards. Even if you got to do that, that guy needs the football a bunch. When it's not going to him, the other team needs to think it's going to him in a lot of cases, and especially in the pass game. But give me a set where it's JCM and Deebo Samuel in the backfield. Give me a set where it's Jeremy McNichols and Deebo Samuel goes in motion and he gets the football. Give me that stuff. You need to show a commitment to Deebo Samuel, and also, B, they need to see that commitment to Deebo Samuel. Because maybe then you unlock a Luke McCaffrey shot that nobody sees coming. Maybe then it's a Zach Ertz or a John Bates or somebody kind of behind the formation, one of those tight end leak out plays or something to that effect. But then Deebo Samuel needs the football in his hands. He is the engine right now for this offense. Mike in Fairfax, who's got to be great tonight for them to get a win?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, brother.
Great show as always, dude.
Thank you.
Look, I'm going to have to agree with you regarding the situation. I believe you said it was Witt, and here's why. If you notice, the defense has not been consistent at all. The schemes are not even correct. They're not even in the right positions. Lattimore's getting burned. And here's a huge issue. I mean, this is what I was taught when I was in Pee Wee football years ago in the 70s, dude. I'm an old guy. Wrap up when you tackle the player. It's not rocket science. That's a problem. Fire these guys up, get in their faces, get them going, but you have to have them in the right scheme. Otherwise, look, and they're also questioning themselves right before a play. They're looking at each other, going, Am I in the right spot? What are you going to do? That's an issue. That's on Joe Witt, dude.
It feels like it, man. And I appreciate the phone call. You're breaking up there at the end, Mike. Good call. The hallmark to me of that bad defensive coordinator for so many years, whether it was Joe Barry or Greg Minuski or whomever, was it's communication breakdown. We're still doing that crap. I just can't hear that and deal with that anymore. Joe and Reston, last word on this. Who's got to be great tonight?
Yeah, I think I was really thinking about it. I think Luke McCaffrey, I think that's a good spot for him. I mean, he's made some really big catches over the last couple of weeks. Actually, but last few weeks, I think he's caught touchdown. He's returned well. I think with Terry being out again and Debo kind of being nicked up a little bit, one of these young guys got to step up. I think Luke can make a big impact today.
Appreciate you, Joe. I wonder what that looks like. Because he's not going to be a volume guy. I mean, I don't think that's how the offense works, and I don't really think that's in the cards. But that big third down catch or a touchdown or something that matters an awful lot where he shows you can depend on him. Maybe you get some stuff called for you. But I think he's going to help in the kick return game. I think he'll be involved a little bit tonight. I think you'll see that. Appreciate the phone calls on this. We'll call Jay Gruden on the phone in a few moments. He will join us to give his thoughts on kind of the long weekend, what we saw in the NFL, and talk about this evening's matchup against the Bears. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, Monday Night Football tonight, Commanders and Bears at 8:15 at Northwest Stadium. Burgundy and Gold pregame show gets you set after Grant and Danny. That'll have Linnell Willingham and Denton Day from 6:30 to 8:15. Then the Burgundy and Gold postgame show after the game with myself and Doc Walker. We'll have you after the game. Practice squad elevations for the team today. Wide receivers Tay Martin and Ja'Cory Brooks, with Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and Sam Cosmi all ruled out. Grady Jarrett for the Bears. Questionable tag for Deebo Samuel, although he is expected to play. Chris Rodriguez and Eddie Goldman also are questionable. Other Monday Night Football game tonight, Bills and Falcons. That'll kick off at 7:15. Other news around the league, the Titans have fired head coach Brian Callahan. Eagles edge rusher Zadarius Smith has retired. 49ers linebacker Fred Warner out for the season with a broken and dislocated ankle that's going to require surgery. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua sprained his ankle, and he is day-to-day, according to Sean McVay. Baseball playoffs, Game 2 between the Mariners and the Blue Jays coming up in just a couple of minutes. Logan Gilbert takes on Trey Savage. The Mariners up 1-0 in that series. Brewers and Dodgers, Game 1 of that series, 8 o'clock tonight. Aaron Ashby takes on Blake Snell. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Game day. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. No GPs at the NLCS, but you got me, Danny Rouillet, with you for the duration till 6:30. On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Tedbert Automotive Group, Tedbert Ford in Chantilly and Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Tedbert Lincoln in Chantilly, and Tedbert Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Tedbert for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbrit.com. Let's welcome on our weekly guest, Jay Gruden. Jay, what's up, man? Good afternoon.
What's going on? I can't believe Grant disappeared on us today on a big night.
He bailed. He's sitting in the press box in Milwaukee ready for the NLCS, but I'm like, no way, dude. I'm hanging out with my pal, Jay Gruden, before Monday Night Foosball. Well, how different was preparing for Monday night, which is just in the course of a week with the rhythms of the week, getting ready for it?
You know, it wasn't that different. It's actually a little bit easier. You had more time, and you had a huge day to rest. You know, I loved Sunday night. People could sleep in and have a little walk through on Monday morning, get your coffee, walk through the first 15, and get on the buses and get ready to go play. Monday was a long day getting ready for the game. You know, that was a little disturbing, but yeah, it was actually kind of a bonus because you got a little bit extra rest, got yourself mentally and physically ready for the game, and then you go out and play.
And so the Bears are coming off a bye, and I want to get into that with you as well, Jay, where you've got that extra time, and the coaches, you know, maybe get a day or an hour or something off, but they're back in the lab trying to figure out what's good, what's bad, self-scout, etc. What are you expecting different from this group out of the bye week?
Well, Chicago, you know, Ben Johnson at Detroit was supposedly really good after the bye. I think he put up 1,000 yards in 2 games after his 2 bye seasons in Detroit, but it's a totally different team. You know, I think sometimes you can overanalyze. The players have off like 4 days now, so it's not like they're in there grinding and looking at reports and self-scout things and all that stuff. I think it's a matter of once you get the players back in the building, you have yourself a plan on how you want to attack the opposing teams coming up, and you fix some of the things that you were lacking in before. You try to make up for some of your deficiencies, and you try to strengthen your strengths, and just try to get a good pulse on your football team and where you need to move forward, because after this bye, man, it's going to be a 13, 12-week grind for these guys the rest of the year. So there's not going to be much more resting for these guys. So physically, mentally, they got to get themselves ready to go for a 12 to 13-week grind. But most importantly, you got to get ready for a tough Commander team.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. So in terms of this matchup, right, looking at how poor Chicago has been defending the run, et cetera, do you expect kind of a ground and pound type thing tonight, or do you think Cliff will sort of counterpunch before Chicago has a chance to adjust? Like, how do you see this game script going?
You know, I think Cliff's going to mix it up like he always does. He's going to do a good job. I think with Bill Merritt, the way he's Krosky Merritt, that's the way he's running there. Everybody's excited to see him just take that next step and get over 100 yards and dominate the game. But I still think he's going to have Jaden have the ball in his hands a lot. You know, getting the ball out to Ertz and getting the ball to Deebo and whoever else, McCaffrey. So I still think you're going to put the ball in your best player's hands as often as you can in order to win a key Monday night matchup. Now, the running game will be there. They'll run the counter, trays, and all that stuff. It's fun stuff. But I think Jaden will be more involved in the running game as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. They haven't given up a ton of rushing yards to quarterbacks, but they've also played Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, guys that aren't really looking to run the football. Do you expect Jaden to have a good ground game tonight?
I do. You're exactly right because they didn't play anybody. Even at Vegas, Smith's not much of a runner either. So I'm kind of interested in the way they attacked Ashton Genty in the running game there. I was looking at that. I was like, there's no way they can do that against Jaden Daniels because he'll run for 500 yards against these guys. So it'll be interesting to see how they change their approach because when you play an athletic quarterback, a lot of times you have to change a lot of your scheme. You got to change. You got to play less man-to-man. You got to play more spot drop zones. There are a lot of things you got to do differently. So it'll be interesting to see. But if they're going to be aggressive the way they were against Vegas, the way they were against Dallas, I think Jaden will have a huge day.
When it does come to the passing game, Jay Gruden with us here on G&D, it's obviously Deebo Samuel's getting roughly 50% of the targets, at least he did last week, and everyone else gets a little bit, a little more so lead here and there. Do you expect something similar tonight, or do you think it might be spread around a bit more?
Well, I think they've done a good job of spreading it out. I think you'll see a little bit of Luke. He'll get a couple catches. I think Jalen will get a couple catches. Zach Ertz, I think, will be more involved this week, more so than ever. So I think, yes, I think you have to spread it out. Chicago is lacking their not playing with their best corner, Jalen Johnson. They do have a couple of good guys that can play, but I think Deebo will be the main guy. But I think you'll see Jaden spread the ball out. The one thing about Jaden and the one thing about Cliff is they don't discriminate. They throw to the open guy, and they expect guys to make plays. And for the most part, since Jaden's been here, guys have made plays. So I expect the same thing tonight.
How do you think the offensive line holds up against Chicago's front? They've really struggled to rush the passer consistently, Jay. Do you think another good night's in store?
I do. I really do. I think the addition of Chris Paul left guard has helped. I know that Brandon Coleman is a good player, but Chris Paul's played better at left guard. Him and Tunsil are working the combination blocks. Their pass protection is very good on the left side. Obviously, Tyler and Andrew Wiley's a veteran guy. I think they'll continue to help out Connerly quite a bit just to make sure he doesn't give up any game-breaking plays. That's the biggest weakness I see, but I don't think they really have a pass-rushing defensive end on that side that really strikes fear into Washington's eyes, so I think he'll be fine tonight. I think Washington has a big day offensively. I really do.
So I wanted to ask you about Connerly, Jay. What have you seen from him in terms of growth, just thinking back to week one to now?
Yeah, I mean, the more you play, the better you get. However, the more you play, the more faults you put on film sometimes, and people take advantage of it. So you got to be careful. But I think he's a good athlete. There's no doubt about it. He just plays a little soft for my liking from time to time. In pass protection, he's on his heels too much. He gets bull rushing on the quarterback. In the run game, he plays a little bit too upright. That's all going to be coaching. They have a very good offensive line coach there at Washington. I'm sure they're working on his pad level every day. They're working on his pass sets. They're going to continue to help chip whoever's rushing against them to give him a little bit more time to get his feet set. He's a work in progress, but he's definitely a good athlete and definitely worth the time.
What makes the way Ben Johnson designs offense and kind of coordinates things, what makes it so good? What makes that scheme special?
Well, at Detroit, the players made it special. And he did some really good trick plays that were fun and all that stuff. And he had a quarterback that really showed no fear as far as throwing the ball across the middle. He had unbelievable players, unbelievable running game, an unbelievable offensive line. And right now at Chicago, he's trying to do some of the same things. It's not working quite as well. They got beat by Minnesota. They got beat by Detroit handily. Dallas, they played okay. Vegas missed a field goal at the buzzer. Could have beat them. So they're not lighting the world up on fire right now. It's a work in progress for them right now. But at Detroit, the players made that system.
So in terms of what you might expect to see tonight against Washington, that secondary has struggled. And last week, or the weeks really they've gotten to play bad offensive lines or struggling ones, they've feasted in the pass rush. And that's kind of, I think, hidden maybe where the weakness is on this defense. What's your reaction to that? But do you think this pass rush gets home enough tonight to kind of hide the secondary against Odunze and DJ Moore and Loveland and everybody?
Yeah, I think our secondary hold up pretty good against these guys, really. I think they'll do fine. And I think the most important thing for this game tonight is first, second down, because that's where Ben Johnson is really, really good. His play-action passes, the shots he takes, the high crosses, the vertical routes. And if you panic drop, then he hits the ball to Swift for a big gain, 12, 15 yards or what have you. That's the ones you got to make sure you're really pinning your ears back and really getting after them. I'm not really worried about Swift in the running game. They just got to make sure they don't give up the big play in a passing game. If they get Caleb to third down and make him move his feet, I think it'll be a great night for the Washington defense because he's still a little bit jittery for my liking in the pocket. And I think our pass rush is good enough right now to get home against the Bears front that's, very average in my mind.
Yeah, Jay, I want you to get into that, about what you've seen from Caleb Williams to this point. He'll make a play, a wow play, and where you just go, that's that's unbelievable. Like only a handful of people ever can do that. And then there's the inexplicable. Then there's kind of the happy feet thing that you mentioned. What growth have you seen this year? And kind of give me your State of the Union on him.
Yeah, he's done a little bit better. I mean, Dallas was his best game. Of course, he had a 70-yard touchdown for a flea flicker. It kind of skewed the numbers. That was a great throw. In Vegas, he was really okay. He had a couple turnovers again and wasn't really, wow, Caleb's really getting a lot better. I still think he struggles a little bit in the pocket. And our offensive line's not quite as good as it needs to be for him to be able to set his feet and go through progressions. I just think when Caleb feels pressure, he dips down and his feet get out of whack. You watch Jalen feel pressure, he just moves side to side calmly and finds the next guy or scrambles out of there for a gain of 20. I think it's all about getting to Caleb and making him uncomfortable in the pocket. If you can do that, then I think it'll be a big night for Washington. But he's getting a little bit better. Time will tell, but I think he's got a long way to go.
What would you do sort of defensively here to try to disrupt that and try to get him to get some of those happy feet? Is it extra blitzes? Is it trying to disguise stuff? Yeah, what is it?
I want to get after him. I think we bring some people after him, and I get Luvo in there in the A gap. I get Bobby Wagner in some of the A and B gaps, and be aggressive with them early and make sure on these first, second downs, they better make sure Swift is in there in protection because he can't protect at all. And make sure we use them up in protection and just get the hell after Caleb early and see what happens. And if you get hit with a big play, hopefully St. Austral and the rest of the secondary, Lattimore can hold up and not give up the big play. And I think it'll be a big night for the pass rush and the defense for Washington.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. So you mentioned a couple names, but give me somebody, maybe a hidden player that's going to have a nice game tonight for Washington that we could be talking about tomorrow.
Well, I hope, offensively, it's got to be the running game. Hopefully, I think everybody knows what he did last week to Krosky Meritcat. I mean, it's got to be him. And then if it's not him in the passing game, then I hope it's got to be Jalen Lane. It's a big play here or there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's the guy that can run and take the top off. Hopefully, for Washington to really take the next step offensively, there's got to be a 40, 50, 60-yard gain, like McCaffrey's post route last week against the Chargers, which was huge, getting them out of the backed-up situation. Hopefully Lane can provide some of that tonight for Washington.
Get your prediction here at the end, Jay, but let's go around the league a little bit. What did you make of the Philadelphia Eagles? All of a sudden don't look so hot. It feels like there's drama again, but they've done this each of the last couple of years and ripped off double-digit wins, so I still feel like they're going to get right, but they haven't looked particularly good here for a few weeks.
No, they haven't, and I think a lot of reasons. A lot of people are pointing to the offense, and you're right, Saquon hasn't had the big hits that they're used to. The big plays just haven't been there with A.J. and DeMonte Smith. But I think defensively is where they're really hurting, especially up front. They lost a couple of pass rushers in free agency. They're not getting home at all, and offenses are having a field day against that defense. And right now, making Philadelphia one-dimensional, Jalen's really not equipped for that. When Saquon Barkley, if you look at the stat sheet after Philadelphia, all you have to do is look at his carries. If he has 9 or 10 carries in that game, they're going to lose. They need Saquon to get 15, 20, 25 carries a game for them to win, and he's not getting that right now because they're playing from behind and they're becoming one-dimensional.
I want to talk Tampa Bay. They're so fun. It doesn't matter who it seems to be. Like they're getting guys hurt every week, and whether it's Evans or this week Ibuka goes down. Baker Mayfield on this sort of third act of his career has been unbelievably good. 3 straight offensive coordinators hasn't mattered. They're 5-1, best record in the NFC. What do you make of Tampa?
Unbelievable. Todd Bowles, coach of the year, in my opinion. I think Baker Mayfield might be the MVP. Watched that whole game last week. I watched the game against Seattle the week before that. This guy makes play after play after play. He doesn't care who he's throwing to. He's got unbelievable confidence and swagger right now that it is really tough to bring him off of the platform that he's on right now because of the confidence and swag and the way he's playing with right now and the leash that Todd Bowles has given him. They're a tough team to beat just because Baker's playing. And looking at Evans is out, Godwin's is out, now Ibuka's out, Bucky Irvin's out, and they're still lighting up the scoreboard. So Baker Mayfield's been unbelievable.
Pretty incredible. The team you mentioned, Seattle, they dropped a great game, probably the game of the year so far, 38-35 last week to that Tampa team. They're 4-2. I like this group, but they I don't know, it feels like they haven't quite found everything just yet. They're effective, though, and Jackson Smith-Njigba is incredible. I like this defense. I like Sam Darnold, but I don't know. They leave me wanting a bit more. What are your thoughts on Seattle?
They're impressive to me. They lost the opening game to San Fran. They go to Pittsburgh and beat Pittsburgh. They beat the hell out of New Orleans. They beat Arizona. They lose the heartbreaker to Tampa at home. They go, they win last week against Jacksonville, who's one of the hottest teams in the league. They can do it all, too. They can rush the passer. They sacked Trevor like 7 times yesterday, and And Jigba's playing well. Sam Darnold's playing with confidence. Cooper Kupp got going a little bit. They have two really good running backs. So I really like Seattle. I think they're going to be a tough out. And I really like the head coach, the way he coaches defense. And they're a tough division with the Rams and the 49ers when they get healthy. But I do like Seattle. I think they're going to be I think they're going to win the NFC West, quite frankly.
What did we learn about both teams last night in Detroit and Kansas City?
Well, Kansas City's not dead. I mean, whoever said they were dead after the first couple games, I mean, you gotta check your resume, man. There's no way. This is a good football team. They have one of the best defensive coaches in football, one of the best head coaches in football, and the best quarterback in football. They're going to be in it at the end, whether it's AFC Championship, whether it's Super Bowl again. They're going to be in it. They're just too talented, and they got a trigger man that is just unstoppable.
All right, let's get back to Washington here, Jay. Give me your prediction MVP for tonight.
I got Washington to put up some numbers tonight. I really think they're going to get after Chicago. I just watched Chicago defense against the Raiders. I'm just not very impressed. I think Washington wins this game 34-13 in a pretty much a blowout. They're going to force Caleb Williams into some one-dimensional drop-back passes, and that's not going to be good for the Chicago Bears.
34-13, Jay, a little Monday Night Football woodshedding. I could get down for that, man. That'd be fun.
I like it.
Appreciate you, dude. We'll talk to you next week, brother.
You got it. Thanks.
Have a good one, man. There goes Jay Gruden, and that's how we do it. On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Tedbert Automotive Group, Tedbert Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 HQ, Tedbert Lincoln and Chantilly, and Tedbert Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Tedbert for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbert.com. You guys heard that, right? Jay said 34-13. You imagine one of my three tutties? It might not be the start of the show, Hall & Oates. It might just be the whole show is Hall & Oates. Maybe it's a Hall & Oates Tuesday. I don't even know right now. Would you guys be down for that, by the way? The whole show is Hall & Oates? If they win 34-13, like Jay says, that's a Hall & Oates Tuesday.
Every single break, we come back with Hall & Oates.
I mean, we'll start off with the smashes, of which there's like dozens. Then we'll go like middle cuts that people aren't really sure. Was this Hall & Oates too? I mean, you're going to run out of Hall & Oates. 34-13? Damn. That would be a lot of fun. 800-636-1067 is the telephone number. I want your voices on this radio program next. They win if, they lose if. They win if, they lose if. And by the way, if you're going to do the bit where you go, they score more points or they score less points, don't do it. Okay? That's been done before. I cut an interview short with a guy one time years ago because he literally said that, an interview. I said, you know what? This isn't going to work. Have a great rest of your life. And I haven't talked to that guy on the radio since. I've heard he's a nice guy. I wouldn't know. So don't do that. Other than that, give me your keys. They win tonight if, they lose tonight if. You'll hear from the boys in the menagerie in there. You'll hear from me. I want to hear from you guys too. 800-636-1067. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Bears on Monday Night Football, 8:15 kickoff. Burgundy and Gold pregame show will get you set coming up following Grant and Danny at 6:30. Leno Willingham and Denton Day with you on the pregame show. Postgame, myself and Doc Walker after the game. Elevations from the practice squad for the Commanders, Tay Martin and wide receiver Ja'Cory Brooks. Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and Sam Cosmi are all out for Washington. Deebo Samuel is questionable, but he is expected to play. Chris Rodriguez and Eddie Goldman also questionable for the matchup. Monday Night Football as well tonight, the first game of the doubleheader. Bills and Falcons will kick off at 7:15. Other news in the NFL, the Titans have fired their head coach, Brian Callahan. Eagles edge rusher Zadarius Smith has retired. 49ers linebacker Fred Warner's out for the season with a broken and dislocated ankle that's going to require surgery. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua sprained his ankle. Sean McVay called him day to day. Right now, Game 2 of the ALCS, the Mariners lead the Blue Jays 3-1 in the bottom of the first inning. Dodgers and Brewers tonight at 8 o'clock, Game 1 of the NLCS. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We'll chat with Michael Phillips at 6 p.m. Welcome back to the radio program. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. No GPs at the NLCS in Milwaukee, which is Algonquin for the good earth. I'm here in D.C. taking your phone calls. 800-636-1067. The question, she's a simple one. They win tonight if, they lose tonight if. Answer that for me on the phones. Let's get right to these busy people who are waiting on hold right meow. Elijah in D.C., what's up, buddy? You're on the Fan.
What's going on, Grant and Danny?
What's good,
Appreciate you taking my call. Man, first I want to say how lucky are we to have you guys on air. Sometimes I don't notice, when we're watching games on Sunday, you kind of just prepare in your own way, but just being able to listen to you guys all day has just been great. And
that is very kind to say. That is very, very nice, and your check is in the mail.
Monday, every year, I'm cool. Every game could be on a Monday night for me if we get this kind of coverage. Now, for to turn it to the game, if the special teams unit shows well, that is hitting people when you're going down there, great field position, giving the offense a nice, comfy place to start. Obviously, nothing is guaranteed. If we have to march from the 1 yard line, so be it. But I also would like Bills to be able to keep us on the field. I would like Caleb to not just have as many opportunities to try to get the ball to Rome. I know we haven't talked about DJ Moore. Last year, I didn't like our performance against him, so I think Rome is going to get a lot of the work. But I still think there's some other places that he can go with the football that can challenge Washington. Now, I think they lose if they do not have a secondary. If there is a guy who is standing and if he points and say, I need you to get on the outside of me and go cover this guy in front of me. I want you to go because I know that I'm not in the best place. Even though I'm in the place to make this play, I want you to go make this play. We can't have that. We have to be able to keep eyes in front of us. We have to know where things are going. We have to be able to properly pass things off. Now, if Sanderson says he knows Rome, let him roll out there first. I want us to have an opportunity to get any familiarities that we know, roll them out there.
Elijah, love it, bud. Great phone call, man. Appreciate you making it. 800-636-1067. You can see the theme there. I think everybody's kind of pointing to this. We talked about who's got to be big tonight earlier on. Tobes, Ryan. You can hear it with Elijah, too. Everybody sees the secondary. Everyone sees what's going on there. We had a reprieve last week because the pass rush got home a million times. You're going to hear that in a second, but that's my key for this evening. Brian in Manassas. They win tonight if, they lose tonight if.
I think they definitely win tonight if we can control the ball, establish a good run game, and substantiate some long drives. They lose if we let Swift get loose. I mean, he had a big game last year towards the end of the game last year against us, so we got to control him.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you. Patrick, Spotsylvania. Win if, lose if.
Hey, Danny. So first off, I do not want to repeat because the Bears have handed it to us a few times on Monday night before. I don't know if you remember. Actually, it's been a few evening games in D.C. There was that one a couple of years ago where they blew us out, and they were pretty bad.
It was Thursday. Justin Fields and DJ Moore had 1,000,000 yards apiece just in the first half. It was a woodshed game,
if
dude.
that happens again, I'll throw up, man. I don't even know.
Seriously.
That would be awful. But we lose if Odunze goes over 100 yards. I do not want a repeat of Drake London versus Marshawn Lattimore. And I feel like Odunze is on that same level as Drake London, if that makes sense. If that's a comparable comp there. And then I think we win if Bill goes over 100 yards. I just think if we have a solid running game, they can't stop both Bill and Jaden tearing up the secondary. I just think that I'm hoping that happens, and we just keep the receivers down. And once we force negative plays, keep that 2nd and 15, a 2nd and 15, and not a 2nd and 30-yard down the field pass. So that's my take.
Appreciate you, dude. Love it. 800-636-1067. Seen some threads here, some commonalities among the calls and the voices of the fans. Dan Frederick, they win if, lose if.
Yeah, Dan. I say, number one, you guys are great. I love listening to y'all, like all the callers are called in and said.
Appreciate you, man.
Can't say enough about that. We win with a heavy dose of running. I mean, we just run it down their throat. We lose if the defense don't show up. I'll just keep it simple as that.
Appreciate you, Dan. Paul, excuse me, that's Pat. Pat Mechanicsville, they win if, lose if.
We win if we get inside the 20-yard line and then we get touchdowns and don't get field goals. Only time I want to see Gay on the field is when he's kicking extra points. And we lose. I mean, we win. I'm sorry, I messed up.
Yeah, you had it.
I lost my train of thought.
They lose if they lose their train of thought.
Yeah, no, I say if we lose, if they lose, it's going to be because the receivers on the Bears has had a big night and we don't get a pass rush. We need to get a pass rush and then control Williams from running.
I think you're dead right. 800-636-1067. I want to hear you guys win if, lose if. But you heard basically, I wanted to get to all those calls first before I weighed in and give you my thought because everybody's saying what I'm about to say. I think everybody's got the right beat on this game. Washington is favored at home. Now, what does that mean other than, that's where the betting line is? But people are seeing the trend. Right now, the Bears are coming off a bye week. That's an advantage for them, obviously. But if this goes according to plan, or if this goes according to the script that everybody thinks, that's why it's pro sports. It's unpredictable by its nature. I mean, who thinks that the Cardinals are going to have the Colts dead to rights, a 5-1 team at home? There's no way that's going to happen, right? But of course, it happens, right? Who thought the Cowboys would lay an egg? And well, maybe a lot of people did. You see my point, though. If this plays out like it looks on paper, whereas Washington, the best rush offense this sport has, against the worst defense in that area this league has, Washington wins. If it plays out that way, where they can't stop you on the ground, enjoy that silent-ass plane trip home. See ya. Thanks for stopping by. We'll be up here at 4-2, tied with the stupid Eagles at the top of our division. Please and thank you. If you can, run the dang ball. Establish it. If you can run the ball on these clown shoes and knock them around a little bit, and everybody gets a piece, we go full Oprah Winfrey. McNichols, you get 5. Jaden, you get 7. Beal gets 5, 6, 7, 6, 7. Whatever happens, you run the ball against him, I think you win. You do it consistently, I think you win. My corollary, my second part on defense, I'll get to in a second. But you don't have Terry McLaurin. You don't have Noah Brown again. There's not a ton of option in the pass game. I think the pass needs to be a supplement. Pick your spots, and I think there will be spots where it's going to be available. Whether it's Ertz, whether it's Debo, whether it's Luke, etc. But I think you can line up and push this group around. I mean that. I think you can beat them up. I know they're getting a couple guys back from injury. Their best linebacker, Edmonds, is coming back for this one. But I still think you'll be able to run the football tonight. Some of the stuff that they do in the running game is really creative, really smart. They've got great run blocking. They've got a great fit now in JCM and McNichols to a degree to go with this pistol, shotgun, kind of zone read type scheme, I think it's going to work well. If you do that, you go for 150 yards on the ground, 170 yards on the ground, you win the football game, in my view. That's number one. Number two, on defense, I don't know that this is a Raiders offensive line. I don't know if this is the makeshift, broken, battered, destroyed, bombed out, and depleted Chargers offensive line, but it's not a good one. It's not a Detroit Lions revamp. It's not a prime Eagles offensive line. This isn't one of the best groups in the sport. And again, you've got a makeshift group as it is, starting not their regular starter at left tackle. So I don't know if this is a full feast type game for them. Talking about Washington's defensive front. To me, it needs to be. I really believe this. I think last week we didn't realize how lucky we were. And again, they deserve credit for taking advantage. I'm not taking anything away from them. The feeding frenzy happened. You get your tip pass interception. You get that fumble punch from Quan Martin. Recovery by Lattimore. That changed the game. The Chargers were walking down that field, boys. It was about to be 17-0. And it's a very different week that we just had, if that's the case. When the ball leaves the quarterback's hands, this group is bad. They're still bad. I don't know if they're Detroit Lions minus 7 starters bad, like last night. I don't know if they're as bad as the Dolphins, who can't go to team meetings on time. I don't know. They're in the conversation, though. This group cannot stop the football in the air. They just don't have the right personnel. I don't know if it's a scheme thing. I don't know what you can do. For everybody that's yelling, Marshawn Lattimore needs to play more man. You sure about that? You want that dude alone? The guy that gave up 15 first downs through 3 weeks in terms of penalties and yards allowed and catches? You sure you want that guy running with Rome Odunze or DJ Moore? You positive about that? I don't. Zone. Play that zone. Soft zone. Give up some stuff in front. Because I can't deal with those chunk plays, man. And last week, the Chargers just charged it all over the place. That guy's lined up wrong, negating up 30 yards on 2nd and 27 to Keenan Allen. You can't do it. The way that this defense is going to win right now is by giving up 1,000,000 yards, by giving up 1,000,000 first downs, and exasperating you to the point that you are so pissed off that you're like fighting with your spouse. This is spousal fight anger level defense. You want something to eat? No, I don't. I don't want anything. I don't want anything. Sorry I yelled, honey. That's how bad I think this defense is through the air. Your only hope, getting home. Your only hope is Dorrance Armstrong, Von Miller, Deron Payne, give me Johnny Newton, bothering the quarterback, knocking passes down, hitting the quarterback, rushing him, hurrying him. They were at the QB last week, and under 3 seconds, a lot. Now, on 1st and 10, little swing pass, little hitch, little Buble screen, little slant, whatever. That's not enough time to do anything. But on the 3rd and 8s, on the 3rd and 9s, or the 2nd and 20s, like against the Falcons, they converted so easily, that should be enough time to do something. And that's the point. It's why you eat your Brussels sprouts. It's why you eat all the dumb vegetables so you can enjoy your dinner. Right? That's what you're doing. That's what first down is. Stopping the run is eating your vegetables so you can enjoy your delicious pie at the end of the meal. That is what the pass rush is supposed to be. When they've played bad offensive lines, they have had great meals. They have feasted. They're among the league leaders in pressures, sacks, quarterback hits, knockdowns, because really of 3 games. In 2 games, they have been ineffectual. In 3 games against bad offensive lines and vulnerable quarterbacks, they have gone ham. I don't know what it's going to be like tonight, but it's got to be at least better than the non-factor games. I don't know if I get one of those feast games, but it's got to be enough to force happy feet, to force a turnover, maybe a sack fumble. Now, it's interesting, Darius, I had to look this up. A sack fumble, it hasn't happened in Washington in 200 years. A sack fumble is where a quarterback is sacked behind the line of scrimmage, which means it's a pass play, he's tackled behind the line, and then the defensive player takes the ball away from him. and it falls to the ground. And what's even also allowed is Washington could recover it. That's within the rules. Been a long time. Haven't seen one of those in a millennia. I could use one of them this evening. Use a little blindside Billy. Give me a little Dorrance Armstrong tackle behind. Give me that old, who used to do that? Give me that Lawrence Taylor swipe down, taking the football away. Let's go. Little sack fumble action. Little interception because you confuse Caleb Williams. That's my answer on defense. Pressure, 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 pressure. And then the second layer of that is a turnover or two. We think of that Chargers game a lot differently if they don't get those turnovers. Fumble, punch, tip, pass, interception. It's a different football game. I think that's where this defense is right now. I really believe that. As in not good. But you can mask not good with a couple of the things I'm talking about. 800-636-1067. This is football talk, and it's football talk on the Fan. That's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Michael Phillips joins at 6. You join me next. 800-636-1067. They win if, they lose if. Next on the Fan. G&D here on the Fan, out of here at 6:30. Little pregame for you, little postgame for you. A chronicle of Toby's trip back to his home. Then he returns back here again to watch the game and do the postgame show. Literally, that's happening. We can't believe it, but it is. Welcome back to the show. 800-636-1067. I want to get as many of your calls as I can before we get to Michael Phillips at 6. Simple question. They win if, they lose if tonight against the Bears at home in primetime. Is it Fricks in Ashburn? Line 1. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man. So I got a couple things. We win tonight if we have those long, sustained drives. We get touchdowns, not field goals, and we get those defensive linemen moving side to side with the old college sweep option, and then Bill throws a touchdown pass off of that, and then the defense, and we get off the field on third down.
Pretty simple. Because I think you're going to be able to stop the run. I appreciate the call, brother. I think you're going to be able to stop the run. Because Chicago's not a very good running team. DeAndre Swift isn't it. At least the scheme, design, system, whatever, hasn't borne fruit yet in terms of running the football. Washington's been really good in that regard against, frankly, better run games. So you're going to be in some good third down spots. Can you get off the field? Let's go to Angela in Virginia. Angela, what's up? You're on the Fan.
Hey, Danny. Thank you for taking my call.
You got it.
I listen to you every day.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to keep it simple. We win if we don't start off lethargic. We start off fast. We don't have to come from behind. And we lose if I agree with the last caller, if we can't get them off the field on third down. I was at the Hail Mary game last year, so I'm excited for this game tonight.
Are you going tonight?
Thank you for taking my... No, my daughter is actually going tonight.
Oh, very nice. Well, hope she brings some good luck. Yeah, the starts have been lethargic at times. Now, sometimes it's come back to bite you. You're never really in the Atlanta game. You're always chasing it. Same with Green Bay. But that Chargers game, it took a massive play to get everybody going. But you can't do that in prime time. Last year it was the opposite. They came out flying, but couldn't punch it in, couldn't score touchdowns. It was so irritating. I think they had one called back, if memory serves. But it was field goal, field goal, field goal. You kind of played with your food, and all of a sudden, Chicago had a couple drives at the end. Then it took the Hail Mary to win it. Sean, Richmond, they win if, lose if.
Hey, Danny. Thanks for taking the call, man. Very, very simple. They win if Bill goes for over 100 yards rushing. The Bears are not very good against the run. I think that'll sustain the drive and certainly eat up some game. They lose, very simply, if Caleb Williams goes for over 300 yards passing. It's going to be a long night.
Yeah, I think that tells the story, dude, honestly. If he gets the throws off, they got some weapons. They got some people you can complete to and get some yak. Odunze's a badass. Get to know this guy. He is a star. And DJ Moore was one of the most underrated receivers. He and Terry McLaurin were kind of mirroring each other for years. When DJ Moore was just hanging out in Charlotte, just toiling away for 1,000 yards on a crappy team, goes to Chicago, puts up some decent numbers. But now they got this new kid, Odunze. That's a bad dude, man. That's a good wide receiver tandem. They're good. They're not just, that's nice for Chicago. Those guys are good. How about Joe Woodbridge? Appreciate your patience, dude. They win if, lose if.
I think they win if I don't care who's running the ball because I always enjoy when Rodriguez goes bowling ball over him, but 20-25 carries with our running back core. And I think they lose if Javon Kinlaw doesn't, and the rest of the D-line isn't able to stop Swift for like 50 yards or less. You make them one-dimensional, yeah, I know the D-backs could use some work, but if they can only focus on one dimension, I think we'll see some more of those turnovers that we saw on the previous weeks.
I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, that 20 carry number isn't, it's a little bit arbitrary because it always depends on game script and how the flow goes and, this, that, and the other, but it's a good target number because it means a couple of things. One, you're successful at it. People that count up rush attempts at the end of the game, I think generally are Neanderthals. They go, they abandoned the run. They only ran it X number of times. You didn't look at the game script. You didn't look at, a 2-minute drive where they're supposed to run it then without timeouts. There's a million bits of nuance in there. But the point is, in general, it means you're staying on the field. It means it's successful enough you can keep at it. It means that you are controlling the clock, the thing that a lot of people are talking about. And it means that, as I said, the chains are moving. You've got a manageable game in the sense that you're not trailing by multiple scores where you've got to hurry up and take chunks through the air. It's going your way. And if this game goes according to script, I think Washington wins it. That's my feeling about it. I think you can run the ball on this team, and I think they will. This is a great rushing offense. Use it. I don't care how it happens. I'm not one of these people. It's got to be one or the other. Do what works. Michael Phillips joins us next here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Monday Night Football, the second of two games tonight, as they'll take on the Bears at 8:15. Burgundy and Gold pregame show coming up at 6:30 to get you set for kickoff with Noah Willingham and Denton Day postgame. Doc Walker and myself have the Burgundy and Gold postgame show. Practice squad elevations for the Commanders, wide receivers Tay Martin and Ja'Cory Brooks. Players that are out tonight for Washington include Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and Sam Cosmi. Grady Jarrett is out for the Bears. Deebo Samuel listed as questionable. He is expected to suit up and play. Chris Rodriguez, Eddie Goldman, both questionable as well. Bills and Falcons will kick off the first game of tonight's doubleheader at 7:15. The Titans have fired their head coach, Brian Callahan. Eagles edge rusher Zadarius Smith has retired. NFL injuries, 49ers linebacker Fred Warner out for the season with a broken and dislocated ankle that's going to require surgery. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua sprained his ankle. Sean McVay called him day to day. Right now, top of the third inning, ALCS Game 2 with the Mariners having a 1-0 series lead. That game is tied at 3 apiece. Dodgers and Brewers Game 1 tonight at 8 o'clock. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Comes down to one last play, and it's going to be getting longer by the second. You're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can step into it. Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line, and the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh, my goodness!
And it's also the fork in the road to a 5-12 season if you're the Bears. Welcome back. Danny Rouhier with you here. Grant and Danny on The Fan. Hail Mary talk on 106.7 The Fan. That's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Also want to remind you, we are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. And finally, on the Ruud Guest Hotline, Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome on our colleague from Richmond, our buddy Michael Phillips joins us. Miguel, how are you, sir?
Yeah, people say a lot of things about you, but you can read the things on the piece of paper in front of you, Danny. You nailed that. Nicely done.
Whatever you put in front of him, he will read. That is something I am known for, my friend. Just give me your gut feel right now tonight, a couple hours before kickoff.
Yeah, a little swirly, a little windy. We got some conditions tonight. Not an ideal night for throwing the football, but we got two quarterbacks who'll be able to power through that. I get the hunch this is Bill's night. National stage, we know. We've known for a while. I think the country's going to know tonight about this kid. He's going to be the lead back. I think he's going to run out of the tunnel with him. I think he's going to get a lot of opportunities against a defense that has not been great against the run this year. I could see this being Bill's night.
So I'm in the camp that, and well, let me go first. Here's my fear. My fear is they use the bye week to self-scout some things a little bit different, both on offense and defense, and they maybe have an answer or something, and this run defense isn't as atrocious as it's been through 4 games. That's the little voice in the back of my head. But on paper, Michael, they should be able to thump this team like Navy playing a 1AA school. I mean, this should be mid-90s Nebraska, hand it off to everybody, and just run down their throat, Rigo drill style. Kind of give me your thoughts on that. I mean, I know you mentioned the conditions, but they should be able to run the ball effectively against this atrocious run defense, right?
Nice, clean 2.5-hour game somewhere. Bill Callahan smiling in delight. That was it. You know, the Leo point. That's what I wanted to do. I agree. 15 days off is an incredibly long time in the National Football League. This is a team that, look, these guys, Washington doesn't want to talk about the Hail Mary. Don't want to talk about last year. Those guys do want to talk about it. They want revenge for that. It sent their season into a tailspin. It resulted in a lot of changes there. That is a factor. They've spent 15 days getting ready for this football game, self-scouting, doing their things. I think this will be a prepared, ready team. It's not who you play, it's when you play them, and this is a bad time to catch the Chicago Bears right now. That said, you can only improve your personnel but so much, and I like this O-line against the Bears defense right now. I think this O-line has been excellent ever since making their moves in week 3. No signs of letting up since then. I think even with all that, the personnel advantage in the offensive run game is still with Washington.
What difference has Chris Paul made in that run game and kind of solidifying this offensive line?
In a while, like Chris Paul, he looks like a different dude. He slimmed down. He got faster. He pulls. I mean, just he pulls well. You've been watching him this season. When he gets out in space, he gets where he's going, and he gets there fast. He really fits what Cliff Kingsbury likes to do offensively, and credit to him reinventing himself. I thought for sure he'd be a cut-day casualty, and he shows up at training camp like, who are you? Oh, I'm Chris Paul. I'm fast now. Oh, okay, awesome.
All right.
You're going to fit here. Yeah, and I think that's been a key to the success is it's a bulky line. They got some size. Obviously, Laramie Tunsil, can move people around, but I think that speediness and getting out to the outside, combine that with Deebo Samuel, his ability to stretch the field, it's really kept teams on their heels.
Michael Phillips, 910 The Fan, and the Richmonder joins us here to discuss tonight's foosball match. Miguel, in terms of Deebo Samuel, how serious do we take that injury designation? He had a heel. Feels like he's going to be banged up at some point. A, the usage, but B, just the way he is. He's a wrecking ball. He loves contact. He thrives on it. He's such a valuable piece in this offense. How seriously should we take that injury designation?
Yeah, seriously. And Dan Quinn sounded pretty glum about it on Saturday when he was talking about it. Now, Deebo's a gamer. He's going to play, and he's got to play because Terry and Noah Brown are out. We're kind of scraping the barrel on wide receivers after that, but I think he'll play. I think he'll be effective. I think in an ideal world, the run game cranks up enough that they don't need him, but if they need him, he'll be there. I'll save for later in the season the discussions about what does that mean if Deebo has a 1,000-yard season, cumulative, and also he gets banged up a lot, and also he's older. What does that mean for his status after this season? But I think for right now, for this game, he's going to play, and I think he'll be fine.
When do we expect Noah Brown? When do we expect Terry McLaurin? I know that it's game night and they're not playing. I know they're out, but it's still it seemed like Noah Brown was in until he wasn't. There was some McLaurin momentum until there wasn't. Should they have been on IR?
Well, if there was any chance they could have made it back in the 4 weeks, you don't put him on IR because what's the worst thing for a coach, right? Terry's on IR. And then week 3, he's out there on the practice field. Terry looks good. All of a sudden, we can't play him though. He's on IR for this week. Boy, sure would have been nice to have Terry. I don't think there's been anybody sacrificed to the Wolves to keep them on the active roster, so to speak. They've been elevating these practice squad guys. I'm not impressed. I don't know if you're impressed. I'm not impressed. It just doesn't feel like, man, by not elevating these guys, we're going to lose them to another team. It just doesn't feel like that's a scenario that's going to happen here. So I don't think they've lost anything by keeping them on, but I think they've messed with our hopes. That the timeline when you don't put a guy on IR is you'll see him in the next 3 weeks. And now here we are with Noah Brown hitting that mark. You remember he kind of disappeared last year, too. It was the bye week, and it was like, oh, by the way, his organs got jumbled, and he's not going to play again this year. So, we'll see. He was certainly an injury liability coming into the season. Spring injury, missed the end of last year. So it's not a great spot to be in. The depth isn't there. It raises some pretty fair questions, I think, about why Olamide Zaccheaus isn't here for a team that has salary cap space. But with Terry, I don't think he's slow playing it. I think Terry just has a tricky injury for football players and receivers in particular, and the last thing you want to do is re-aggravate that because you're going to need him in this stretch run against NFC East teams.
Michael, last week Deebo Samuel had 11. All other non-running backs had 8. That's in terms of targets. Do you expect something similar this week, or are we just going to keep riding this train?
I don't see a lot of options. I wish I saw it differently, but I don't. I think Patrick Mahomes went through this early in the season, too. It's like, oh, man, the Chiefs, they're not good anymore. Then Xavier Worthy comes back. It's like, oh, no, wait, the Chiefs are good. Patrick Mahomes just didn't have anybody to throw it to. I look back at that. Who was it on the third? Was it Chris Moore on the third down play that would have been, I think, one of the Jaden highlight reel throws into the end zone, and he drops it in the back of the end zone last week against the Chargers, right? Like, that's why Adam Peters makes the big bucks. That's why you got to go 1 through 53, because when it's time for those guys to shine, it can be the difference between a win and a loss. Now, thankfully, the Chargers were fully committed to the bit of losing that day, and we appreciate that. But in a tight football game, and they're all tight football games, it seems, in the NFL these days, one catch, one moment, that can be the difference.
Jaden Daniels runs a lot tonight, runs a little bit tonight, runs none tonight. What do you think?
Well, every week on my radio show, I say it's time for Jane Daniels to run less. You've got Bill. You've got good running backs. C-Rod, he can pound the rock. Debo can do his thing. It is time for Jane Daniels to run it less because we've got to preserve Jane Daniels. And then every week, it's a tight game. It's a one-score game in the fourth quarter, and I yell at the TV, "Run, Jane Daniels, run! You save the day." I think when he needs to run, he will run, and I think he's going to need to run tonight. He's the cheat code, right? You got 3rd and 12. All of a sudden, you've got a first down with that guy behind center. I don't love it. I don't love the amount he runs, but I like the part where they win.
Yeah, that's the enjoyable part. There's your spoils with all the terrifying moments in between. Let's go to the defensive side of the ball. So this is my working hypothesis or sort of view of this defense, Miguel, and I want your take. I think run defense, good, plus even, right? I feel comfortable with that, no problem. I don't think that when the ball's in the air, they can do anything about it. What they can do is disrupt the ball from getting in the air, a.k.a. feast on bad offensive lines, hit the quarterback a bunch, knock him off his spot, make him uncomfortable, tip a pass or two, maybe get home, and that's how they're going to stop people from throwing all over them. I don't think the pass coverage has been solved yet. I'm worried about Caleb Williams getting some throws off to Odunze, DJ Moore and company this evening. That's kind of my state of the union on the defense. Would welcome your thoughts.
I completely agree with you, Danny. You look at the games they've done well, look at the games they've done poorly. They did well against Russ, against Geno Smith, in chances where they could get after the quarterback against the Chargers and that depleted offensive line. When Justin Herbert threw the ball, it went very well for him. When he wasn't able to throw the ball, they were able to push him behind the chains and do the things they need to do. I think it is all up to this pass rush to keep Caleb Williams from throwing the ball tonight. I think if he throws the ball, good things tend to happen. I agree with you. I don't think they fixed the problem. And we can have a Marshawn Lattimore discussion if you want, but the short answer is, what are you going to do? It's not like you got a wealth of guys sitting on the bench ready to step in and guard number one NFL wide receivers. It's a weak spot for this team in roster construction, and deliberately so, Danny. They made the decision. Trade a draft pick for a left tackle. Use your first-round pick on a left tackle. They had to do those things for Jaden Daniels. At the same time, what does that mean? It means you're depleted on defense. It means you have less than you'd like back there, and I think it's a real liability for them.
So does the pass rush have a dramatic effect tonight? A backup left tackle is in. I believe it's Theo Benedict, undrafted rookie free agent or second-year undrafted guy. He's going to play left tackle. A little bit makeshift offensive line there. I don't think it's the Chargers who had you and me trying to block for Justin Herbert. I don't think it's the Raiders who were just a disaster. But I also don't think this is the Falcons. Can this defensive line kind of get home and do enough to disrupt things?
And as you mentioned earlier, a football coach who's motivated to win this game, right, both because of the Hail Mary for his team and because of the way the Lions playoff game went for his last team. Coach is motivated to win this game. I still like him. I think Ben Johnson's still really good at what he does, all other things aside, and a team that had 15 days to prepare for this game. They're going to be ready schematically for this defense. They're going to be ready for the things thrown at them. I think that's the wild card here. Strength on strength. Yeah, I think the Commanders probably take them, right? You're seeing that reflected in the line. It keeps moving to these guys, 5.5 points now. On the other hand, 15 days to prepare, the ability to scheme up for these guys, it would not surprise me if they find a way to get Caleb Williams some time tonight.
Mike, two more for you. Is this a blitz-heavy evening, or do they kind of back off, terrified of some of these big chunk plays?
I think you have to blitz. I just think that's your path to success. I think if you let up, these guys are going to burn you in double coverage, right? That's how little I think of the secondary right now. I hope they prove me wrong. I hope you have a lot of callers tomorrow spiking the ball in my face. We'll have that on my show, obviously, if they don't. I just don't believe this secondary can handle their business, even given an extra guy. Throw a Buffalo nickel back there. Throw a dime corner back there. It doesn't matter. I don't trust these guys. I think you have to blitz. It burns you sometimes, but I think it's the best way to take care of business.
Predict it for me. How does it go? Who's the MVP? What's the story?
Yeah, Bill's the MVP. It's Bill's night. I know your point is well taken. They've had time to scheme up for him. They've had time to get ready. I love his vision. I love his elusiveness. I did not drink the Kool-Aid during training camp. I've crowned too many guys preseason all-stars. I don't do that bit anymore. We have game tape now from regular season NFL football games. This kid's the real deal. He's got vision. He's got explosiveness. I love watching him play. He's going to have a breakout night tonight on the national stage. That said, if we're picking against the spread, I'm going to take the Bears. I don't like giving 5.5 points in what's going to be a close NFL football game. I think the good guys pull it out, though.
One bonus question here. What is the controversy? What is the main issue with white sauce in the Richmond area restaurants, most especially Tex-Mex, although I don't know if that's the right genre because it's a Virginia situation. Is it your Alabama white sauce, like a barbecue situation? Yep. Is it something else? Expound on that, please. Tell me what's going on.
When you go to a Mexican restaurant, they bring you the chips. What do they bring you with it?
Salsa.
Just salsa. Nothing else?
It depends. A lot of times they'll have a menu option. It's a cup of queso.
Yeah, queso, guac, all those things. Sure.
Yeah.
In Richmond, they bring you salsa, and also for free, they bring you white sauce. It tastes like ranch. It's almost like dipping your chips in ranch, Whoa. Danny. And for reasons I cannot explain, but I'm not a native. I'm not a native here, right? I moved here after college. People here friggin' love it and will go to the mat for it. Like, what do you mean you don't like white sauce? It's a Richmond tradition. Like, I actually don't love dipping my chips in ranch. It's kind of not my thing. If you ever go to a Mexican restaurant in Richmond, Virginia, and I know you got listeners on 910 down there right now, they'll call in and vouch for this. They'll bring you a little bowl of white ranch to dip your chips in, and they'll act like it's a completely normal thing.
Now, is somebody upset about this? Or like, my point is, I don't get the controversy. What's the problem?
The controversy is they do this in Norfolk as well.
Okay.
And the people in Norfolk claim they invented it.
I see.
But the people in Richmond also claim we invented it. And I'm not here to wade into that. Obviously, we're right. We're Richmond, so we're right here. I got to I'm the Richmonder. I got to pick sides here.
Sure.
I'll just say, because it tastes like dipping your chips in ranch dressing, I'm not prepared to go to war over this issue.
All right, well, we have to do the equal time doctrine, so we have to get someone from the Norfolker or something to come on and explain their view. Miguel, enjoy the game tonight, buddy. Thank you as always.
Thank you, Danny.
There he goes. That's Michael Phillips getting to the bottom of it. I don't have a file on that white sauce. I know the cup of queso or the guacamole, but I don't know the white sauce. Now, it's something I'd be intrigued by. I saw the picture on the Richmonder. It looked good. Chips go right in there, and then they go right in here. I'm pointing at my fat face. 800-636-1067. Couple more of these telephone calls I want to take from you folks. They win if, they lose if. Appreciate everybody's patience. Let's go to Jack in Baton Rouge. Call in Baton Rouge, my favorite Garth Brooks song. Jack, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, man? How's your night going?
Good, brother.
All right, so the win tonight is I like what you said earlier about the game script. They got to be able to run the ball within the game. They can't get behind early. They got to get ahead of it and be able to establish a run game. They lose if they can't contain Williams in the pocket. They let him run around, keep our secondary out there guarding people, keeps us susceptible for holding penalties, PIs.
I think you're dead right, Jack. That's pretty much my view. It's got to you have to make him, talking about Caleb Williams, in the pocket and afraid, in the pocket and uncomfortable. Because if he escapes, he'll get that 3rd and 5, convert a first down or something like that in front of some linebackers or safeties. But it's that off schedule, off platform, try to cover Roma Dunze for that long or DJ Moore or whoever. I think that's where some lethal plays can happen. This defensive line's got to be awesome tonight. Mike on 395. Last word on this. They win if, lose if.
What up, guys? Hey, we win if our big guys are better than their big guys. We lose if our big guys are worse than their big guys, right? We got to take control of the ball and control the rock. It's a game of inches, and we got to be better than those guys. Hell to the Redskins. Let's go, guys.
Appreciate you, Mike. There we go. Appreciate the calls on that. It's time for the player to lock in on. Let's get our player to lock in on, presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. I got Dorrance Armstrong. We're talking about this. I don't think this defense can straight up stop people. I think you've got to force turnovers. You've got to force chaos. You've got to force discomfort. I think it's got to be a sack fumble, quarterback hits, TFLs, disruptive plays. Now, I know they're going to try to cheat over there and maybe, slide protection that way towards that side, him going up against an undrafted free agent left tackle. So there'll be extra tight ends over there. They'll chip. They'll do all sorts of stuff like that. But to me, there's going to be moments where you're one-on-one, win. Just win enough of those moments to create enough chaos and enough havoc. That's how you win this game. If Caleb Williams gets to throw, you're toast. If he doesn't get to throw, you win. Couple big plays, couple big turnovers, and I think that's the key to this ball game tonight. Let me give you my official prediction. I like Washington. Most of the time, everybody makes fun of me. They're like, you never pick Washington, you never do it, you stink, you're the worst, I hate your face, your nose is big, and your cheeks are red, and you overtalk about how you used to be athletic, but now you're 46 and washed up and nobody likes you. That's what people usually say to me. I like Washington tonight. I don't think it's going to be as high scoring as some folks do, because I think it's going to be a run to dang ball type atmosphere. I think it's a little ground and pound. I think it's ball control. They're going to use some of their tempo to keep personnel packages that they like. But I think Washington runs the football well. I think it is a 24-21 Washington W. I think they win. Chicago's going to hang around. A turnover or two is going to be the difference in this ballgame. But I like Washington to win this game on Monday night. I don't see them right now without McLaurin, without Noah Brown, beating the brakes off of somebody the way that they beat up the Raiders, rather. Jay liked it 34-13, by the way. Jay Gruden did when he joined us earlier. I hope he's right because we're playing Hall & Oates the whole damn show tomorrow, if that's the case. But I got a 24-21 Washington win. Appreciate you guys checking out the show. We'll be having Corey Krosky-Merritt on tomorrow at 5 p.m. Caps tickets at 4. A whole wonderful show for you. Linnell and Denton Day have Burgundy and Gold pregame. That is up next. Until tomorrow, let's go Washington.
Thank you for coming.